Now, today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter was the master of all elemental magics? Part 1. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. On the 31st of July, in 1980, not one, but two new Potters were born. Lily and James had insisted they wanted to wait until the war was over before they got any children, but once Lily got pregnant, they couldn't abort their babies, even though it was done with a simple spell. James had been anxious the whole 9 months of Lily being pregnant, not just about becoming a father, but also because the war was getting worse each day. A lot of bad things happened to children in wartime, and his own childhood was an example for that. He had faced Voldemort 3 times in his childhood. Sirius, him, Remus, and Peter had been so young and almost died a couple of times. The power Voldemort had was something no one could even begin to comprehend. He was scared for his children. Anything could happen to them with a madman with that much power running around England. But when he first looked at his children, he got hope. Hope for their future. Their lives would be better than his. So the only logical thing to do was call his daughter Hope. Hope Lily Potter was his daughter, the younger of the two. Lily had rolled her eyes, but agreed immediately after telling James that she got to name their baby boy. Lily had looked at the boy and whispered, "Harry, Harry." That's the story of how those two twins, Harry James Potter and Hope Lily Potter, were born. Lily and James had already agreed to make Sirius godfather, who had jumped them in his dog form when they told him, licking James' face while Lily laughed at them. And both of them had immediately noticed Sirius might like Harry a bit more, buying him a child broomstick when he was only 6 months old. Harry had loved it. Lily, however, hadn't. In the end, all of them noticed that the two children were totally different in every way possible. Harry seemed to understand everything that happened around him. He had control over his magic in a way they had never seen such a young child control their magic before, summoning toys from the other side of the room just to pick them up afterwards and start playing. And yes, he might have hit Remus in the head a couple of times while summoning his Padfoot toy, but honestly, what did you expect? He wasn't even a year old. Where Harry understood everything and had total control over his magic, Hope didn't. She would look around the room clueless and start screaming when Sirius asked her if she wanted to play, obviously thinking Mommy and Daddy left again. Sirius used to babysit when Lily and James had to leave for a couple of hours. She had also broken the room with her magic a lot of times, to the point where James and Sirius put a permanent shield charm around the room. It wasn't strong, but it was enough to stop Hope's magic. But besides all their differences, they were both loved. Everyone in the Order would die for them, and they were never alone. Whether it was Sirius and Remus playing with them for hours or McGonagall taking care of them when Lily felt overwhelmed, they never had to be alone. The only time no one was with them was at night, and even then their parents could come to them in 1 second if something were to happen. So when Dumbledore told them about the prophecy, the whole Order immediately tried to do everything to protect them. In the end, everyone decided that putting a Fidelius charm on their home was the safest option. Sirius had said no to the offer of being Secret Keeper, telling everyone that the Godfather being Secret Keeper would be too obvious. So James and Lily had asked Peter, because Remus was already struggling enough trying to avoid Fenrir, who was still trying to find his cub. Peter had agreed immediately, telling everyone how much he cared about the children and their safety. A few months later, someone walked into the Potter residence. James, who had been the first one to see him, shouted at his wife, Lily, to run and take the kids. She listened. She would do anything to save her babies. So when she heard a thud followed by footsteps, she put up a shield that would last long enough to at least give her the chance to shield her kids. Step away from the children, the voice said. Lily refused to listen. The question got repeated twice, but Lily, as stubborn as she was, just shook her head and didn't move. The next thing she knew, she too was hit by a stunner. Voldemort didn't hesitate for a minute. He just tried to kill the girl. What he didn't expect is for the spell to rebound, and just like that, an infant killed the most powerful wizard alive. That was how the story went, how that night went down as far as everyone knew. Hope got all the fame, leaving Harry alone to live with his aunt and uncle, abandoned by his own family. The real story, however, is so much more interesting. Peter had been asked to babysit the twins, since Lily and James had an emergency meeting with Dumbledore. Make sure to take care of Hope's cheek before she goes to sleep, James said. The poor girl cut herself by accidental magic. I'll take care of it, Peter said, taking Hope from James. Thanks, Wormtail. It's no problem. You know how much I love these kids. Neither of them expected Peter to let the one person they never wanted close to their children into their house. My lord, Peter said, bowing to Voldemort. You may rise, Voldemort said. You've done a very well job. Thank you, Peter said. Voldemort never complimented his followers. Now lead me to the children. The Dark Lord commanded, and Peter nodded. Of course. Follow me. When they arrived at the nursery, Voldemort commanded Peter to stay outside, make sure no one comes in. Then he placed a strong privacy charm in the room. Now he stood above two children. Which one was the right one? He looked at the first one, a girl. She was crying and had big blue eyes and auburn hair. She was an exact mix of some of her mom's and some of her dad's features. The boy, though, looked at him with pure curiosity. His little head was tilted slightly, and his green eyes were free of tears. I'm sorry I have to do this. What has my life come to? I'm apologizing to literal babies. Voldemort muttered, and the boy giggled at him. Did the child just understand him? No, that couldn't be. Yet the boy seemed so understanding and forgiving about the whole situation. His train of thought stopped when he felt a wave of magic come from the boy. It seems to go straight to the girl. Voldemort could only blink at the pure power this child had. This had to be the one. He raised his wand and muttered Avada Kedavra. Then he turned around, walking away from the still crying girl. He hated babies. He didn't see the spell reflecting, hitting Hope in her wound, ripping it open slightly further. Where are you going, Tom? He heard a voice behind him. As he just reached the door, he froze and then slowly turned around. Dumbledore. Tom greeted with his usual charm, and Dumbledore just looked at him with a disappointed look. Really? Killing babies now? That's a new low, even for you. I had to, Tom replied easily, ignoring the slight regret of destroying the life of an obviously very powerful wizard. Well, if you had to do that, I have to do this. I'm sorry, my boy, Dumbledore said, almost sounding like he would really regret what he planned to do. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort's body turned into ashes, and when Lily and James arrived, they were glad that both of their children were okay. Neither of them understands how this happened, or where Peter was. An hour later, Sirius and Remus arrived. They had been the first one James and Lily called, after making a plan with Dumbledore. Dumbledore claimed to feel the magic coming from Hope. It was so strong, she had to be the one. Dumbledore made them promise to never tell anyone the truth about how they had abandoned their own kids, leaving them in the not very capable hands of Peter. Instead, he told them to tell everyone they had been stunned in one of the few acts of kindness of Voldemort. How they had rushed to the nursery as soon as they woke up again and immediately took care of their children. So what happened? Sirius asked, and James and Lily looked at each other, unsure what to say. Dumbledore, who was still in the room, started explaining his theory. We found Harry unconscious, while Hope was awake, crying with a huge cut on her face and a magical shield surrounding her. I think she protected herself from the curse, saving both herself and Harry, who was still asleep. She's a magical prodigy. She already had a cut, Sirius said. Prodigy called me up, almost crying cause his sweet baby hurt herself. He mocked, and James stuck out his tongue, making Lily and Remus roll their eyes. It ripped open further, and the whole cut is charged with magic residue. Dumbledore said, she has been hit. So what do we do now? James asked Dumbledore, and Dumbledore shrugged. It's easy, you give Hope extra tutors. She's the chosen one after all, the girl who lived. I will send Harry somewhere safe to grow up for the few first years of his life. You'll get him back when he's 11. But he can't have a normal childhood with the fame his sister will have, and he does deserve one. Jealousy is also a big problem we don't need right now. I can only imagine how it must feel when you're nothing for the wizarding world, just another wizard, while your sister is the savior. What? You just want to give my child away? Lily said, and Dumbledore nodded. It's for the greater good. You have to understand. I know just the place. I won't be able to give you the address, so you won't visit him until his 11th. You want to give him a normal childhood, right? Also, we need to prepare Hope for the future. He's right, Lily. It would be hard to grow up with a famous sibling while you aren't. It's probably better. James said, and Dumbledore tried to hide his smile while saying, I'll give you till tomorrow to say goodbye to small Harry. Then he operated away. You're just going to give Harry away? Sirius asked, surprised by his best friend's actions. Remus looked just as shocked. His inner wolf was probably shredding them to pieces right now. How could they just give away his cub? It's for the best. James sighed, and Lily added, We know Harry is your favorite, Siri. Everyone noticed, but please just understand that our focus should be on Hope right now. Please, still be a godfather to Hope. It will only be 10 years. Harry started crying in Sirius' arms, obviously understanding what was going to happen. It was the first time anyone had really seen him cry after his first day on Earth. Only 10 years? Are you crazy, Prongs? He's your son, Sirius said, and Remus agreed with him immediately. Both of them had never seen Lily and James like this. He might be our son, but Hope is also the chosen one. We have priorities, James said, and Lily nodded and quickly added, You have to understand, we don't want this either. Remus just shook his head and muttered, That's what I'm questioning right now. It seems like you're totally okay with this. Sirius looked at him, and they both nodded each other. Then Sirius said, We are leaving. Don't talk to us unless it is to tell us that you finally got your shit straight and are not just giving your child away. He put Harry on the floor, giving him his favorite plushie, the Padfoot one, muttering, I'm so sorry for everything. To the baby, Harry stopped crying and softly patted Sirius' cheek, almost like he was saying, It's okay. Harry also repeated his first word, pads. Lily and James had absolutely hated it that their 13-month-year-old child's first word was the nickname of their friend. Sirius thought it was hilarious. Both Sirius and Remus chuckled, and then looked back to Lily and James. Goodbye, Remus said, and they both walked out. They couldn't believe what their friends had done, and they wouldn't forgive them for doing this anytime soon. Lily was helping Harry pack, trying to have some sort of mother-son moment before Dumbledore would bring Harry somewhere else. Besides putting so much effort in spending time with her son now, it didn't really work. Harry had just been staring at them, cuddling his Padfoot and Moony plushies, but leaving his Prongs and Wormtail plushie on the ground. He obviously knew what had happened, and Lily hated it. She could only hope he wouldn't remember it when he was older, but deep inside she knew he would. James seemed to have noticed the same, staring at the Prongs plushie with sadness and maybe even a bit of annoyance. Harry hadn't even looked at it once since yesterday. And now when she tried to give Harry his plushie to put in his bag, he just threw it away with his magic. So when they were finally done with packing, Lily went to Hope and cuddled with her instead. Harry wasn't even trying to make today somewhat fun. When Dumbledore came to pick Harry up, Lily didn't even try to hug him anymore. James did, and was genuinely surprised when Harry gave him a sort of hesitant hug. Well, that is the most hesitant a child can look. Well, me and Harry should really go now, Dumbledore said, and James and Lily nodded. James handing Harry over to Dumbledore. I love you, Harry, Lily whispered, right before Dumbledore operated away. What Lily didn't know, however, was that the place Dumbledore brought her child to was her sister's house, Petunia, who hated magic. If only she had known that, maybe she could have changed this story, but she didn't. Her son was laying outside, in front of her sister's house, and she didn't even know. Merlin knew he wasn't supposed to do this, but this time he had an excuse to come here, to come to the future. He had heard about this child, seen so many different versions of them, but all of them started right here, on the doorstep of an abusive household. That wouldn't do. He knew that they, the founders, won't like it at first, him kidnapping a child from the future. He would be patient, explain everything, and beg them to please give him a chance. It was only for 10 years. Helga would be the first to accept, pretty quickly accepting the child into her family. She would later convince Rowena and Godric. Salazar would agree, saying he won't take a big part in raising the child, but slowly become fond of the child. At least, that is how Merlin expected it would go. He picked up the child and took a deep breath. Time traveling took a lot of focus. He tried to find the exact time and space where he wanted to be. The four founders had a meeting right now. Perfect. He traveled back. It felt a lot like apparition, but faster. The speed was necessary. You had to travel faster than light. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in the meeting room, all the founders looking at him. He smiled at them and said, Hi. A baby. Helga giggled, rushing over to Merlin. Can I? She asked, and Merlin nodded. Helga picked up little Harry, and Salazar raised an eyebrow. So why did you bring this child here? Merlin looked around awkwardly for a few seconds, and then started explaining. This is little Harry. He's from the year 1981. That's centuries away, Rowena gasped, and Merlin nodded. Yeah, he's well. He's an important part of the future, but they left him. I brought him here to, well, be safe until he's 11. Please, just tell the whole story. What do you mean important part of the future? Salazar asked, looking at the child. Okay, so where should I start, Merlin muttered, and Godric snorted. To begin, please. Merlin glared at him and then started explaining. There's, well, a dark lord. He's family to you, actually, Salazar. He's a smart and powerful man, but went insane by making too many Horcruxes. So when he heard a prophecy that a baby would defeat him, he immediately tried to kill the child. This is Harry, the boy who he tried to kill. However, Dumbledore, an absolute asshole with too much power from the future, told everyone his twin sister was the chosen one. He sent poor Harry here to an abusive family so that his sister could get all the fame. It's your jobs to raise him right and help him prepare for the future. If you accept, of course, I'll be here now and then to give him some history classes about the future. For him, it will all be history. Don't worry too much about preparing him. His power is stronger than any power I've ever seen before, and he has absolute control over it, even now. So, will you guys accept him? That's a big responsibility, Godric said, and Salazar nodded. But his other option is an abusive family? Sadly, yes it is. Merlin answered, and Salazar seemed to think before saying, Well, at least I'll take him. I don't care what the rest thinks. Well, that was surprising. Luckily, the rest of the founders agreed pretty quickly after that, and while they were passing the child around, they started discussing who would teach what to the child. So I'll be here sometimes to teach him everything about the past and future, but I can't do anything else. Merlin said, and the founders told him it's okay, and thanked him for helping them anyways. After that, Merlin quickly said his goodbyes, telling everyone he had to return to his own time. Okay, so how about I teach him to make wands, letting him customize a wand at a certain age? Salazar asked. He was the wand-making expert of them, and the others agreed he was the best one to teach little Harry that art. I will teach him herbology and healing. Maybe we could do care of magical creatures together, Godric? Helga offered, and Godric agreed. Yes, we can. I'll also teach him dueling and transfiguration. We can just mix defense against the dark arts with dueling. Okay, so I shall be teaching him charms, astronomy, maybe a bit of divination and arithmancy if he shows any interest, and if he really is a prodigy, I'll add ancient runes. Rowena said, and then added, I presume you want to teach him potion making and occlumency, Salazar. Salazar nodded. Yes, I will also teach him some gray area spells. We are not sure what type of core he is yet. I want to test if he can handle darker spells. His core does feel gray, Rowena said, being the only one who was really magic sensitive in the group. That means he should be able to cast light and dark spells with no issue. Godric says, and Rowena nodded. Yes, it's pretty rare for a wizard to be purely gray. We will find out soon enough if that is the case with our boy. Don't you all even think about teaching him anything dangerous before the age of 6? Helga said, and Godric chuckled. No promises, ma'am. Rowena giggled. Don't worry, Helga. He will be safe. The next day, the founders made a new room in their castle. It was a big room with all the founders' colors mixed. Not too much furniture was in the room now. They wanted to give Harry a chance to pick some furniture himself once he was old enough. Harry's first 3 years were good, if not a bit boring. He got to roam the castle a lot and pretty much knew all the secret passages when he turned 4. He had bonded with the founders the first 3 years of living here, and he pretty much saw them as his parents. How couldn't he? His real parents left him behind. But at the young age of 4, Harry kept getting more bored, not really know what to do when his parents, the founders, were teaching other children. But the founders noticed this pretty quick, and his lessons started right then and there, starting with the basics of magic. All of the founders were surprised to see how quickly Harry learned, and Salazar was pleasantly surprised when he noticed he wouldn't have to teach Harry to make wands immediately. He could do wandless magic better than anyone they had ever seen before. They didn't let Harry cast too much spells. He was only 4, but they did give him some basic spells that couldn't really hurt him. A good example was Lumos. Harry liked complaining about the dark, so when he heard about this spell from Rowena, it became his favorite for a while. The first 2 years of his classes passed pretty quickly, and the day Harry turned 6, he pulled Salazar into a potions lab and demanded he let Harry finally help him with harder potions. Salazar just chuckled. He thought it was hilarious how Harry hadn't even given the other founders time to say happy birthday before pulling him away. To everyone's surprise, Salazar was actually the closest to Harry. They were always found together. The other founders made fun of Salazar, telling him how he turned soft for a child. Salazar would always answer Harry's questions, giving long, detailed answers and making sure the kid understood everything. Okay, come with me, we'll gather some ingredients, and I'll let you help me brew some pepper-up potions. Harry rolled his eyes. Boring, but okay. They walked to Salazar's ingredient storeroom. Harry had never been inside the room, so he was curious what it looked like. There isn't a doorknob, Harry noted, and Salazar looked at him and said, "Good observation." Then he turned to the door, hissing, "Open." The door opened and Harry giggled. "Your password is open?" "That's the worst password I've heard yet." Salazar literally froze before turning back to Harry. "You understood me?" "Of course I did. You just spoke in English." "That wasn't English, Harry. It was... I can't speak another language." Salazar just stared at him, not sure what to do. "You know what? I think Helga made a cake. I'll explain this to you while eating," Salazar said, and when Harry asked him about the potions, he just told him that the potions could wait. Walking into the meeting room, where Rowena, Helga, and Godric were still sitting, Salazar sat Harry down. "That was quick dash," Rowena said, but Salazar hushed her, and now all the eyes on the room were on him. They weren't used to Salazar acting like this. "Harry, look at me," Salazar said, and Harry did. He didn't know what he did to make Salazar act weird, but he hated it. "I'm sorry for reacting like this. I'm just in shock. You never told me you were a parcel mouth." "He's a what? Oh, I don't even have a chance of getting him in my house anymore," Godric complained, and Salazar smirked. "You never had one to begin with." "I don't know what a parcel mouth is. You have to believe me," Harry said, and Rowena looked at the obviously confused child. "We believe you, sweetheart." "What's a parcel mouth?" Harry asked Salazar, and Salazar sighed. "It's one of my family traits, only direct family has it. It's an ability that makes it possible to talk to snakes." Now that made Harry only more confused. "But I'm not direct family to you, I mean, that's not possible." "That is true. He's not family to you. Merlin told us a couple of months ago your families haven't even crossed once," Helga said, and Salazar nodded. "I know. That's why this is so weird. It might have been the Dark Lord. He was family to you," Rowena theorized, and Salazar shrugged. "It doesn't matter why he's able to speak it. Now I just have an amazing secret language with my favorite kid." Harry giggled, finally feeling less nervous, and all the other founders just stared at Salazar, making Salazar give all of them a death glare. "Oh, and I can teach you parcel magic," Salazar said, actually excited. Parcel magic was obviously magic just for people who could speak in parcel tongue, but this branch of magic made a lot more things possible, which is why Salazar loved it. "It also explains his gray core," Rowena said, and the other founders stared at her. "You're sure about that now?" Helga asked, and Rowena nodded. "It's obvious. The only other person I've met to even being close to totally gray is actually Salazar. It might have something to do with parcel magic." "You mean Salazar isn't a dark wizard?" Godric asked, dumbfounded, and Salazar looked at him. "I'm not, I just like the dark spells more." That was the end of their conversation. They instead started focusing on Harry. They gave him some small presents, and each of them spent some quality time with him. It was, after all, his birthday. Chapter in notes. So I just finished chapter 5. It's 7.4k words. The whole story till chapter 5 is 18k long. This is going to be a long FIC. Growing up in the past. Chapter summary. Harry spends the first few years of his life with the founders and learns a lot while being with them. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry sat on his broom, flying above the castle. Godric had been teaching him how to play Quidditch when he found out Harry was a natural flyer. Helga absolutely hated the thought of her child so high in the air, but had to admit it was also impressive to see the things he could do at such a young age. Helga was the one who teaches Harry the least, but every time she was his teacher, she had to be impressed with how naturally came to Harry. He had been here for 6 years now, his 7th birthday had just passed, And in the 1 year they started their serious classes, Harry already mastered everything from year 1 to 3. That was without wand. To say the founders were amazed was an understatement. They had noticed he was a prodigy after the first week of having him, but this was more than just a prodigy. Beside going through the whole curriculum so fast, Harry was bored. Everyone noticed. So Salazar and Rowena teamed up to teach him how to edit and create spells and potions. It was quite impressive to see a 7-year-old kid write sentences of magic into a notebook just to create a spell. It started easy, making a better summoning charm. Instead of something flying through the air to him, he could now teleport things to him. He did that in the first month of learning how to edit spells. But that wasn't the only sign of him being a genius. He also did everything not only wandless, but also wordless. A lot of times he told them he didn't even know the incantation to a spell, instead just thinking of it happening. So yes, their little Harry surprised them again and again. All they could think was, he has to have one thing he can't do, right? But so far none of them had found anything. He was good at flying, spells, potions, and even at care of magical creatures, which took a lot of patience not a lot of people have. Harry always just told them he had the best teachers and that that's the only reason he could do the things that he could. That might be partly true, but somehow the founders doubted that they had a big part in the insane amount of control and magical power this child had. Harry landed on the ground. He had cast a tempest and realized that a lot more time passed than he thought. Salazar wanted to meet up with him, something about finally teaching him the skill of wand making or something useless like that. Harry honestly didn't understand the need for wands. He was doing just fine without that. But Merlin had explained to him in multiple classes that being able to use magic wandless was very rare, and even more rare in the future, his time. So to hide the fact that he had years of training for Dumbledore, he needed a wand. Harry didn't ask why he needed to hide something from a man called Dumbledore. He remembered a lot from his first year. He didn't know why either. Sometimes he wished he could forget. But at the same time, he wanted to keep the good memories, his godfather and his friend. Man, he would even like to remember his sister. Harry decided, however, that he wouldn't use his wand a lot. He had heard of wizards using a wand and losing the skill of wandless magic. So instead, he decided to ask Salazar if it would be possible to make 2 wands. One that really functioned as a wand, and the other one just an identical piece of wood. Salazar would probably agree anyways, even if it was just to make Harry happy. Harry went downstairs to dungeons, running his hands across the long walls that all seemed to be the same. Once he felt the little stone he was searching for, he hissed, "Open." Salazar had shown this room when he realized Harry was a Parseltongue. It was a private sort of office with a small dueling place to practice dark spells on dummies safely. "There you are. I was getting worried," Salazar said when Harry stepped into the room. Harry was quick to apologize, explaining how he had been flying and lost track of time. "It's okay. I sorted through some woods and found 3 that are most likely to fit you. Beech, pine, and ebony," Salazar explained, motioning towards the 3 different kinds of wood on the table. How? How do I know which one is best for me?" Harry asked, and Salazar chuckled. "You won't, but your magic will." Harry just stared at the man, not quite understanding. "Close your eyes and just focus on your magic," Salazar instructed, and Harry did what he asked. Without Harry noticing, his hand started to hover above the pine. Of course it would be pine, Salazar muttered, sounding more amused than anything. Harry opened his eyes and looked at Salazar. "Every wood has a personality type it will bond best with. That's how I knew these 3 were the best options for you," Salazar just explained, without Harry even asking. "So, what does pine mean?" "It's usually for individuals, people who might be seen as loners and don't mind. Usually that also makes them mysterious. We both know that will be how you act when you actually walk these halls in your time, Harry. Besides that, this wood is also good at adapting to new kinds of magic or new methods of using magic. It works best with non-verbal magic, so you don't have to suddenly learn incantations, don't worry." "That actually fits," Harry said, kind of amazed. "Yeah. Anyways, your core is next," Salazar said, leading Harry to a table in the back of the room. They repeated the process, and when Harry's magic picked not 1, but 2 cores, Salazar couldn't even be surprised. Phoenix Feather and Horn Serpent Horn, a mix I've never seen before. Well, there aren't a lot of wizards with 2 cores, but it makes sense. Phoenix Feather is generally the core that picks the most powerful wizards. Horn Serpent Horn, however, is good for Parseltongue spells. Is it possible to mix these two cores? Harry asked, and Salazar nodded. Of course it is. Together, they went through the process of making the wand, which surprisingly didn't take too long. The only thing that really took a lot of time was Harry carving snakes on the bottom of his wand. When Harry asked about the fake wand, Salazar thought for a second before telling him that he didn't want Harry to hide his abilities while he was still here, and that he would work on it and make sure that the fake wand was in the shop of the wand maker in his time, so that he wouldn't have to make up a story up for when they were getting wands. Harry quickly accepted the idea, wondering how Salazar was planning to make sure that no one else got the wand in the centuries before his official time, but he didn't question the older man's ability. After that, Salazar told Harry to go to the Great Hall for food, telling him he would join Harry and the other founders in a bit. Harry ran away, new wand in his hand, ready to show it off. Sometimes the founders forgot the kid was only 7. They only had 3 years and a couple of months left, and they totally planned on making Harry be able to pass the newts without a problem before he went back to the future. They had 3 more years to teach him what would normally take them 4 years in their curriculum. Easy. For Harry, everything still felt surreal. He had been here for 6 years and still felt like any moment he'd wake up and be right there next to his sister, who he had protected with his life, literally. But deep down, he knew it would never be like that again. The fame would have gotten to his sister's head by now, and he was hundreds of years in the past growing up with some of the most powerful wizards known. It was weird, but he loved his life and wouldn't change this lifetime for anything. He was also glad to be growing up here, not influenced by anything, because everything that happens in this time was mere history in his time. He could make his own opinions when he went back to the future, and from what Harry heard, his mom and dad wouldn't be happy about the decision he would probably make. He was fine with that, though. He wanted to be his own person. Years flew by, and slowly Harry was getting older. When he turned 9, he started following some classes with the 6th years, but he quickly passed them in skill and joined the 7th years. He was a prodigy at everything he did, except for the small, less complex charms, like cleaning charms. He didn't quite understand how to imagine a room getting cleaned and it just suddenly be clean. That didn't make sense. The founders thought this was hilarious, seeing the boy be so confused over a cleaning charm. But the moment they started talking about editing complex spells, he talked with them and showed them how by editing a single sentence of the spell's code, you could easily change the whole purpose. What the founders also loved was seeing Harry care for magical creatures. But when he was found petting Thestrals, they got worried again. Had he seen someone die? Harry had just shrugged. He honestly couldn't remember someone dying. He knew his parents and sister were still alive, but he could still see the black bony horses. He got more into flying on weird animals too, Thestrals being one of them. He absolutely loved the hippogriffs for this reason, and they also loved him. Whenever he found a bit of free time, he was found with animals surrounding him, whether it be hippogriffs, Thestrals, or small snakes. He also started dueling Godric. The dummies got too easy for him, and he needed a challenge. Godric was a challenge. The duels were kind of slow at first. Godric didn't want to actually hurt Harry, and Harry was waiting until Godric actually did something. It was just Godric throwing curses and Harry reflecting them with a simple shield. However, Harry started actually throwing back curses, and the duels got more heated. Godric began throwing different jinxes, mixed with disarming spells. Harry threw spells back at the same speed, avoiding Godric's spells with ease. Expulso, Godric said, and Harry slashed his wand, making the spell disappear into thin air. He threw and stupefied back. They had been dueling for around 15 minutes now, and neither of them was on the top side yet. The match was very even. That fact surprised the other founders who were watching the duel. They could see that Godric stopped holding back after the first 5 minutes. Harry, however, had also held back in the beginning, but both men were sweating right now, throwing spell after spell, and very obviously not holding back. It was impressive to see a 9-year-old be an even match to Godric Gryffindor, known to be one of the most powerful duelers in history. Harry hadn't beat Godric once, though. His longest match had been 25 minutes before being hit with a simple stunner. Godric had told him how proud he was after that duel. It was rare for someone to hold a duel against him for 25 minutes. Now, the time was flying. They kept throwing curses and didn't even notice themselves tiring. Harry loved the feeling of dueling someone who was actually a challenge, and Godric was also challenged for once. This duel lasted longer than any of their prior duels. 42 minutes to be exact. After 42 minutes, Harry hit Godric with an expulso, and he quickly hit him with an Expelliarmus after. Godric lost his wand, and Harry officially won his first duel against Godric. Even years after Harry left the Founders, Godric would still hear it from the others, how a 9-year-old had been the one to beat him. No one else knew, though. They had to keep Harry's existence out of history books because that could give him problems in his future. That was all in the future, though. In present time, Rowena ran towards Harry and congratulated him before Salazar hissed, "Godric is gonna hate this. Good job, little snake." Harry giggled and hissed back, "Don't bully him too much, thanks, Sal." Little snake. That was a new nickname. Harry mused before he turned to help Godric up. "I can't believe a 9-year-old beat me. I will never be the best at anything anymore with Harry here." Godric complained while ruffling Harry's hair, and Helga giggled. "That's for sure. It counts for all of us." Harry blushed and Salazar laughed. "We get some credit, though." Rowena nodded. "That we do." Before she turned to Harry, "You should shower and rest for a bit. No more magic before you drain yourself too much. You just dueled for 42 minutes. Harry nodded and hugged all of the Founders before rushing to his room. The room had changed a lot. Harry liked to practice creative magics on his walls. It now had a big moving picture of a snake that looked like a reticulated python to muggles, but wizards would be able to see the difference by the small spots of purple and the literal glowing eyes. On top of the python was a small corn snake, a normal corn snake. He had seen multiple of those during the only year he spent in his time, and quite like the red patterns the snakes had. Beside that, his room was now mostly green, blacks, and blues. He loved how the Founders tried to make his room a place with all 4 of their colors, but he didn't like the bright yellow and red with the rest of the colors. So he had changed it. The rest of the room was pretty simple. A bed in the corner, a small desk, and a sitting place to chill in. He couldn't really hang in the common rooms, so this was the next best option. He also had his own small bathroom, where he was going right now to take that shower that Rowena told him to take. He finished up his shower pretty quickly and decided to read some theory on altering potions. He had done it a couple of times, but generally it was still a hard thing to do. Every single plant had an effect on all the other plants in the potion. Throw in one wrong herb, and you might end up making a poison instead of a potion. Harry just generally thought the idea of poisoning someone isn't something he had to do right now. Harry had been training his ass off trying to get his Animagus form before, while leaving and going back to the future. His 10th birthday got closer and closer, and Harry didn't know if he was ready to begin his last year here. He pushed those thoughts to the back of his head, though, and took a deep breath, focusing on his magic. He could feel Helga and Salazar entering the room. They had left for a few minutes to allow him to concentrate. It hadn't really helped, but the thoughtfulness was nice. When Harry had started his Animagus training, he had asked about his Patronus, too. The two often aligned. However, Sal had shook his head and told him that he would have to wait till later for that charm. He had smiled at Harry and told him, "Let your future teachers at least think there's something you don't know yet." Harry had just giggled, and that was the end of that conversation. Now he was still trying to turn into his damn Animagus form. He felt his magic tug and took a deep breath before letting everything around him go. For a second, the world turned black. Then slowly he blinked, and well, he was surprised by his eyesight. His normal eyesight was okay. Rowena had fixed it a couple of years ago, but this was obviously better. He looked into the mirror and snorted. In front of him stood a small black wolf. He knew for a fact that it was some kind of weird mix between Pads and Mooney's forms. Well, Pads and a werewolf. It was kind of cool, though. "I've never seen a wolf Animagus before," Helga breathed, slowly approaching him. Salazar just smirked and said, "Of course Harry had to be different again." Harry, or well, Wolf Harry, growled at Salazar and then nudged his head against Helga's hand that was slowly petting him. After a while of just getting head pats and trying to get used to his wolf form, Harry changed back. It was weird how magic gave him this form. The animal literally being a mix between 2 of his father's best friends. Or, well, ex-best friends. Harry corrected himself, remembering the day he got taken to his aunt. Sirius had been so angry. "Harry," Helga asked, looking at him worried, and Harry looked at her. "You okay?" "Yeah, I was just thinking. My form looks exactly like Padfoot's Animagus, but like a wolf, and Mooney is a werewolf. It's just weird, I suppose, that my form looks like my James X best friend's." Harry said, and Helga nodded and hugged Harry. All of the founders had found out pretty quickly that Harry remembered a lot of his first year, and while they were all curious about how the boy remembered, they were also worried, because some elements of the past really still seemed to hurt him. "You did great, little snake," Sal hissed, and Harry pulled away from Helga and turned to Salazar instead. "Thanks, Sal." Harry was practically bouncing in his chair. Merlin had been teaching him history for quite a while now. Well, more things that happened in the future, but history in his time. Today was the day they would finally talk about what has been happening since Harry had been born and everything after. Harry had heard all the basics of Voldemort and his family, but not a lot. He wanted to be ready when he went back to his time. So, when you were born, the war was probably at its worst moment. Voldemort went totally insane. He just kept creating more Horcruxes. Ah, yes, Horcruxes. Salazar had told him about them once, and then made him promise he would never be stupid enough to make one. So when he heard the prophecy, Harry had heard the prophecy about 256 times right now, and he was fine with not hearing it again. He wanted to kill the child. You. However, the curse reflected, and the baby saved the wizarding world. "That's not true," Harry said, and Merlin looked at him in shock. "You remember?" Harry nodded. "Voldemort. He well apologized before trying to kill me. I put a shield around me and hope. The spell did reflect and hit Hope, making a cut on her face. I went unconscious after that. The only thing I remember is hearing Dumbledore. He was the one who killed Voldemort, I think." Merlin seemed to be speechless for a few seconds and then said, "That actually makes a lot more sense. However, the whole wizarding world think that Hope saved them, in the way I just explained, but her instead of you. She's famous, even got a wand, that she can't use at Hogwarts early to train her magic." Harry didn't understand how everyone just believed Dumbledore telling them Hope saved the wizarding world. He didn't mind, though. His sister deserved it. "I can't wait to meet her," Harry muttered, and Merlin nodded. "Yeah, don't blame her for your parents being the worst parents on Earth. I won't. I want to get to know her, see if she herself is a nice person, and then we'll see." "That's good. Anyways, the rest of the last few years have been uneventful. Voldemort still has to return, which he will, with his Horcruxes. So, what does Voldemort fight for? Why did he turn into a Dark Lord?" Harry asked, and Merlin replied with a question. "You actually want to know the Dark Lord's cause?" Harry scoffed. "Of course, I'm not going to fight for Dumbledore just because my parents, who abandoned me because of Dumbledore, fight for him. I want to form my own opinion about both sides, and then pick a side." Merlin looked at the boy. 10-year-old boy. He reminded himself. In shock. "So, will you answer my question?" "Of course, Voldemort fights for more freedom of magic. Most dark and gray magics are illegal right now, and for more rights for dark creatures like werewolves. Dumbledore, however, convinced everyone he fought for blood purity and power." "But he does fight for blood purity, right?" "He does. Well, at least in some sense, not literally, though. He wants to separate the magic world from the Muggles. To make sure wizards are safe, we wouldn't be able to win against Muggle weapons. So he wants to make Muggleborns pick between the wizarding world and Muggle world. Magic or no magic." "That makes sense," Harry said, and Merlin nodded. "I want you to base your opinion on what you think is best. Research this when you go back to the future. You can change the wizarding world, Harry." Harry nodded and whispered, "I'll try." Chapter in notes. I love this story so much. I hope you all also enjoy. Smiley face. It's only getting more fun from here. Goodbye once again. Chapter summary. Harry spends his final year with the founders before going back to his time. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was Harry's 10th birthday, and this one felt different than all the others he had here. Harry blamed it on the fact that it was the last birthday he would spend here. He would go back to the year 1991 after spending 10 years in the past. Life is crazy. But beside the fact that this was his last birthday here, it was still weird how all the founders seemed to be nervous around him today, and that even Merlin was here. He decided to ignore it. He would find out later why they were so nervous. So when it was finally time for gifts, because even though Harry thought the fact that they took him in and took care of him as if he was their own child was enough, the founders still loved spoiling him. He sat down carefully at the table in the meeting room. He looked around the room to see the founders all looking at him nervously. Harry said, and Rowena giggled. "Sorry for acting so weird today, Dash. We have a special gift for you. That is, well, if you accept," Godric said, fully interrupting Rowena's apology, making the woman scowl at him. There's no easy way to explain this, is there? Salazar groaned, and Merlin shook his head. We want to blood adopt you. Harry, all of us. It will legally make you our heir. Helga explained softly, and Harry's eyes went wide. You're serious? Yes. I brewed the potions a few weeks ago. Salazar said, and Rowena said, we were going to do this right before you left, but this is your last birthday with us. Is that why Merlin is here? Merlin laughed. When Helga said all of us, she meant it, Harry. Salazar quickly did explain that there was a chance he wouldn't be able to claim Slytherin lordship when he turned 17, because he still had a living heir. The rest of the founders didn't. So, what's your answer? Godric asked, and Harry nodded. Yes, of course. He couldn't quite believe this was happening. The founders actually cared enough about him to make him their son in blood. He knew they cared about him. They had made that clear over the years, but this was a whole different level of caring about him. He watched as all of the founders and Merlin added a few drops of blood into a potion that turned into a quite dark red. Drink it, Harry, Godric said, handing him the potion, and he did. The feeling was quite weird. His blood felt like it was slowly warming up, and he could actually feel his heart beating through his whole body. He also felt his skin slightly morphing. He knew how blood adoptions worked. It makes you look a bit like the person blood adopting you, but without ruining the looks you got from your biological mom and dad. You're taller, Rowena noted, and Harry silently cheered in his head. He had hated being very short. Your eyes look a bit more AK green than they did before. I didn't even know that was possible, Godric said, and Helga giggled. It makes you look kind of intimidating, like you're reading my soul. Harry hadn't changed a lot. He had grown an inch or two, and his hair turned a little lighter, now more dark brown than the raven color he had before. His eyes seemed like they were glowing. He just looked more like the founders, to be honest. Harry looked at all the founders, not even noticing the tears on his face, and said, Thank you. This is the best present ever. Harry, thanking them, quickly turned into a group hug. Best birthday ever. Salazar pulled away from the group hug and said, By the way, we're giving you etiquette classes this year to make you a proper pureblood or half-blood heir. Harry groaned. Etiquette lessons were a shit ton of bullshit. He learned what spoon to use for which meal, how to make his face expressionless, and how he should sit when there were others who weren't close friends or family members with him. And a shit ton more bullshit. The only thing he liked was Salazar teaching him how to have a Slytherin mask all time, explaining him how to get good blackmail, and a few lessons on manipulating. It wasn't Harry's favorite class, but he understood why it was important for him to learn this. So he listened to the founders and paid attention in the classes to be done with them as quick as he could possibly be. He finished the class in like 5 months. The only thing he had to continue learning was dance. Turns out they found the one thing Harry was absolutely horrible at: dancing. He just didn't understand the movements, focused too much, kept looking at his feet, and just overall didn't understand why people were interested in these formal dances he had to know. The founders thought it was hilarious. Harry wasn't good at dealing with failing. He didn't have a lot of practice with failing things, and always thought anything could be possible for him. And if there was anyone on this hell of an earth that could make anything possible, it was Harry. The founders all agreed on that. Turns out, dancing isn't part of that anything. It was in the last 6 months of Harry's stay here that Salazar approached him and explained that he wanted to teach Harry occlumency, the art of protecting a mind. He told Harry about all the powerful people that master the art of legilimency in the future and how this would stop him. Harry agreed immediately. Occlumency had already been high on his. Wanted to learn, but don't know how list, so of course he agreed. So now he was sitting here in Salazar's office. Building a shield for your mind is like making an unbeatable game. Salazar started. He looked at Harry and said, You remember more than anyone else does. I've never met anyone who could literally describe a day of their first year alive in detail before you. Harry shrugged. I don't know how I do it. I know, but it's important to protect it, Salazar said, and then continued his explanation. You want to start with imagining a big vault and putting the memories you want to keep a secret in there. We make multiple layers of protection. This is the core. Don't put all your memories in here, it will tire you. Harry nodded and closed his eyes. It took a bit, but after a while his focus was good enough to build a protection layer. Imagining a big vault, and then imagining putting some memories he wouldn't want Dumbledore to see once he went back to the future. For example, the fact that he remembered everything from that day. Okay, you want to secure this chest, put it in a room, Put a password on the door, whatever you want, use your imagination. Harry put up big walls around the vault. This was honestly fun, if not a bit tiring to do. It felt like creating your own world. Remember your ability to speak Parseltongue. Only me, Voldemort, and you would be able to come in. Salazar reminded him, and Harry immediately put a Parseltongue code on his vault. When Harry opened his eyes again, he was surprised to see Salazar writing in a journal in front of him. He looked at a clock in the office and noticed he had spent 2 hours working on just the first layer, and he felt like he was going to faint because of exhaustion any moment now. I think that was enough for today, Salazar said with an amused smile, and Harry nodded. I didn't even notice that this much time passed. People usually don't. Time flies when you're working on protecting your mind. Salazar said, and Harry nodded, having nothing else to say. Go take a nap before Rowena kidnaps you for a dancing class. Shit, I forgot about that. Harry hissed and Salazar laughed. Go rest, little snake. And Harry did, because honestly dancing while being this tired sounded like a suicide mission. Helga, out of pure boredom, had decided to teach Harry how to cook, wizarding style. Harry had immediately agreed when she offered, and honestly, with her being the founder who spends the least time with the boy, she thought they deserved some quality time in Harry's last few months here. What she, however, didn't expect was for Harry to be a master cook after a few classes. Afterwards, she knew she should have expected it. But honestly, this was a new sort of impressive. Helga had started out easy, but then a few days ago, Harry just turned up with a full damn meal. He made salmon with potatoes and vegetables, and while, of course, there were harder meals to make, it was pretty damn impressive for a 10-year-old. And the food had been good. All the founders had been impressed by Harry's cooking, and Harry had just smiled at all the compliments. So now, instead of teaching Harry how to cook, she was teaching him spells how to make cooking easier, which didn't take away the fun of spending time with Harry, so she was okay with it. And it made Harry happy, so she was more than okay with it. Now build something around the wall, Salazar had said a couple of weeks ago. Harry, who had been thinking about how to hide the rest of his memories, had found the perfect idea. An underwater maze, full of locks and Parseltongue passwords. It was literally unbeatable. The only one who could take away the water in his own mind, and not well. Drown in a mind? Was he himself? Besides that, Dumbledore couldn't speak Parseltongue, and most of the passwords were annoyingly long sentences that you couldn't guess after hearing Parseltongue a few times. And Harry had fun while building it. It was every bit tiring as it was fun, but when after like 20 hours of work he showed Salazar, Sal had just been speechless for a moment, and then muttered, I think that will do. Harry smirked. Why thank you, Lord Slytherin. I like you more before the etiquette classes. Salazar decided, and Harry laughed. That's not my fault or problem. I guess not. You got anything else to teach me? Harry said, and now it was Salazar's turn to smirk. Afraid you'll get bored? I know I'll get bored the moment I go back, but now I'm still here for like another 2 months. Harry said, and then suddenly his whole face changed. I'm gonna miss you guys. He whispered, we're gonna miss you too. Salazar responded immediately, and then seemed to think for a moment. For me, it will be centuries away, but there's always portraits around the school. Come search us? Salazar asked, and Harry nodded. Besides that, I'm probably going to see you in my common room. Salazar smiled, getting that Harry meant that he was probably going to be sorted in Slytherin. Don't let Godric hear you say that. He's still convinced I'm going to be a Gryffindor? Harry asked, and Salazar nodded. Yes, and he will be until proven wrong. Oh, talking about getting sorted, Merlin told me they use Alistair as a sorting system in the future. Harry said, and Salazar laughed, like actually full-on laughed. You're kidding? No. Turns out Godric's little experiment of trying to put all of your ways of thinking into his hat was the perfect way to still get your opinion on sortings. You're saying that Godric, trying to be a cheat by having a hat that helps him, by mixing our intelligence, is used as the way of sorting in the future? That's ridiculous. I know. The worst thing is, from what I've heard, it actually works as well. That's crazy. It is. Harry agreed. In his last 2 months, Harry mostly just walked around the castle, talked with the founders, and practiced his magic alone. He wanted to be prepared for whatever the future would give him. The founders told him they had pretty much taught him everything that they thought was important, so they stopped their lessons. That didn't stop the duels, which Harry went a lot more often, and other competitive things they did, however. Harry also started playing Quidditch with some students sometimes. They knew him as the founder's kid, and all obviously wanted to know how he became an heir to all the founders. He, however, kept silence. His existence had to be as silent as possible. He had to try to avoid coming in any history books. That would be awkward to explain. Now he was saying goodbye. Merlin was patiently waiting for him to finish saying goodbyes. He obviously understood how hard this moment was. We will leave you little gifts in our vaults. Once you claim our airships, you'll be able to open them. Helga said, and Harry smiled. Thank you. We will also have portraits in our vaults and in Hogwarts. Rowena reminded him, and Harry nodded. I know. He was trying so hard to ignore the tears slowly staining his cheeks. The founders were crying too, so it was okay. Just threaten my heir if he won't give you access to my vaults. Salazar said with a wink, and Harry giggled. Oh yes. Mighty Lord Slytherin, I will threaten the literal Dark Lord for a part of his fortune. Hey, I'm just saying my family magic might protect you, Sal said, and then he seemed to think for a moment. However, there is generations of family between you guys, so technically magic might not see you as related close enough to actually protect you. Not that he needs protection, Godric muttered, and Merlin laughed. In the future, the history books still say you're unbeaten. If only they knew that you were beaten by a 9-year-old. Shut up, Godric said, although he was smiling. I think it's time to go, little snake. Merlin still has to plant memories into your and your family's brains. Salazar hissed, and Harry nodded sadly. They were indeed planting fake memories, to make sure Dumbledore would think he had actually spent time with the Dursleys. Bye. I love you all, Harry said, slightly blushing in embarrassment. He didn't know how the founders would react to him, using the word love. They hugged him and told him they loved him too. That was their reactions. After a lot more teary goodbyes, Merlin finally kidnapped Harry and brought him back to the future. To new adventures. Chapter in notes. I've been writing a lot lately, literally wrote 5-6K words yesterday. I'm surprised I don't have a writer's block yet. I do have spring break RN, so I literally spend my whole day writing. Meeting the Potters. Chapter summary. Harry meets his family, and they don't quite get along. Chapter notes. I know I'm later than usually, but I had to work on a school project the whole day and proofread this whole chapter, 7.4K words before posting. It's still Wednesday though, so here's the new chapter, smiley face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Merlin had put multiple memory charms on the Dursleys, creating new memories, deleting old ones. Then he had expanded Harry's room for one day. His parents would come pick him up tomorrow. He had hugged Harry, whispering that he would miss him and that there should be a portrait in Hogwarts of him somewhere. I'll find it. If anyone knows all the halls in the castle, it's me, Harry said, and Merlin laughed. That's true, kid. Their goodbye was almost as emotional as Harry's goodbye with the founders. While he had spent less time with Merlin, Merlin had still be the man who had saved Harry from a probably very abusive household. He owed Merlin everything, and over time, they had become close too. Merlin felt more like his cool uncle than anything else. He was really going to miss Merlin, but he would make them all proud, whatever the fuck that meant. He hadn't even decided what side he was on yet. This war was going to fuck him over the first few months back here, but he would bring Voldemort back, talk to him, and kill him himself if he had to. It was the only way to find out what he really fought for without other influences. Now, he had to focus on what would happen tomorrow, though. He would meet his parents. He looked at his room. It had a simple bed and closet, nothing else. That was fine. He would only be here for a bit. And it sure as hell was better than what he had in the fake memories. He literally slept in a cupboard in those memories. Imagine that. He sat down on the bed and grabbed a book. He had taken some with him, so he could at least read something interesting. He also took most of his clothing, both wizard and muggle clothing. Knowing he had to pretend, he only had muggle clothing at first. He was still trying to figure out how much he could show his parents and sister tomorrow, knowing that he probably shouldn't know anything about magic except for the few things he could do wandless as a little baby. I'll figure it out while I go, Harry muttered. After all, knowing what his sister could do would be a big way to figure out how much of his skills he could show. He read for a while but couldn't quite focus on the book. His mind seemed to wander to everything that could go wrong in this new life of his. He knew he would be able to deal with the things normal kids worry about, like school, but he was trying to figure out what he was going to do about his parents, how he should act, and what to do with the Dark Lord. He was the only one that knew what really happened that night. Well, at least he suspected Hope didn't remember a lot. If only Sal could be with him to give him advice right now. Maybe then he'd actually know what to do. He put down his book and decided to sleep. It was getting pretty late, and if he remembered well, Merlin told him that his aunt would wake him up to make breakfast at 7. Just like Harry expected, the next morning Petunia banged on his door. screaming at him to make breakfast. He came out of bed and quickly changed into some muggle clothing before running downstairs. Listening would work better than standing up against them. It was only a few hours after all. And honestly, cooking wasn't that bad. Harry blamed Salazar for giving him this common sense and self-preservation. Godric had tried so hard to teach him differently. Harry snorted Gryffindors and their courage while cooking bacon for the Dursleys. And really, would they eat this all cause this seemed like it could feed all of the 7th years at Hogwarts? He wondered what his parents were doing right now. Were they stressing about meeting him? Screaming at Dumbledore for bringing him to Dursleys? He knew that until, well, today they hadn't had a clue where Dumbledore brought him. He also knew Lily wouldn't be thrilled when she found out he had spent his childhood with the Dursleys. He hadn't really, of course, but they didn't know that. Lily, indeed, hadn't been thrilled. Dumbledore had sent them a letter with the address of Harry's stay. Both James and Hope had sat down on the couch, Lily standing in front of them with the letter. They had celebrated Hope's birthday before even bringing up the subject of Harry, knowing Hope would get angry if her special day wouldn't be about her. So, today we're meeting your brother again, Lily said softly to Hope. Hope knew this, of course. Her parents had been warning this day was going to come for as long as she could remember. Don't blame him if he's a bit jealous. You know how hard it must be on him, having to grow up somewhere else. James said with a distant look in his eyes. Lily guessed he was thinking about the day Harry left. That day, everything changed. They had left Godric's Hollow to live in the Potter Manor. They had spent way more money for tutors, clothes, and just generally to make them look like a normal pure-blood family to the public. No one spoke about the child that disappeared. That was except for the darker families, who would look at them with such disgust. Lily and James pretended it was because their daughter was the chosen one, the one to defeat the Dark Lord once, and would do it for a second time. Deep down they knew it's because these were the families that noticed their lost child. The wizarding world, especially the purebloods, were against anything that had to do with abandoning children or abusing them. Sirius and Remus seemed to befriend those dark wizards. It was their social group now, and everyone seems to just forget the fact that Sirius was the black sheep of the Black family. So yes, everything in their life changed. It had been hard at first, but now it seemed normal, and none of them were quite ready to take Harry back, change everything again. Open the letter, Mom, Hope said, and Lily nodded, listening to her daughter. She usually did listen to her daughter. Hope was the boss of the house. She had her mom and her dad wrapped around her little fingers without even trying. Ever since that night, James and Lily listened to anything Hope said, not wanting to lose the child they picked, because they did pick Hope, even if they didn't see it like that. Lily opened the letter slowly, and her whole expression changed. Her magic went wild. The whole room seemed to shake, and then she dropped the letter and ran away. Hope picked up the letter. She read out loud to her dad. For Privet Drive, Surrey. And James froze. He looked at Hope and said, "Stay here for a bit, okay? We'll be back soon." Hope scowled at him, demanding him to explain why her mother was so angry, but for the first time in a while he ignored his daughter's demands. Instead, he ran in the direction Lily went. "Lils, I'm here," he heard his wife's weak voice. He entered the room, the library, and saw Lily on a couch in a corner of the room. "I just my muggle family?" Lily said, and James nodded. It might have been for the best, not growing up in the wizarding world. Lily nodded, but didn't look convinced. Dumbledore probably had a reason, and we get him back today. We should probably get ready for that. James said, and Lily nodded. Yes, it's time to get our child. Maybe Petunia treated him okay. Yes, we can only hope. Together they went back to Hope, telling her to get ready to get her brother. Harry was sitting in the hall when the doorbell rang. He thought it was probably better that he open the door and not have a sister reunion. He opened the door and came face to face with his family, not quite knowing what to say or do. He just awkwardly turned and shouted, "Petunia, I'm going." And like he expected, no response. "You sure you don't want to give a proper goodbye to your aunt, kiddo?" James asked, and Harry scowled. Gosh, he hated this man already. "No, I'm good. I already had a long goodbye yesterday evening." "Okay," James said, a strange look on his face. Then Hope stepped forward, extending her hand. "I'm Hope, your sister. I'm glad to have you back, little brother." She seemed to look at his muggle clothing with disgust, but seemed to also genuinely try to at least somewhat welcome him. Harry looked at Hope and decided both of them probably wouldn't be able to keep the nice act going for long. For now, though, he wanted to know his sister a little better. I know, I remember. And for the records, I'm the older one, Harry said, smirking slightly but still giving Hope a hand. No, you're not, Hope said, and Harry raised an eyebrow at his mom. Lily sighed in response. It doesn't really matter, Hope. No. Tell him he's wrong. Like Harry had expected, she hadn't kept the nice act going for long. Hope dash. She's right, Harry. James cut Lily off, and Harry just nodded and turned around, grabbing his trunk. He had the urge to shrink his trunk with a simple wave of his hand, but then he remembered he was supposed to know nothing about magic. Lily gave the trunk one look and grabbed her wand, shrinking it for him. Harry thanked her politely, but way too fake for Lily to actually think he was thankful. He wasn't going to make this easy on his parents. He wanted them to know he remembered everything of that night. Okay, James said, clapping his hands. Why don't we go to Diagon Alley to buy your stuff for school? Hope nodded excitedly, and they didn't even wait for Harry's answer. James just grabbed his arm and apparat. Gosh, this was going to be the worst day of his life. He low-key hoped he was going to run into Sirius and Remus, but he knew the chance was small. And he didn't know if he would even get the chance to talk to them when they ran into them. So maybe it was for the better that it probably wouldn't happen. James had apparat them to the leaky cauldron, telling them it was probably smart to eat something before shopping. Hope had pouted for a second, but when she noticed it didn't work, she quickly just smiled and turned to pick a table. They each ordered a meal, Harry silently wishing he was cooking with Helga right now, instead of sitting here waiting for his food. So before we enter Diagon Alley, we should probably tell you something. James started, and Hope had a satisfied smile on her face, knowing exactly where this conversation was going. Harry had 2 seconds to think of his response. He could do 3 things. Fuck with them, pretending he knew Hope was the girl who lived. Tell them the truth that Hope wasn't really the one to beat Voldemort. Or pretend he knew nothing. Okay, no, really were 2 options. The second one wouldn't work anyways. I know, Hope is the girl who lived, blah blah blah. I remember the night, you know? Harry muttered and immediately regretted. It might have been smarter to pretend he knew nothing, or at least say it's somewhat nicer. Well, what's done is done. What was that? Lily asked, slightly angry and slightly sad, at least if Harry read her emotions right. I remember the night. Well, at least parts of it is in my nightmares. Not a lot. I just remember Hope screams and... Harry didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he fake shuddered. And he gave himself a mental shoulder pat. He just saved himself from his parents, knowing he remembered everything. The table was silent for a moment, and then Harry spoke up in a quiet voice. I'm sorry. If that sounded rude, it's just these nightmares are the worst, and I don't like being reminded of the fact that Hope almost died for, well, all of us. Both Lily's and James' eyes softened. It's okay, Harry. We will try to avoid the subject of that night as much as possible, Lily said, and she gave Hope a very obvious look. Hope just smirked. The fact that Harry told himself to be nice to this selfish bitch. No, just keep acting, Harry. When the food finally arrived, James spoke up. We actually have a surprise for you, too. Harry looked up from his plate. The food in this place looked weird and tasted like absolutely nothing. A surprise? Hope gasped with puppy dog eyes. Harry snorted. James gave Harry a look that obviously meant to be threatening, but growing up with Sal made this look, well, weak. Yes, well, me and your mom are going to teach at Hogwarts. You've got to be kidding me, Harry almost said, but instead he stayed silent. Well, I will be assisting Flitwick with charms, and your dad will help McGonagall by taking over some transfiguration classes, Lily said, and then she added, so there is a chance we don't even get to teach your grade. However, we will still be in the school. Hope gasped and jumped into her parents' arm, obviously happy she didn't have to leave them. In that moment, Harry's heart ached. He wanted, no needed to talk to the founders. Okay, Harry muttered, then looked at his dad. Obviously, there's a but. Why would there be a but? James asked, and Harry just raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Your tone says enough. James sighed, defeated. Hogwarts has been very busy lately, and they were searching for more teachers. Not only me and Lily will be new there, Sirius and Remus will teach history together, and Sirius might actually get some transfiguration classes, too. Minerva wants to focus more on her job as deputy headmistress. Dumbledore has been busy with, well, the war. Hope's happy expression fades slowly. You're kidding? They accepted those vile, dark wizards as teachers? Do they want me to end up dead? Harry pretended to be confused, but on the inside he was cheering. He was low-key excited to meet Siri and Remus again. Who's serious? Isn't that like the brightest star or something? Harry muttered to himself, but obviously James heard him, because he began explaining how his best friend had betrayed him and the light side after that night, and how both of them were now always seen with dark wizards. Harry smirked. This was perfect. Now he could finally mix in his real opinion for a bit. Aren't dark wizards technically just wizards born with a dark core? What's wrong with that? Harry asked innocently. Well, yes, but most of them aligned themselves with Dash. So because most of them did something bad, suddenly you think every dark wizard is evil. I mean, they use dark magic in Harry. We know you didn't grow up with a lot of magic, but dark magics are dangerous. So all of your cores are totally light? Harry asked, stunned. Pretty much, we at least have a mostly light core. Lily said, and Harry just had to ask, how do you test it? He remembered the day the founders had found out he was a Parselmouth. They had talked about him being perfectly in the gray area. Just like Salazar and Voldemort. Not a lot of people knew that Voldemort wasn't a dark wizard, but Parselmouths tend to be the only ones with a perfectly gray core. It had something to do with how different Parcel magic worked from other magics. So yes, Voldemort, Salazar, and Harry were all gray wizards. That didn't mean that he couldn't pretend he didn't know yet, just to see his parents' shocked faces when they found out. You could do it with a potion or go to a magical sensitive person, Lily explained. We went to a friend of mine. She actually lives pretty close to here. Maybe we can go after shopping to test your core? She looked at James, who nodded. Once again, a weird look in his eyes, like he couldn't quite decide what to make of Harry. Good. That meant Harry could keep confusing them for a bit longer. Talking about shopping, can we go, please? Hope turned to their parents, who nodded, not even asking Harry if he was ready to go before standing up. Harry stood up quickly and ran, yes, literally ran, after them. They waited for him at a brick wall and explained that once he got his wand, he had to tap a brick to come in. He gasped, pretending he never saw this place before. Really, he and Godric had flew over the old Diagon Alley a couple of times with disillusionment charms. He pretty much knew this place like the back of his hand. He had loved just sitting on his broomstick in the air, studying the roads. Okay, so first we'll get you guys a new wand. Hope, your wand has to go back to the ministry. It was just a practice wand. We'll buy both of you your first official wand. After that, Hope can show Harry where to go to buy books and robes while we get your potion kits. James said, and Lily placed her hand on his arm. James, honey, we should probably go to Gringotts first, right? Okay, so Gringotts first. Lily giggled and led the way. Gringotts had always been there. Harry had never been inside, but he did know where the building was and how it looked from the top. They walked inside, and he gasped, literally this time, not acting, by the beauty of the interior design. While he himself liked simpler rooms, the gold decorations fitted the white walls. He just stood there looking around the room. White walls, very light shade of red floor with what seemed like golden pieces in it. All the furniture was dark wood mixed with gold. And honestly, he was surprised that the goblins made these decorations work with each other. But they did, and it looked beautiful. Harry, come. Hope shouted from where they were standing with a goblin. He blushed, slightly embarrassed to be caught admiring the room, but quickly followed them. The whole way down to the vault, Harry just sat silently as his family talked. He couldn't wait to finally be back at Hogwarts again, back at home. His parents grabbed some galleons for both him and his sister. And either the worth of galleons changed by a lot, or they gave them way too much. Harry didn't necessarily mind. He could spend his money on more interesting books or whatever. When his mom gave him his little money pouch, she explained that the extra money was to pick a pet, and Harry thanked her. He low-key wanted to buy a snake anyways. A snake would be a companion that's better than like at least 90% of humans. They went to Ollivanders after, and Harry hoped Salazar, or Merlin indeed, got his fake wand here. Harry decided to let Hope go first. It took her about 30 minutes to find her wand. A unicorn hair core with Hollywood. Protective and easy, Harry mused to himself. Salazar had taught him some wand lore after he made his wand. Unicorn hair is a very good core for your average wizard, while Holly shows protectiveness. The core is almost impossible to turn dark, but I don't think I would have to worry about that with you, would I? Ollivander asked, and while Hope looked slightly offended, she shook her head that no, she wouldn't turn dark. Mr. Potter, it's your turn. Harry stepped forward and sighed. This was going to be a long process. The first hour, none of the wands bonded with him. Of course they didn't. He already had a wand that was bonded to him. That wand was currently shaking in his pocket. Is he a squib? Lily asked silently, and Harry scowled and made sure to blast magic with the next wand he held. Ollivander smiled. That answers that question. That was a little more than what a squib could do. So, why didn't he have a wand that bonded with him yet? Hope asked, sounding impatient. I have a feeling your brother here is special. Wait, I know. A man came told me that this wand would only match with one certain wizard, Ollivander said. I wanted to refuse, but this combination, I just couldn't refuse it. So I took it and decided to wait for the right person. Harry nodded, looking at the box in Ollivander's hand. I do have to warn you. I have not once felt magic come from this wand. I can't explain how because I know it is magical, saw so with my own eyes. Ollivander said. Of course Sal or Merlin had somehow convinced the wand, which literally had no magical core and was just a piece of wood, so he could keep his wandless magic on a high level, was magical and for a special person. This wand had 2 cores, Phoenix Feather and Horned Serpent Horn, which alone is special. But the wood is also one I don't use a lot. It is made from pine wood, which usually means that the wizard is an independent person, usually seen as lonely because they're mysterious. What do the cores mean? Lily asked, and Ollivander explained quickly that Phoenix Feather usually is picked by a wizard who has a great potential in any type of magic, and that it's usually really picky. Horned Serpent Horn is a harder one, though, because it usually only picks Parseltongue speakers. Okay, so let's see. James said. Once again, that weird look on his face, suspicion, Harry realized. Ollivander opened the box, and Harry almost laughed when he saw the wand without magic, which was an exact copy of the one he had in his pocket right now. He was still proud of the snakes he made at the bottom, and he was just admiring the wand when his sister told him to just pick it up already. Fine, Harry rolled his eyes and picked up the wand, making sparks appear with a bit of easy wandless magic. The wand always chooses the wizard, Ollivander whispered with a surprised look. James and Lily paid and left the store, Hope following them out. They seemed to not like him very much right now. Maybe because his wand was more special than the Chosen One's wand? And why the hell did they pay after giving him money to pay for himself? Well, he wasn't going to complain. Oh, young Harry, the man who gave me this wand told me to give this to the wizard the wand chooses. Ollivander said. He got handed a little piece of paper, rolled up and closed with a certain sticking charm Rowena liked to use, and decided it was probably better to read it later when his family wasn't waiting for him impatiently in front of the shop. He thanked Ollivander and walked to his family. When he was finally outside with his family, his mom and dad told Hope to go to Madame Malkin's and some other stores with him while they got their potion kits. They told Harry and Hope that they expected them back at the entrance of Diagon Alley in 2 hours. So Harry got dragged away by his little sister to a clothing store. Entering the store, Madame Malkin walked towards them immediately. Hogwarts robes, dearies? Hope nodded. Yes, for me, my usual measurements. Harry still needs to have his measurements taken. Madame Malkin nodded, searching for Hope's measurements. Meanwhile, Hope looked at Harry. Mom and Dad told me that you also have to buy some wizarding clothes instead of wearing just muggle clothing. She once again looked at Harry's clothing with disgust. Harry wanted to protest. He had wizarding clothes already, but then he realized the clothing style probably changed a lot the past few centuries. And so he was picking out colors and materials in which Hope would order robes and other clothing for him while his measurements were taken. Seriously, green? That's awfully Slytherin. Hope scrunched her nose and Harry laughed. It's my eyes, dear sister of mine. Still, you should pick red instead. I mean, all the Potters are Gryffindors. No, Hope. I'm taking a mix of blues, greens, and some black and gray. Deal with it. Hope looked like she wanted to protest, but just nodded, and started to fill out a sheet with everything Harry would need in the chosen colors. Harry was secretly glad that Hope didn't decide to pick colors for him. She obviously had no idea what colors fitted someone's appearance. And he totally made that assumption based on the red dress Hope was wearing, which totally clashed with the red color of her hair. Okay, time to take your measurements, Mr. Potter, Madame Malkin stated when she walked back into the room, motioning for Harry to follow her. In the room he got lead into there was a blonde boy. He was also getting his measurements taken, but when the boy saw him he gasped, making his mother tell him to be respectful. Mom, that's the Lost Potter. He heard the boy whisper. They finally got their heads cleared up and took him back. Draco, stop being so disrespectful. his father said, and Harry noticed that the boy, Draco, put up a pure-blood mask, a mask he himself was also wearing. Salazar had spent ages teaching him how to get a good mask. "It's fine, sir. I understand," he's surprised. I myself was surprised that my parents even wanted me back," Harry said with a shy voice, quickly adding, "Not that they pay a lot of attention to me. My sister is their little star." His voice sounded bitter now, and he had to be careful before he spilled too much of how he was really feeling. "Oh, you poor child," Mrs. Malfoy said. Harry could spot a Malfoy in any crowd. Somehow the family still looked somewhat like their ancestors in the Founder's time. "It's fine, ma'am. I don't think they'll be happy with me after my sorting. Anyways, so maybe it'll be easier on all of us if they don't really care about me now," Harry said, talking about how he really felt for the first time in a while. "And why would that be?" the boy asked, obviously wondering what house Harry thought he was going to be sorted in. "Well, everyone I know tells me I will probably be in Slytherin," Harry said, sounding really happy with the fact that Slytherin was probably going to be his house. Salazar's portrait was in the common room, and of all the Founders, he probably missed Sal the most. "A Potter in Slytherin? How special," Mr. Malfoy said, and Harry grinned. "Well, sir, maybe it would have been different if they had actually tried to raise me themselves." "You are right," Draco said, and then walked towards Harry. "So what do you say? Want to break another family rule and be the first Potter in a while to befriend a Malfoy?" He extended his hand, and Harry smiled. "I'd be honored to, and I do love breaking my family's rules," Harry said, and Draco smiled when Harry took his hand. "Okay, Mr. Malfoy, we have your robes ready," Madame Malkin said, and Draco nodded, saying goodbye to Harry before walking to the front of the shop with his parents. After that, it went pretty quickly. Harry got his measurements taken, and Madame Malkin told them to come back in half an hour, so they went to Flourish and Blot's next. Inside the store, Hope didn't give Harry a lot of time to look around for interesting books. Instead, just walking to the front counter and ordering 2 sets of first-year course books. Her excuse was that he had spent too long at Madame Malkin, and they didn't have a lot of time anymore. However, Harry knew that she probably just hated everything that had something to do with reading. "Okay, so where to next?" Harry asked his sister, but couldn't find her when he looked around. God damn it, Hope. Harry had never quite used wizard cursing words, finding it weird to curse with Merlin's pants after being partially raised by the man. So instead he used muggle curse words like Rowena and Godric had done, and even Salazar sometimes. Helga had always been strictly against cursing, to the point where she would get angry when anyone cursed with Harry close by. That was the day that Sal started cursing in Parseltongue, much to Harry's amusement. "Oh!" Harry half-shouted, and then he heard a soft, "I'm here," from the direction of a group of redheads. Weasleys, Harry realized. Just like the Malfoys, they hadn't changed a lot from their ancestors. He walked towards the group and saw Hope standing with a boy that was slightly taller than she was. "Okay, so this is my little brother Harry," Hope said, and Harry had the urge to mutter, "older," but decided against it. He looked around the group once and noticed a few things immediately. Salazar and Helga had spent hours teaching him how to read people in a group or alone. Salazar had mostly done it because it was a handy skill, especially in a world full of pure-blood masks. Helga, however, thought that being able to read people made it easier to befriend them, notice when they need help. Despite their difference in reason, they teamed up to teach Harry everything they knew about reading people after even one quick look. The first thing he noticed is that the one that looked the oldest now obviously wasn't used to being the oldest child. He looked nervous, like he didn't quite know how to act around his siblings anymore. This meant that there was at least one older child. The second thing he noticed was that there was a big drift between the younger two and the others. The mom seemed to spend more time watching the younger ones and generally seemed closer with them. The middle two, twins, seemed to be totally apart from their family. Obviously, something happened to this family. "Harry," Hope snapped, and Harry looked at her. "Yeah, I've been calling your name for the past 2 minutes. Are you okay?" Hope asked, and Harry nodded. So Hope continued, "I wanted to introduce you to the Weasleys." Harry nodded again to get Hope to continue. "Okay, so this is my best friend Ron Weasley, and that's his younger sister, Ginny Weasley. The twins over there are Fred and George, and the oldest right now is Percy. Our older brothers Dash are in Romania and Egypt Dash right now," the twins said, and Harry nodded, not even weirded out by the twins' speak. Their mother seemed to find it irritating, though, telling them to stop. Deciding it was probably better to change the subject back to what they were talking about, Harry asked, "So who's Fred and who's George?" Making both the twins look up in surprise, and Ron mutter, "What does it matter? No one knows the difference between them anyways. They look pretty different to me. Maybe if you'd actually try, you would see it too," Harry said before he could stop himself. He had seen a quick flicker of hurt in the twins' eyes, and suddenly the distance between them and their family made sense. Harry knew how they felt, being in pretty much the same situation. And he had not told a lie. The twins were pretty different. It was mostly the face shape and body language that made them look different. He had to give the family that their features were pretty similar. "I'm George," one of the twins said, and the other one nodded. They sounded serious enough, even if their mom protested that they were joking. "Nice to meet you, everyone," Harry finally said, but no one beside the oldest three decided to pay him any attention anymore. He sighed, "Hope, we still have to get pets, an owl or something." Hope's eyes lit up. "Right. We should probably go. I'll see you in the train, Ron." Then she grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him towards the magical menagerie. When they entered, Hope let go of him, immediately going towards the owls. Harry, however, went towards the snakes, not quite finding what he wanted. There seemed to be a lot of smaller snakes, the ones you would find in a field with high grass. The hissing was very loud, and not all of them were necessarily intelligent. It was kind of annoying, hearing snakes whisper threats into his ears. That was until he saw a snake that seemed to whisper, "Please, shut up. You're not scaring him. Stupid hatchlings." Harry chuckled. "I like you." The snake looked up, surprised. "A speaker? Of course you would like me. I'm amazing." "I'm sure you are, and you're quite beautiful too." The snake looked like either a boa or a python, but one look at his teeth and belly scales told him differently. Salazar had taught him everything he needed to know about identifying snakes, but still he wasn't sure about this one. The scales and teeth signaled that this snake was venomous. Pythons and boas aren't venomous. "So pray tell what you are. You look like a python or boa. Yet not any snake of these kind are venomous like you obviously are." Harry hissed, and the snake gave him a look. "I'm magical. I am indeed a boa, but the not venomous rule doesn't really apply to us magical snakes." "Perfect. Would you be okay if I took you with me?" Harry asked, and the snake nodded. "Anything to get out of here." He took the snake with him before walking to the owls, spotting his sister petting a brown owl. "That's a pretty one," he said, and his sister nodded. "Yeah, I think she's the one I'm getting." Harry nodded. Before he saw a snow-white owl in the corner of his eyes, it was such a pretty owl. He walked towards it and was about to reach out when he got stopped. "Watch out. She bites," a shop assistant said, and Harry totally ignored them, reaching out to pet the owl, and the owl let him. "Or she doesn't," the assistant said, and Harry chuckled. "I'll take her," he said, and the assistant nodded and then noticed the snake on his arm. "You will also take him?" "Yeah, both of them." The assistant nodded, and when Hope joined them, Harry also paid for her. They left the shop, Hope not noticing the snake that Harry was hiding, currently in his pocket, with an extension charm on it. "We should probably go back to get our robes now," Harry said, and Hope nodded. They told their owls to go to Potter Manor and went back to Madame Malkin's. Finishing their business there pretty quickly, they got their robes and paid. Madame Malkin's shrunk the bags for them, and after that they went to the entrance of Diagon Alley, meeting their mom and dad there, who were already waiting for them there. "You got everything?" James asked, and Hope nodded. He didn't even look at Harry for his answer before saying, "Good. We can visit our friend now to see what core you have, Harry." Harry nodded, knowing that this was probably the start of ruining the last part of the relationship he still had with his parents. They would hate his gray core. "She lives pretty close to here, so we can walk," Lily said, and Hope groaned, but followed her mom. Harry and James also followed, walking in a sort of tense silence. James kept looking at Harry with a weird look. It made Harry nervous. This continued the whole way to the house of Lily's friend, where they knocked on the door, and Lily explained what they came for. "Oh, of course, come in," the friend said cheerfully. "So this is Harry?" James nodded, and the witch continued. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Harry. I'm Megan, and magic gave me the gift of magical sensitivity. It means I can see your magic, see if your core is light, gray, or dark. I want to say that whatever kind your core ends up being, it doesn't mean that you are good or evil. That's for you to decide and has nothing to do with your magical core." James scowled. "I'm not accepting a dark wizard as son." Megan looked at James' side. "Leave this room, then." I'm not going to have you disown your son because of his core. Harry smiled at Meghan and said, "It's okay, he can stay." Having the urge to add, "It wouldn't be the first time they left me behind for something that isn't even my fault." "Okay, we're ready," Lily said, though she too was looking at Harry with a weird kind of suspicion now. Meghan nodded, closing her eyes, and when she opened them, her first light gray eyes seemed to glow white. It was the first time Harry noticed how the woman looked. He had been too focused on his parents finding out about his core. The woman was wearing a loose white dress. She had curly black hair that stopped right above her shoulders, and soft freckles were spread over her dark skin. She had a small tattoo on her bare shoulder. It seemed to be a star constellation. Harry couldn't see which one it was, though. She looked like a goddess, really. She looked at Harry and gasped. "I've never seen anything like this before." And Harry smirked. He knew that only he and Voldemort had a core like this. "What?" Lily asked her friend. "It's gray, so gray. It's something I've always believed to be impossible. Every wizard's magic has one type that it prefers, and a gray core usually means being close to gray, but still having one kind that your magic slightly favors. Harry's magic doesn't seem to favor anything, though. He's perfectly gray," Meghan explained, her eyes glowing a bit brighter than before. James looked at Harry and just shook his head. "A gray core? Yes, it's perfect. Your son will be able to do any kind of magic with ease. Well, as easy as magic can get. He also won't have the symptoms from casting the wrong kind of magic for long periods of time, like sickness. Yeah, I remember casting one dark spell and getting really sick," Lily said, and James looked at her with a questioning look. She shrugged. "It was war. Dumbledore had taught me the spell. It wasn't illegal or anything, so I just tried." James accepted her answer, knowing that Dumbledore only taught his wife for her safety. "That was, however, when I didn't know anything about cores yet," Lily added, and James was once again reminded that Lily was a Muggle-born. "Can we go home now? I am bored." Hope whined, and Lily nodded. "Of course we can," not even bothering to really end the conversation she was in. She did, however, quickly say goodbye to Meghan and then walked out, James following her in hope. Harry was about to follow, but instead decided to turn around and thank Meghan properly, because his parents obviously hadn't. "Thank you for doing this," Harry said, and Meghan smiled. Her eyes were back to normal now. "It's quite all right, Harry, may I call you that? It was an honor to see a core like yours. I'm sorry that your dad reacted the way he did." "Yeah, you can call me Harry." "About my dad, that's fine. I honestly suspected it. He's been kind of weird the whole day, and well, dash. It's your first day back with them." Meghan finished his sentence, and Harry nodded. "Yeah, it is. The Potters. Well, they aren't that popular. Half of the wizarding world loves them. Hope especially, of course. Most of us pure bloods haven't forgiven them for giving away their child, though," Meghan said, and Harry nodded. "I remember most of it. The night they decided to give me away, I pretend I don't because it's easier. I still remember Sirius and Remus leaving them, telling them that this was the end of their friendship if they gave me away. Yeah, they were still really angry about it. They can't wait to see you at Hogwarts," Meghan said, and Harry just had to ask, "You know them?" "Yeah, we're pretty close. I used to never pick sides, not really caring about the fight between light and dark magic, but I, like a lot of others, never forgave the Potters for giving you away, even though I didn't stop being friends with Lily. You made me side with the dark wizards more, and because of that, Sirius sought me out. He's been coming here weekly ever since." "I made you pick the dark side?" Harry asked, honestly surprised. "You did. The dark side isn't just Voldemort. Well, it used to be. Now it's just everyone who hates Dumbledore, and most of them also hate the Potters. Well, my core is gray, but favors dark magic, so if I had to fight, I would have probably picked the dark side anyways. The light side has been passing all kinds of laws against dark creatures and magic, even if they don't harm anyone. It's unacceptable." Harry looked at the witch in front of him. "Thank you for being honest about this war. It's hard to find information that isn't biased." "It's my pleasure. It was nice meeting you, but you should probably join your family now." And she was right. The Potters were waiting impatiently in front of the house. Harry nodded. "Can I come to you if I were to have questions about this war?" he asked. He finally found a trustworthy information source, and Meghan honestly seemed nice. She nodded. "Yeah, call me anytime." "Thank you," he said, and then he joined his family outside. It honestly felt nice to meet a not judging grown-up in this time. but it made him miss the founders even more. Finally, Hope said, and Lily grabbed his arm and operated both of them without warning him. That honestly wasn't a nice feeling. Dinner will be served at 7. Before that, you're free to do what you want. Lily said, and he nodded. Ask a house elf to lead you to your room. James asked, and then they both just left, leaving Harry alone with Hope, who rolled her eyes and said, You can call Nimsy. She's one of the Potter elves. Harry nodded. Thank you. Hope left without saying another word. Harry called for Nimsy, who led him to his room. He dropped some of the bags, which he had shrank before they had met up with their parents, and finally got his snake out of his pocket. Sorry, he hissed, and the snake just responded with, I've been through worse, and then slithered up his arm to wrap himself around Harry's neck. Harry accepted the answer, not questioning the snake about it. Instead, he sat down on his bed and pulled out the note from Merlin that Ollivanders gave to him. Hello, Harry. So when I went to the future to make sure your wand would be at Ollivanders, I found out a little fact you would probably like to know. Turns out that the phoenix that gave you your feather for your wand only lost one other feather that was also made into a wand. That wand has a phoenix feather core, and the wood used is you. The current owner is Tom Marvolo Riddle, or Voldemort, whatever you want to call him. I don't know what this means, but it might have something to do with that night. Make sure you find my portrait soon. Merlin. Harry just stared at the note, and then started to laugh at how ridiculous this situation is. Of course, the Dark Lord had not only the same type of core, but also from the exact same phoenix. This only happens to him. He would have to look at what it meant to share a core made from the same animal. Finally, something new he could learn. But for now, he would ignore this situation and instead wait till he met Voldemort. Maybe the man had answers. Instead, he decided he should call for Nimsy again and ask her to lead him to the Ollery. He wanted to check if the owl was okay with being called Hedwig. Talking about names, he still had to come up with a name for his snake. Coming up with names sucked. Do you have a name? Harry asked the snake, who answered no. The snake was a black boa, and with the right light, he had a blue glow. Harry thought about names that fitted either how the snake looked or how he acted. He was so bad at this. Loki. He hissed, and the snake hissed, not even saying anything. I'll take that as a no. Harry laughed. He hadn't expected the snake to like that. What about Ebony? That's a pretty easy name. I like it. The snake. Ebony hissed back. You're literally named after wood. Harry said, and Ebony replied, I like wood. Well, I like trees, and they're made from wood, so. Harry imagined Ebony would shrug if he had shoulders. Right, Harry said, and then he decided to finally go to his owl, Hedwig. Hedwig seemed to like his name, and just like that, his first day back was spent. Soon he would be back at Hogwarts, back at home. He couldn't wait. Chapter in notes. Am I the only one who's obsessed with Heartstopper RN? I've literally spent 3 whole days making different edits about this fucking show. I am totally 1000% fucking obsessed with. Okay, BWL Au. Hogwarts. Chapter summary. Harry meets new people and goes back home. Chapter notes. When I was writing, I was going for 5K words. It's now 9.4K words. Oh, and I totally forgot August is a month, so I had to add that part last moment. Oops. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry had to spend 1 month with his parents and Hope. He totally forgot about the fact that August was also a month, and since he returned at the 31st of July, he would have to spend the whole month in this house. Harry spent the first 2 days avoiding everyone who could possibly come over to their home, like Ron and Molly Weasley. He also avoided his own parents and Hope, only joining them for meals, but even then he wouldn't talk to them. Today, the 3rd of August, was different though. When Harry sat down for dinner, his mom looked at him and said, You know how we picked you up at your birthday? Harry nodded, not bothering answering. Surprised she even remembered that it had been his birthday too. Well, since we couldn't have a party for Hope then, we decided to have on in a couple of days, the 7th to be exact. You will be there. That means no hiding in your room. Lily said, and Harry nodded, not showing any emotion on his face. Who did you guys invite? Harry asked, and James said, the Weasleys, Longbottoms, Diggory, Amelia, and Susan Bones, and some others. Harry snorted. Right, no, dark, pure-blood families. Is Megan coming? I have some questions about my core. James raised an eyebrow, but Lily nodded. I did invite her, so she'll probably try to show up. Okay, fine. And are all the Weasleys coming? I met some of them in Diagon Alley a few days ago. Harry asked, and Lily smiled. I'm glad you're not throwing a fit about this. I suppose that most of them will be here. I don't know about Bill and Charlie, but the past few years they did show up. Harry nodded once again, and then turned back to eating. Lily and James started talking about what kind of decoration Hope wanted for her birthday, and Harry honestly wanted to leave as soon as possible. When he did finish eating, he looked at his family, who once again pretended he didn't exist, so he took that as a sign he was free to leave. 2 days later, Harry went to Diagon Alley on his own for the first time. Draco had asked if he wanted to meet up with the boy, and Harry agreed immediately. Draco had warned him that his parents would be there. Harry had just told him it was fine. It wasn't like his parents were coming, or that they would even notice he was gone. So now he was standing outside some fancy restaurant. He had decided to not tell too much to Draco yet, not talking about the dark or light side, just about more standard subjects. After all, he wasn't sure how his parents would react if Harry just casually mentioned that he was planning to bring back their lord. He walked into the restaurant and got led to the place Draco and his parents were sitting. Mrs. Malfoy smiled at him politely. "We almost thought you wouldn't show up. I had to wait till my parents finished talking about how great Hope is." Harry rolled his eyes. "I don't think they even know I'm here right now. Not that I didn't tell them, they just don't bother listening." He sat down with every bit of grace that a pure-blood heir should be. "I am glad to get the chance to leave the house. I've been meaning to come back here, but I never quite had a reason to do so. Is there anywhere you would like to go specifically? We could show you around," Draco said. With the excitement of a little child, Harry inclined his head. "Actually, I've been searching for a certain book on wands that I can't quite find here. I suppose I should look in Confronting Alley for it." He paused. "Unless you don't want to take me to there. I've heard stories about it, though I've never actually been there." Total lie. Confronting Alley had been Salazar's favorite shopping place, though back then it didn't quite have the bad reputation it has now. "Oh dear. What would a boy like you need from Confronting Alley?" Mrs. Malfoy asked, though she got interrupted by their food arriving. Turns out the Malfoys ordered for him. He didn't know what they ordered from him, even after seeing it, but Draco smirked and said, "Just try it." Harry decided he liked it before turning back to Mrs. Malfoy. "Well, Mrs. Malfoy, there's something with my wand that I was wondering about. I've never heard of it before, and I pretty much master wand lore. I just need answers." "Something's wrong with your wand?" Draco asked, surprised, and Harry shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I can deal with it. I'm just curious." "So, what is this problem you're having?" Mr. Malfoy asked, and Harry sighed. "My wand. Well, it has a phoenix feather as core, but the phoenix who gave my feather gave one other feather, and I know who has the other feather, but I don't know what it means." "That's not something heard of. 2 wands from the same animal," Mr. Malfoy said, and Harry nodded. "I know. That's why I want to know what it means, but I don't think there would be books about it here." "You're probably right about that. We will take you to Confronting Alley," Mr. Malfoy decided, and Harry thanked him before returning to his food, eating as quick as he could while still with the manners of a pure-blood. First impressions matter, after all. They finished lunch pretty fast and went to Confronting Alley immediately afterwards. Mr. Malfoy, Lucius, Harry found out, led them to Borgin and Burke's. They had a big book selection in the back of the store. Harry looked at all the books and decided to not buy anything beside the book he needed. He would come back here sometime, but it was too risky to have dark arts books while living with the Potters. He searched the place, asking Draco to help him find a book on wands, but it took a while. "Can I help you?" a man asked. The man had been looking at him for a while and probably decided he was taking too long. He was, after all, a young boy with no parents around. Lucius and Narcissa were looking at other items in the shop. "Actually, yes. I was wondering if you had books on wand lore. More specifically, cores from the same animals," Harry said, and the man raised an eyebrow. Why would a young boy need such a book? Harry immediately knew this was a good place to go. The answer told him that there was a book with answers here. He had, of course, thought it would be here. He had seen a book like that when he was still at the Founders, and for some reason he felt a weird pull on his magic. But back then he ignored it. "Oh, how rude of me," Harry said sarcastically. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Harry Potter." He smiled at the man, who was now gaping at him. "And I've recently found out that my wand has a twin wand, as people like to call it. From the same animal?" The man asked him. Harry looked at him, amused. "I do believe that is what twin wands mean, yes." "Oh, of course. Let me get the book," the man said and hurried away. Draco looked at Harry. Why did he react like that? "It's really rare for someone to have a twin wand. I'm not sure what it means. I'm also the lost Potter wandering around Confronting Alley." "Fair." Draco snorted, and Harry turned back to the man, who came hurrying back with the book in his hand. I do believe this is the book you were looking for. Harry took the book, feeling the same pull as he had years ago. He nodded. Yes, it is. Thank you, sir. The book costs 10 galleons. The man said, it's a rare book. Harry nodded. 10 galleons was about 50 pounds. Honestly cheaper than he thought it would be. He grabbed the money his parents had given him, of which he had almost spent nothing, because both his parents and Hope had paid for a lot of his school supplies. Here you go, he said, handing the man the money. The man nodded, and Harry and Draco joined Narcissa and Lucius. Found what you were looking for? Narcissa asked, and Harry nodded, holding up the book. Good. Now I was thinking we go back to Diagon Alley and just walk around for a bit before going back home. Narcissa said, and everyone agreed. Diagon Alley was probably safer for two 11-year-old boys. 2 days later, Harry woke up, and the whole house was decorated. Right birthday, he muttered to himself. Instead of eating downstairs, he called Nimsy to bring him food to his room. The elf made him some quick breakfast, and he ate while reading the book about wands. The wand chooses the wizard, yet it's possible that a second-hand wand works perfectly. For years, we thought that this could only happen because of reincarnation, but sometimes two people in the same time can use the same wand, or at least the same core. Every core is different, and it can be that one thestral heir does bond with you, while another one doesn't. Cores have their own wills, and that's generally why we only make one wand per animal. Even if we get a second feather from a phoenix, we usually only use one of the two feathers. Sometimes something goes wrong, and two people end up having a core from the exact same animal. We call these wands twin wands. While there are many possible reasons for this, the most popular theory is that the two wizards are soulmates, having a similar faith. Some might meet, others won't. Another theory is that it depends on your background. Having a similar childhood can make people similar in a mental way. Twin wands have only been seen a couple of times in history, and everything we know about them are just theories, since we don't have a lot of examples to study. Harry frowned. This didn't say a lot. Though the soulmate part might signal in him being a Horcrux, the founders had warned him that he might be one, since Voldemort's soul was so unstable when he attacked Harry. Harry, come downstairs? James shouted. Harry sighed, closing the book. He left his empty plate behind, knowing Nimsy would find it later. You have to greet the guests, James said when he was finally downstairs. Harry raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't Hope do that? She didn't want to, James said, and Harry groaned, but did walk towards the door, spending his first 30 minutes or so greeting a bunch of people he didn't know. Hey, Harry. He looked over and saw the twins and their family. Hey, Fred, he said, nodding towards Fred, who was currently standing on George's left. He saw that the two oldest brothers did show up today. You remembered, George said in surprise. The rest of the family looked just as surprised, especially the two oldest one, who hadn't been there when Harry basically promised he would remember the difference. Harry shrugged. I said I would. So you did. Fred smirked and Harry smiled. Now I know almost all of you. Please introduce me to the ones I don't know yet. This is our dear father, Arthur. George finished, and Harry looked at them in amusement. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Weasley, he said politely, and Arthur nodded while smiling, not responding because Fred and George were talking again. You've already met our dear brothers and sister Ginny, Ron, and Percy. Harry nodded, and then George said, and of course our mom, Molly Weasley. He looked over at the woman, who once again looked annoyed by their twin speak. Ron and Ginny also looked annoyed. Arthur and Percy just ignored it, and the older brothers seemed just as amused as Harry was. And then here are our older brothers Bill and Charlie Weasley. Fred finished and Harry nodded. Pleasure to meet you. Charlie, who Harry assumed was the second eldest. By the way, Bill kept looking over all the children like a sort of third parent. Smiled at him. Pleasure's all mine. Harry let them in and could finally join the party. The Weasleys had been the last ones to arrive. He sat down on one of the couches in a corner. He wasn't going to try to socialize with people who would all be in Hope's social bubble in school. Harry, he heard, and he looked up seeing Megan there. Hey, I heard you had some questions about your core. Harry smiled. Not actually about my core, more about the war. I have a feeling me and the Dark Lord are connected in some way, and I want to talk to the man, try to get answers and decide what to do then, but the man is currently not really alive. Oh, Megan said, slightly shocked, before smiling again. Well, I'll answer your questions. Harry waved his hand, making a privacy charm around them. Meghan raised an eyebrow at his subtle show of powerful magic, but then giggled. I really shouldn't be surprised after I read your core. Harry grinned at her. Well, I suppose it's better to start with the most logical question. What does the Dark Lord actually fight for? Meghan seemed to think for a moment. He was trying to secure our safety. Muggles are dangerous. While they don't have magic, they are creative. They made weapons that could easily kill our whole population in a single day. The Dark Lord saw these dangers and warned people about it. But our ministry, with influence from Dumbledore, decided it was better to make the wards that have been up for decades to protect us from Muggles weaker. They believe we can learn to live together as one big community. They don't see the Muggles as a threat. That's the reason why the Dark Lord became a Dark Lord and didn't just join the ministry. He could never show them how dangerous Muggles really are, so instead he decided to take over the ministry and do the work himself. But then he got insane because of his fear for death. Harry finished for her. She shot him a surprised look again, but nodded. He went totally crazy, turned into a madman who wanted to suddenly kill everyone who wasn't 100% pure blood. Fucking hypocrite. Harry muttered and Meghan laughed. Yeah, well, no one knows that he isn't one himself, though. You do, Harry said, and Meghan inclined her head. So do you. Harry smirked at her. She smirked right back. Then she said, You are an unusual 11-year-old. Harry shrugged. I've gotten that more often. Must be true, then. She said. Harry snorted. I actually have another question. If I were to, bring the Dark Lord back, would you like to be there? She looked at him in shock. You're what, Dash? I mean, nothing is certain yet, but I'm pretty damn sure I'll have found out how to bring him back at Halloween. I mean, if you wanted to be there, I would love to. I was never really totally dark like I told you. So now would be a good time to talk to the Dark Lord. Yes, the plan is to also make him sane, so that we won't have to deal with the insane creature on this planet anymore. Harry said, and Meghan nodded. Good thinking. I should probably go back to the grown-ups now. She rolled her eyes. Really? I don't understand how you deal being with your parents 24/7. I lock myself in my room. Harry answered and she laughed. Smart, I should try that the next time I'm here, just lock myself in a random room. Harry laughed. Good luck. She grimaced and walked away. Harry sighed and leaned back in the couch. He wasn't going to be social if his parents didn't force him. After all, he was at least present at Hope's party. It wasn't like they were also celebrating his birthday right now, so he didn't see a reason to be very social right now. Hey, Harrykins. Harry looked up to see the oldest 5 brothers of the Weasley family standing in front of him. He nodded at them in greeting. Can we join you? Bill asked, and Harry answered. Yeah, sure. All the brothers sat down, looking kind of awkward like they don't quite know what to say. Well, that was besides Fred and George. We couldn't help but notice that this whole party was for Hope. Charlie said carefully, and Harry raised an eyebrow. Wow. You guys deserve an award for noticing that. Charlie snorted. Is there a reason? Harry shrugged. My parents don't really like me, at least I don't think they do. Ever since I'm back here, we've just ignored each other, to the point where I was gone a whole day, and they didn't even notice. The only reason I'm here is so they can keep images up of being the perfect little family who took their poor abandoned child back. Harry laughed bitterly. I suppose they did, but not because they really wanted to. Harry was glad he hadn't took down the privacy charm he put around his area earlier. He wouldn't have to show off his magic in front of all these Weasleys, but he could still talk about his situation without anyone hearing. That's actually not that surprising, Bill said, trying to find the words to not hurt Harry's feelings, but also wanting to explain how the Potters had said multiple times that they were happier with just Hope. I know, Harry sighed. I suppose I shouldn't tell this to a bunch of strangers, but whatever. I remember everything. What? Everything from that night. Even from before then. I suppose my first active memory is when Sirius gave me my first child broom. He smiled. My parents hated the thought, but I absolutely loved it. The whole day I sat on that baby thing. I could pretty much fly before I could walk. Hope hated it. That first day, all her attention was gone, to make sure I didn't crash. How old were you? George asked, and Harry shrugged. About 6 months? I'm not sure. Can I trust you guys with something I've told no one? I think it would be nice for someone to know, and my magic has pretty much been telling me I can trust you guys. Because trust like this could only come from his own magic telling him that these 5 were okay. Even Percy, the more silent one, who he hadn't really heard talk yet, could be trusted. If you want to. Charlie answered easily. Harry thought the man was probably the best at dealing with situations like this. He had been talking the most ever since they sat down. Hope everyone's savior, Harry laughed. But she's not even the girl who lived. Voldemort didn't even look at her twice when he felt my power. The Weasleys gaped. Harry just laughed. Everyone will believe Albus Dumbledore the moment he says something, but I remember Voldemort standing above my crib, apologizing about the fact he was about to kill me, telling himself he was going crazy for talking about a baby. I even laughed at him. Harry said, "It's so surreal and no one will believe me." But Voldemort never gave a shit about hope. "But the scar dash," Percy said, speaking up for the first time. The curse reflected. Harry showed his own scar, hidden under his hair. "It's the wand movement of the killing curse," he said. I believe you, but this is the craziest thing I've heard in a while," Bill said, and Harry shrugged, smirking slightly. "You're welcome." After Hope's birthday, Harry's break was boring. He still had 3 weeks. In these 3 weeks, he read a lot and decided that he probably had Voldemort's twin wand because in some weird way their magic blended that night. He just wasn't ready to admit that he had a piece of Voldemort's soul in him. He also read all his course books through multiple times, remembering all the spells he had to learn this year and already practicing them. He could use his normal wand and wand without core as well as normal wandless magic. Since the trace latches into the core of a wand, he could use all of them. Salazar hadn't put a trace on his real wand, and his fake wand couldn't possibly have one. Wandless magic, of course, didn't have a trace either way. Harry actually managed to keep himself busy with magic until the night before going to Hogwarts. He totally forgot about having to visit Gringotts and decided he would do that somewhere in his Christmas break. While falling asleep, all he could think about was how it would feel to be home again. The next morning was chaotic to say the least. Hope, unlike her brother, didn't pack anything yet. She was running around the house the whole morning to make sure she had everything while Harry just quietly sat at the table, eating his pancakes, which was their goodbye breakfast. He had been hiding Ebony in his pocket again, much to the annoyance of said snake, but he knew his family would probably try to kill him if they found out about him. So instead, he kept him in his pocket, at least until he was in the train. He had already sent Hedwig to Hogwarts, telling her he would be there in a few hours. She had nibbled his finger before flying away. Well, it wasn't really goodbye, Harry mused. After all, his whole family was going to be at Hogwarts, and he would finally see Siri and Remus again. He couldn't wait. When Hope was finally ready, they flooded to the platform, and they were just on time. Hope left him to look for Ron immediately, and his parents didn't even bother saying anything. So instead, he walked onto the train trying to find Draco or the Weasley twins. Either would be fine. He went past a lot of compartments and eventually found Draco. He was sitting in a compartment with 2 other boys and a girl. "Hey, can I sit with you?" he asked Draco, who nodded and made place for him. Even though these compartments were obviously made for 4 persons, not 5 or more. Harry waved his hand and made the compartment larger. It was a simple enlargement charm, one of the first the founders taught him. "What dash," the girl said, and Harry chuckled. He wasn't going to bother hiding his skills when he was probably going to expose himself in the first few weeks anyways. His real secrets, like him wanting to help Voldemort, only to talk to him about his ideas, would be kept secret. "Wandless magic has always been my talent." Harry shrugged and Draco seemed to snap out of his shock. "Pansy, Blaise, Theo, this is Harry Potter," he said, and Harry nodded at them. "Nice to meet you." Blaise, who had been silent the whole time, even at his casual show of wandless magic, spoke up now. "The Lost Potter, huh?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. Smirking, he added, "Are Mommy and Daddy okay with you sitting with us, dark wizards?" He saw that Draco was about to tell Blaise off, but Harry just laughed. "Honestly, I don't really care what they think about me sitting here." "You're different than I expected you to be," the other boy Theo said. "If you expected me to clung to my little sister after they abandoned me for her, no, I'm not really a big fan of them. Honestly, I try to give Hope a chance, and she has moments where she's nice, but overall I can't deal with spending too much time with them," Harry said casually, as if he didn't just admit he didn't like his family. "I feel like you're going to make this year more interesting," Draco said, and Harry chuckled. "I'd sure hope so. After all, the drama I'm going to create at the sorting will be enough." "Harry here thinks he's going to get sorted into Slytherin," Draco explained to the confused looks of the other 3, and Harry nodded. "I don't think I'm going to get sorted into Slytherin. I know I'm going to get sorted into Slytherin." Then he looked around and added, "Talking about snakes? Any of you really scared of them?" When all of them shook their head, Harry finally freed Ebony from his pocket. "This is Ebony. He's still a child. In a few months, I won't be able to hide him in my pocket anymore." "You have a snake?" Pansy asked, and Harry rolled his eyes. "No, this is just a human I transfigured into a snake. Obviously, I have a snake." "Don't bully the humans too much. You might need them later." Ebony hissed, and Harry laughed, stroking the snake. "Did he just understand the snake?" Blaise whispered, more to himself than to the rest, but Harry nodded. "Yeah, you'll find that I have a lot of secrets. I'm not going to bother hiding too much. It gets tiring, and I believe that I can trust you guys, or well, more like I can make you guys regret it if you show me that I can't trust you." Harry smirked, and the others believed him immediately. It's not like he really cared if the secret about him being able to speak Parseltongue got spread anyways. "See, that's better, Speaker. I always say, everyone can be trusted with enough threatening." The snake hissed, and then he looked down. "Sometimes the stupid ones still betray you, though. Be careful." "I will, don't worry, O wise one," Harry responded sarcastically. All the others looked at him with surprise, but quickly slipped their masks back on. Harry laughed at their reactions. "You didn't think I could just understand the snake, did you?" He raised an eyebrow. "Well, it's weird to hear someone talk to a snake," Pansy said, and Harry supposed it was. After all, none of them could have seen this before. All of them were around his age, and the last known Parselmouth got, well, killed when he was only 1. He forgot that not everyone was used to him talking Parseltongue like the few students he took classes with in the past were. Him and Salazar liked talking in Parseltongue while walking through the long corridors of the castle. No one could hear what they were talking about. "I suppose that's true." Harry shrugged. The rest of the train ride was kind of boring. Harry ignored everyone, instead reading through his potion book. He was excited for potions. Over the years, a lot of new techniques were introduced after the Founder's time, so he would actually learn something. Salazar and him had loved experimenting with potions. They went from making better working numbing potions to trying to make a potion with a Crucio effect. Helga wasn't happy when Sal told her about that, but honestly, it was a learning experience. After a while, Pansy left their compartment to change in a different compartment, and so everyone started changing. Harry shook his head and instead used the spell Rowena had taught him. It changed your clothes, not quite transfiguring it, instead swapping it with other clothes in your possession. Harry remembered the day Rowena taught him that she had been quite insistent about the fact that he should master this spell. "Harry, please, just do your little hand wave thing and think of wearing these clothes instead of the ones you're wearing now." Rowena practically begged him. Harry just laughed. "I think my clothes are fine. Why do you want me to change them so bad?" "I don't want you to change them. I want you to master this spell before you try it in a train compartment and fail." Rowena explained, and she added. After Harry shot her a confused look, "Everyone always changes into their Hogwarts robes on the train. It's weird and takes too long. Mastering this avoids that." She looks disgusted at the thought of changing time, as Hogwarts students tend to call it. Harry just waved his hand, and the next thing he knew, he accidentally transfigured half of his clothes into the other robes Rowena wanted him to change into. "Okay, I might see why you wanted me to practice this," he admitted, slightly embarrassed. Rowena just laughed. "I'm glad." He spent the rest of the afternoon trying, until he finally mastered the spell. He silently thanked Rowena. He could see now why she wanted him to learn this spell, changing in these small. Even after Harry made it bigger, compartments just seemed chaotic, especially with 4 boys in one compartment. When Draco, Theo, and Blaise finally finished changing, Theo looked at Harry and said, "You were teaching us that spell." Harry shrugged. "I don't actually know the incantation or the wand movements. I can try, though." "How does wandless magic work?" Blaise asked. He always seemed to be the more curious one of the 3 boys. "It's like imagining something and then pushing your magic to do that thing you imagine," Harry explained, as if that made sense. "Anything is possible?" "Well, no, of course there are limits. However, you come pretty far to nothing being impossible with parcel magic." That was the moment Pansy walked back in, and they spent the rest of their time talking about what they expected to happen during the sorting ceremony. Harry giggled quietly to himself. It was still unbelievable that Alistair was the sorting system in this time. He had spent hours talking to Godric's creation. The hat was, surprisingly, quite good company, if not a little boring at times. Godric had loved the idea of a singing hat, so he spent hours teaching the hat how to write songs. He supposed in some way it made sense. It was the only real way to get the founder's input without portraits. And Harry was glad they didn't pick portraits because the fight between Godric and Salazar at his sorting would be too big. He would probably just tell them he wanted to be in Rowena's house, just in spite. He got pulled out of his musing by the train stopping. They actually arrived. Harry was almost home. The first thing he heard when he left the train was a voice shouting, "Fur's years over here. Fur's years over here. Are I there, Hope?" He looked to the creator of the sound and saw a big man. No way that he was human. Hugging an enthusiastic Hope. Of course, all the teachers would already know Hope. She was, after all, their little savior. Harry just shook his head. He didn't care what people thought about his family. He just wanted to find the founder's portraits. They followed the man down a path and eventually got a view of the castle. All the first years oohed at the sight, but Harry could only think that Hogwarts had seen better days. The castle, which admittedly still looked beautiful, also looked old and like it needed a big cleanup. He couldn't decide if he liked it or not, so instead he ignored it. Instead, he was trying to figure out with who he would sit in the little boats. Eventually, he got pulled into a boat by Hope. "You're not sitting with the slimy snakes," she whispered angrily, and then seemed to think for a moment before adding, "You're ruining my image." "I'm not ruining anyone's image," Harry said out loud. "If your image could be ruined by your brother befriending some people, then you might need to rethink this whole good image thing." Hope groaned. "Of course, you wouldn't understand. There's a reason why Mom and Dad dropped you off at some muggle's place." And for a second, she seemed genuinely convinced that he wouldn't understand, before he saw a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Harry smirked, quickly hiding it with his pure blood mask. "Of course, and I'm oh so sorry that happened. It was horrible being separated from you." His voice was dripping with sarcasm, and one of Hope's new friends gasped, "That's a low blow." Harry snorted, "You know what? How about this? You leave me alone, and I won't bother you either. We just pretend we don't know each other. People would hate me for ignoring you," Hope said, without any explanation. "Why is that?" "Because we already left you behind once. We can't have the blow of a second time of abandoning you. It would ruin the whole Potter image. You and your images. Is there anything you actually care about beside them?" Hope just huffed and didn't respond, fine with Harry. He was expecting being abandoned a second time very soon. Probably a few weeks after being sorted into Slytherin. After getting warned to put their heads down by Hagrid, Hope started talking with her friends, and Harry just sat in silence until they arrived. Walking into the Great Hall felt like coming home. There was really no other way to describe it. Because, while Harry hadn't really eaten a lot of meals here, he did spend a lot of his free time in this room. He would sit here practicing whatever he was focused on at the moment while all the other students followed their classes. Before they went into the Great Hall, some ghost had scared them, and Harry had greeted them with respect, especially when the Bloody Baron came. He didn't want to get into any trouble with that ghost. They were all following a woman, Minerva McGonagall. Harry remembered her from his time as a baby, to the front of the Great Hall. There on top of a chair was Alastair. Harry still thought the whole thing was hilarious. He also studied the teacher table and quickly spotted his parents. And then he also saw what looked like an older version of Sirius and Remus. Deciding to deal with that later, he just went back to looking at Alastair. He heard Hope's friend whisper something about the ceiling being bewitched to look like the sky, and Harry just smiled. Rowena had explained him the whole process and how many days it took her and Helga to finish it. Rowena had always been the founder who loved explaining difficult magic to him, while Salazar explained most questions about easier magic. Rowena had a way of explaining where anything just made sense. You just understood. It was great. You never feel stupid when she's talking with you. Her patience and skills at explaining make sure of that. When Alastair started singing, Harry just stopped thinking and listened. The hat honestly hadn't gotten any better, well, maybe a little bit better. His rhymes were better than before, but the lyrics still needed work. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge me on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me." And that last part was so obviously the intelligence and arrogance of Salazar, that he normally hid well, that Harry couldn't help but snort. "You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall. From the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on, and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. A big applause went through the room, and then McGonagall read the first name on her list. Abbott Hannah. The shy girl went to the front of the room and sat down on the chair. It took a bit, but then the hat shouted, Hufflepuff. The yellow table cheered, and the shy girl smiled while handing the hat back to McGonagall, quickly joining her new housemates. Bones, Susan. McGonagall called next, and the girl came to the front, a bit more confident than the girl before her. Hufflepuff. Another cheer from the yellow table. Bolt. Ravenclaw. This time the blue table cheered, and the boy smiled and joined his housemates. Brocklehurst Mandy. Ravenclaw. And once again the blue table cheered. She joined the boy, Terry. Like this, the first years got sorted. Lavender Brown became the first Gryffindor. Millicent Bulstrode became the first Slytherin, and then another boy got sorted in a Hufflepuff. Granger. Hermione. The girl who had earlier been sitting with his sister came to the front. Harry honestly expected her to go to Ravenclaw after hearing her talk about books for a full 10 minutes. But he also knew to not judge a book by its cover. So when the Sorting Hat shouted, Gryffindor, Harry just politely clapped for the girl. The next few who were sorted were Draco, Theo, Pansy, and two boys who Draco seemed to know. All of them went to Slytherin. After them, a pair of twins got sorted, who surprisingly got split up. Harry remembered how the founders always tended to leave twins together, because magical twins have a different sort of connection than Muggle twins. It seems like the Sorting Hat didn't care, though. He just split the twins up. The two girls seemed to be fine with it, though, so Harry wasn't going to complain about it. Some other people got sorted. Harry honestly stopped paying attention. He had been standing here for a while until it was just him and his sister and some other people. Potter Harry. He put his best pureblood mask on and walked towards the chair, looking every bit pureblood that Sal taught him to be. McGonagall smiled at him before handing him the hat. He nodded politely, and then Alistair was on his head. Hey, little one. The hat greeted and Harry smiled. He knew it must look dumb for everyone in the hall, smiling because he was talking to the hat, but he had honestly missed this stupid magical hat. Hey, your song's improved, Harry replied, and he heard the hat chuckle in his mind. Please, the old goat won't let me use my best ones. He practically wrote this text. Not having fun then? It was more fun before they used me as Sorting Hat, Alistair admitted, and Harry nodded. Makes sense. Honestly, what were they thinking? Using you? I mean, to be fair, I can break any occlumency spell, so it might have just been for that. Yours was harder to break than anyone else's, by the way. I sure fucking hope so. Sal taught me himself. Look, I love this little talk, but the people are starting to look worried. Can you sort me? Alistair laughed, and this time the whole hall heard it, and then he shouted, Slytherin. When everyone got over their shock of the Sorting Hat actually laughing out loud, some started clapping, while others went into another shock. A Potter had just been sorted into Slytherin. That was impossible. Harry looked at the teacher's table and sighed in relief when he saw both Sirius and Remus clap. They wouldn't hate him for this. He even met Sirius' eyes for a second, and for a second it looked like Sirius wanted to wave. Everything was going to be okay. He sat down next to Draco, ignoring the glares of his family. He knew they wouldn't like this and had prepared himself for the glares. Hope went up to the Sorting Hat and sat down. Gryffindor, Alistair shouted. Hope smirked at him, and he just ignored her, instead looking at the last few people getting sorted. Dean Thomas went to Gryffindor. Another girl, Lisa Turpin, went to Ravenclaw. And then it was Ron Weasley's turn. Harry was pretty sure he would join his brothers in Gryffindor. And he was right. Ron was easily sorted into Gryffindor. Blaise was the last one to get sorted and joined them in Slytherin, sitting down next to Pansy. The headmaster, Dumbledore, who he had been warned for multiple times by all the founders, stood up and started a speech, if you could even call it that. Welcome, he started, his blue eyes twinkling. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you. He sat down again, and all the tables, with the exception of most of the Slytherins started clapping and cheering. "The old coot's crazy," Harry muttered, but Draco heard him and snorted. "You got that one right. He's powerful, though. It might be handy for him to at least like you." Pansy pointed out, and Harry just shook his head. "He's the reason I got sent away. I'm not even going to try to pretend I like him." The Slytherins around him just stared at him, and he shrugged. "I remember everything." Then he grabbed some food, because he had missed Hogwarts food, and started eating. Harry studied the teacher's table while he was eating. He decided that he should be fine in most classes. None of the teachers seemed to have anything against him. Yet, he did feel a weird pull, like his magic was trying to blend with the magic of one of the teachers. And for a second, he remembered Merlin's classes. And it couldn't be right? The pull felt so similar as the pull he had to the book about wand lore. He had studied this for ages. But there was no way Voldemort was in the school, Harry told himself. He should stop being paranoid. It would make his job of talking to Voldemort easier, though. The teacher next to the man with the turban was a man with greasy black hair. The man was currently looking at Harry with a weird look. He looked like he didn't quite know what to think of Harry, and that made Harry nervous. After all, no one really knew him, right? Besides being the abandoned son of the Potters. "Who's the man next to Tulban Guy?" Harry asked, and Draco looked at him, surprised. "You don't know Snape?" "Obviously not. I've kind of been stuck in the Muggle world for the past 10 years. Harry muttered, and Blaise was the next one to look at him with a surprised look. "You mean you did the whole wandless magic thing in the compartments without any training?" Harry smirked. "Yeah, well, kind of some accidental magic, Dot." Then he turned back to Draco. "So who's Snape, and why has he been looking at me for the past few minutes?" "He has some history with both of your parents. James hated him, while he was Lily's best friend. He fell in love with your mom a while ago, but they had a fight in their 6th year, and Lily refused to speak to him afterwards, marrying James and getting pregnant with his child. He probably thinks you're like them, the other Potters." "How do you know all this?" Harry asked, and Draco shrugged. "He's my godfather. And he's the head of our house," Pansy added, and Draco nodded. "That too. Guess I'll just have to prove him wrong," Harry muttered, and then turned back to eating food and listening to the conversations around him. When everyone finished eating, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and all the food disappeared. He stood up and said, "Ahem, I must say another few things before sending you all off to bed." Catching everyone's attention. "Firstly, we have a few new teachers this year. Mr. and Mrs. Potter will be assisting Flitwick and McGonagall, taking over a few of the upper years classes. Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin will be teaching history, and Mr. Black will also be assisting McGonagall. And lastly, this year's defense against the dark arts teacher, Mr. Quirrell. I must also remind you all that the forbidden is exactly that, forbidden. Mr. Filch also asked me to remind everyone that no magic shall be used in the corridors between classes. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the 3rd floor corridor on the right side is out of bounds to everyone who doesn't want a very painful death." Harry snorted. Of course, Dumbledore would bring something dangerous into the school the exact year he and Hope went here. He looked over at his sister and saw her whispering with Ron and Hermione about something. Harry rolled his eyes. His sister would probably try to go to the 3rd floor corridor. Gryffindors. Godric himself had never passed up the chance to go somewhere dangerous. Not a single trace of self-preservation. He could only guess that his sister would act like that. The Sorting Hat had, after all, placed her in Gryffindor. "Now," Dumbledore clapped his hands. "Pick your favorite tune." And the whole school started singing, different speeds, tones, and well, different everythings. Some were finished after 30 seconds, while the slowest, the Weasley twins, only finished the song in a good 2 minutes. "Okay, bedtime. Off you trot." The 2nd to 7th years all stood up and started walking towards their common rooms. The 1st years, however, all gathered in front of some prefects who would show them where the common rooms were. Harry followed the Slytherin prefects silently, not commenting on how they could have taken a quicker route. He just followed the prefect and listened to the other 1st years talk. While listening to the 1st years, he got pulled in a conversation with Millicent and 2 other girls he hadn't noticed before, Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass. They talked about the charms that would have been used for the Great Hall. And while talking to them, Harry realized how accurate they were. Rowena had told him how they did most of the spell work. And just like that, he had befriended all the Slytherin 1st years, except Crabbe and Goyle, when they reached the Slytherin common rooms. The girl who had led them here walked, so she was standing in front of the small group of Slytherins. "Welcome to the Slytherin house. I'm Prefect Gemma Farley, and I'm here to tell you a bit about Slytherin. The first thing you should notice is that our common rooms is in the dungeon, and while many hate this at first, it has its advantages, one of them being the view into the lake. She pointed at a window. The giant squid loves to visit us. Also, now you're here, you should notice, after your sorting you might have noticed some people hate Slytherins. Our bad reputation come from many years of cunning leaders getting good connections to fight for the rights of a dark wizard. We are the house with the most dark wizards. Our cores are the darkest, but that doesn't mean there aren't other dark wizards in this school. However, we as Slytherins have another advantage. Our head of the house is a potion master. If you ever get sick from casting any kind of light or dark spell, Snape will have a potion that will at least make it somewhat better. Don't be scared to ask. We all deal with it. Another thing is that beside our bad reputation, a lot of people ignore the other people who have been in Slytherin, like Merlin, for example, probably the most well-known wizard in the wizarding world. Don't ever be ashamed to be a Slytherin. She looked straight at Harry while saying the last sentence. Use the fear the other houses have for us to your advantage. It's the best tip I've ever gotten to deal with the hate we get. Anything to add, Professor Snape? Gemma asked, looking behind the first years, who all turned around to look at the head of their house. Well, you did quite well, Gemma, Severus said, even though his serious expression didn't show any pride for his student. But I should probably mention that we have 3 rules in Slytherin. The first one is everything that happens in the common room stays in the common room. Any fights, secrets, literally anything. In the rest of the school, we have to be one front. It helps us protect ourselves from the rest of the school. The second rule is if you want to go against school rules, don't get caught. I won't help you if you do. The third one is help other Slytherins if anything happens, no matter to who. If it's a Slytherin you help, understood? All the first years nodded, and then a snort came from behind them. That was ridiculously similar to the speech I used to give. Salazar hissed from his portrait, making every Slytherin in the common room. Even the older years look at the portrait in surprise. It hadn't spoken in years. Esau. Harry hissed back. It's a good thing they have the whole what happens here, stays here rule, otherwise you'd be fucked by now, Sal said, chuckling, and Harry smirked. Well, I wasn't going to hide my parcel tongue. I do think, however, that they are wondering why you are talking to me. Harry signed it well, everyone in the room with his hands, and Salazar laughed. I suppose they do question it. He replied in English. Well, I'm too tired to answer, so either you do it or you let these snakes here sit without getting answers. The latter sounds pretty good. It's good for them, not knowing everything for once. Harry scoffed at Salazar. Right, like you'd be able to handle not knowing everything. Shut up, child. You shut up. You grown-up child. You're not acting very Slytherin for someone who just got sorted into Slytherin. Am I supposed to act Slytherin? Oh, Lord Slytherin? Yes, you are. Well, maybe Godric rubbed off on me. Harry said back, and Sal shook his head. God, no, I can't handle one person like him. Just imagine 2. He groaned, and then Pansy spoke up, breaking the silence of their audience. I wouldn't say you are acting very Slytherin right now either, Mr. Slytherin. The effect it had was pretty funny. The whole common room looked at Pansy in fear, while Harry laughed, pointing at Pansy, saying, Exactly. Salazar only groaned. Harry then said, Don't you have something better to do than shocking the Slytherins? Like, I don't know, brag to Godric, Rowena, and Helga that I got sorted into your house instead of theirs. Oh, right. Rowena seemed to think that you would also have a chance to end up in her house. Helga, however, said there was no way of you being a Hufflepuff. So yes, it's time to make Rowena and Godric jealous. Say hi to them for me. Harry replied, and Salazar nodded and left his portrait. He turned to face the rest of the room and saw Snape raising an eyebrow. Would you like to explain this, Mr. Potter? Honestly, I have secrets, but if you must know, I found some portraits a while ago. He lied easily, not wanting the head of Slytherin to get suspicious of him already. I'm going to bed, good night. And Gemma seemed to finally snap out of her shock. Right, boys' bedrooms are left when you go up the stairs, girls are right. You will see that you're in pairs of 2 or 3. She seemed to freeze for a moment before turning around. There are enough rooms without this one, but there is one single-person room for the boys. It was made and used by the Dark Lord, that's all I know. Be careful, no one had used that room in ages, and once you picked a room, it's your room for the next 7 years. Then she walked away, and the first year all went up the stairs. Harry pretty much got singled out the moment they stepped into the hallway with the bedroom for boys. What the fuck was that? Blaise hissed, backing Harry up against a wall. Draco seemed to want to protest against Blaise's more violent nature, but he also wanted answers, so decided against it. Like I said, I found their portraits a while ago. Harry replied innocently, and Theo was the one to say, bullshit. You told us you grew up with muggles. No way you had their portraits. Muggles who were aware of magic. Harry said, they are Lily's sister and her husband. They've known about magic for a while, and I could easily have magic objects. The Slytherin boys didn't look convinced, so Harry tried again. He knew this was going to happen, but really he didn't want them to know the truth, so instead he kept going with his story. Look, I understand that well. It must be unbelievable. The Lost Potter being back for one day, also turning out to be a Parselmouth and immediately being the first Potter to be sorted into Slytherin, and not only that, but he also knows the founders. If I were you, I wouldn't believe myself, but the truth is, I have no fucking idea why everything that happened to me happened. I had a shit childhood, and the founders basically raised me while in their portraits, taught me everything I had to know before being thrown back into the wizarding world. So yes, I know them through portraits and they mean a lot to me, but I don't fucking know why this shit happens to me. Satisfied? The Slytherin boys blinked a few times, and then Blaise backed off. I'm sorry for reminding you of your childhood. Harry looked at them in surprise. He hadn't thought that that would convince them. Even though he had let as much emotions as possible flowed into his words, he didn't think it would be enough. It's okay, I understand. Harry sighed, letting himself drop to the ground, and then looked up at the concerned faces of all the other Slytherin boys. It was the first time he saw all of them with absolutely no mask. He gave them a weak smile and asked, so, what are we doing with the rooms? Well, Crabbe and Goyle are going together, right? Draco asked and Goyle nodded. He then turned to Theo and Blaise. So it's us four. We either split up or one of you guys wants to go into the Dark Lord's room. Harry noticed his slip and smirked before saying, I'm okay with going alone. You sure? It's the dash, Theo asked before Harry cut him off. I can deal with whatever the Dark Lord left behind. You guys go into the three-person's bedroom. He left before any of them could object. When he entered the room, he was surprised to see his trunk there. He had totally forgotten about it. The room seemed pretty normal. It had a bed, small desk, and some chairs. Maybe it was a bit big for a one-person Hogwarts bedroom, but honestly he expected that from a room made by the Dark Lord. He scanned the room for cursed with a simple twitch of his wrist. When it came up negative, he dropped himself on the bed, after carefully placing Ebony on the desk with a warming charm. And he fell asleep. Being home again felt great. In the other room, Draco, Blaise, and Theo were discussing Harry, all of them agreeing that they didn't believe his explanation at all, but also deciding it's probably better for them to just pretend they believed it for now. They would find out the truth eventually, and they didn't want to lose the chance of being Potter's allies or even friends. Chapter in notes. I'm so busy with school, and I'm trying to make sure I keep writing at least 1K words per day, but if Chapter 10-11 seem a bit rushed later, it's because I was stressing. First week of classes. Chapter summary. Harry spends his first week back at Hogwarts. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The next morning, Harry sat waiting in the common room, with Ebony around his neck. For the other first years, surprisingly, Tracy, Daphne, and Millicent were the first to join him. Then Theo and Blaise, who told them Draco was currently standing in front of a mirror to make sure his hair looked good and that it could still take a while. Pansy and Draco joined them almost at the same time, and lastly Crabbe and Goyle joined them, even though they looked like they just rolled out of bed. It's 7:30 a.m. We still have enough time. First class is at 9 a.m., right? Harry looked around, and all the first years shrugged. So instead, he looked at Sal's painting, and Salazar nodded. Harry seemed to remember something and hissed, "Oh, by the way, we met when I found your portrait somewhere." That's the story. You guys practically raised me from your portraits because my muggle family was horrible. Ebony raised his head when Harry started speaking Parseltongue, but pretty quickly noticed that it wasn't him he was talking to, so went back to just lounging on Harry's shoulder. Salazar smirked, smart. I'll tell the others, have fun with your first day of classes. Don't get too bored. Harry groaned. I probably will be by, Sal. Bye, little snake. Harry scowled at him while Tracy laughed, and the others just looked slightly amused, if not still a bit freaked out at the fact that Harry was this close to Salazar Slytherin. Okay, let's go. Harry said, and the other first years just followed him. In the Great Hall, their timetables were passed to them, and Harry groaned when he noticed most of his classes were shared with the Gryffindors. The ones that weren't just with the Gryffindors were with the whole first year instead. He looked over at the Gryffindor table and noticed almost none of the younger Gryffindors were here yet. He shrugged it off. The Slytherins were pretty early. And even if Hope and her friends were late, it wasn't his problem. "What subject are you most excited for, Harry?" Blaise asked, making him blink a few times before realizing he hadn't been paying attention to anything. "Yeah, I quite like potions and dueling. Godric always told me he thinks I would make a great dueler, and Salazar loved explaining every small part about potions." He replied, thinking back to the few times he won a duel against Godric. It had happened a few more times after that first time, but they would still usually end up in a draw. "What about you guys?" he asked, and Blaise said, "I think I would like charms." Draco was the next to answer. "Potions, Severus always let me help as a little kid. I think either charms or transfiguration." Tracy said, and Millicent nodded in agreement, but did add, "I would also like Dada." Crabbe told them he liked Dada and transfiguration, while Goyle, like Draco, enjoyed potions. Crabbe and Goyle were the only two Slytherins Harry didn't quite see as his friends yet. They didn't seem to speak a lot, which is probably also the reason he still called them by their last name. Theo said, "I think I would enjoy herbology and charms. I'm curious about history of magic. I've heard multiple times that it was really boring with the old teacher, but maybe it's fun with Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin." Harry said, and all the Slytherins noticed his mistake. He muttered, "I remember them from, well, when I was 1 year old." And then stopped talking. Instead, he started eating. And not for the first time, the first-year Slytherins wondered just how much Harry knew from the wizarding world now, and how much he exactly remembered. Tracy was the first brave one to speak up. "So, Harry, what do you think of dark wizards?" And while the boys had already somehow gotten an answer in the train, they were all still curious for his answer. "They're all right, just like every other wizards," he answered before muttering, "Damn, they weren't kidding when they told me that the discrimination against dark wizards sounds the same as homophobia in the Muggle world." "What about you? What's your core?" Millicent asked, and Harry looked around. "I assume all of you are at least mostly dark?" Everyone nodded. Theo spoke up saying, "None of us are 100% dark, though. So we can at least handle some light spells." "Yeah, my family is totally light, and they told me it sucked to cast dark magic," Harry said, and Blaise nodded. It used to be understood everyone had their own part of magic they excel in. It's all in your core. Some magic is better at charms, other are better at transfiguration. Somehow people started thinking that everything dark was evil. Yeah, Rowena told me about that. She herself prefers dark magic and hates the fact that it seemed like an evil thing nowadays. "Rowena Ravenclaw is a dark witch?" Pansy asked, slightly shocked. "Yeah, Rowena was a dark wizard, and Godric and Helga have a light core, though Godric's did come pretty close to gray," Harry explained, making Draco ask, "What about Salazar?" "Salazar is a Parselmouth, like me and Voldemort," Harry said, like that explained everything. It obviously didn't, though, because Draco said, "Yeah, but what's his core?" "Core rules don't really apply to Parselmouths. We're the only ones with a perfectly gray core. We don't even have the smallest preference," he explained, and then remembered, "Well, we do have a preference, which is Parcel Magic, which is exactly gray, too." "You mean you have a totally gray core?" Draco asked, slightly surprised. Harry nodded. "Yeah, my family wasn't thrilled when they found out. Talking about my dear family, they haven't even tried to talk to me since yesterday, when I got sorted into Slytherin. I honestly expected them to force me to talk with them, maybe try and get a resort or something like that." "We're just ignoring that the Dark Lord has a gray core?" Blaise asked, and Pansy nodded. "Yes, we are, and we will forever, or he'll murder us the moment he were to dash." She silenced herself, quickly looking at Harry, who smirked and waved his hands, placing a heavy privacy charm around them, one he made himself. No one broke it before, even after Helga had spent an hour trying, when he asked her to. "What did you do?" Theo asked, obviously noticing Harry's wandless magic. Harry smiled. "Privacy charm. It's just a shield with a muffliato added into it, but without the buzzing." Harry scowled. The buzzing was part of the reason he hated the normal muffliato charm. He looked at Pansy. "Please continue. when the Dark Lord returns, he'll kill us if we talk about him not even being a dark wizard," she said nervously, obviously not knowing Harry's opinion about the Dark Lord yet. "Right, I have to restore his sanity," Harry whispered to himself and then looked at the Slytherins. "What do you know about the return of the Dark Lord?" "Close to nothing," Draco said. "The dark marks got darker again, but besides that, nothing happened." "Dark marks are interesting pieces of magic," Harry mused. "It's directly connected to Voldemort's magic. He can basically control his Death Eaters like puppets." He decided to ignore the flinches at the name Voldemort. "He's a smart man, no doubt," Blaise said, and Harry nodded. "And we can use him in this world." "So you're not on the Dumbledore's side?" Crabbe asked, speaking up for the first time in a while. "No, I rather dislike the headmaster, but I don't know about Voldemort either. I'll just see where the future leads me," Harry said, and that was the end of that conversation. Around 8:40 a.m. Harry and all the Slytherins got up to go to their first class ever charms. He found the room quite easily and shrugged it off as an accident that he walked the right way the first time. When they went inside, there were already some Gryffindors, but not his sister or her friends. They came running in a minute before the bell rang. The moment Flitwick noticed, because thank God, Lily wasn't teaching them. Hope was in his class. He fainted and pretty much wasn't able to form normal sentences for the rest of class. After charms, they had a free period before lunch. The Slytherins spend this hour exploring the castle, Harry trailing behind them with an amused look on his face. Lunch passed pretty quickly, too, and Harry noticed for the first time how the foods on the tables were different based on the house. Slytherin had the more expensive foods, while Gryffindor, for example, had fast foods and some healthy stuff. Harry honestly hadn't gotten a good look at the table on the other side of the hall. The Ravenclaw table seemed to be filled with foods from a lot of cultures, more a mix of everything. Hufflepuff was mostly what a normal family would eat, basic meals but still good food. After lunch, Harry had Transfiguration, and he decided, with the other Slytherins, to go to the class early. He walked into the classroom to find it empty. They could select any seat they wanted. Harry sat in front with Draco, Blaise, and Theo behind them. He noticed a cat on the desk and smirked. He could practically sense the magic around the animal. The room slowly filled, the Gryffindors and Slytherins splitting up, and because this was a class for all the first years, the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws decided to sit in between them. The bell rang, and still there was no teacher there, and neither were any of Hope's friends here, or Hope herself. They ran in a few minutes late, and he heard Hope say, "Phew, luckily neither McGonagall or Black is here yet." Harry decided to save Hope some embarrassment, for no reason beside his own amusement. "I wouldn't say something like that. We are, after all, in a Transfiguration classroom," he said, nodding at McGonagall, who still in her cat form nodded back. "Shut up, you slimy snake. Why would we listen to you?" Ron asked, and Draco was about to say something to defend Harry when a big black dog came running in. The dog jumped and transformed into a human. "Welcome to your first Transfiguration class," Sirius said, and then the cat transformed into McGonagall, immediately saying, 15 points from Gryffindor for being late. 10 points to Slytherin for noticing my Animagus form." Harry smirked at Hope, who scowled back. "Like Mr. Black, who will be assisting me with this class, said, welcome to Transfiguration. Transfiguration is one of the hardest and most complex magic branches. If you mess around in my class, you will leave and not come back," McGonagall said. Then she turned her desk into a pig and back. After that, her and Black started explaining the basics before giving everyone a match and telling them to turn it into a needle. Harry, who had decided even before going back into the past that he would not downplay his skills too much, pretended to not be able to do it before turning it into a needle. He used his fake wand the whole process, and when he got it on his third try, he raised his arm, and Sirius came to check on him, answer his questions, and literally gasped when he saw the needle. "I think this deserves at least 30 points to Slytherin, Minnie, and you know how I hate Slytherins." He winked to Harry and then turned to McGonagall, who was scowling at him for the nickname, which, by the way, made the whole class laugh, before McGonagall also gasped when she saw the needle. "I quite agree, Mr. Black. I think he beats your skills at Transfiguration," she said, and Sirius laughed. "I think he might. 30 points to Slytherin." Harry smirked before when McGonagall asked him to, explaining his process. He explained how he had a visual image of a needle in his head before casting the spell and tried to focus his magic on recreating that image. He shrugged it off like it was the easiest thing he had ever done, which it kind of was. He had done harder things when he was 6. Sometimes I wonder if you really spend all these years with muggles. He heard Draco mutter while he tried to turn his match into a needle with the tips Harry gave. He only managed to get the tip of the match to turn a bit sharper. Focus your magic. Try to feel it going into the match, and then boost it a bit to turn, Harry said, and Draco gave him a confused look before closing his eyes, obviously trying to focus completely on his magic. The next time he tried, he actually almost turned it into a needle. He just needed to shape the other end of the needle a bit, and it would look like a perfect needle. Good job, Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter, for helping him. Another 10 points to Slytherin, Sirius said. He had obviously been looking at Harry with suspicion or whatever. Draco tried once more, now turning his match into a perfect needle. Thank you, he whispered, and Harry just nodded. At the end, all the Slytherins, Ravenclaws, some Hufflepuffs, and Hermione Granger managed to make the point of the match sharp. No one else, however, managed to change the whole match into a needle. Mr. Potter, would you stay behind for a second? McGonagall said, and Harry nodded, telling his friends he would meet them in the library. He swore he heard Hope mutter, "That's what you get for cheating." And then, after a second, heard Weasley say, "You should tell your mother." Harry rolled his eyes. How would he even cheat at magic? When everyone left the classroom, McGonagall signed for him to sit, which he did. "I heard Flitwick talk about your skills at magic this morning and didn't believe him when you did a charm first try." Harry barely stopped himself from rolling his eyes again. The spell they had been practicing was Lumos, the first charm he learned at the young age of 4. No one else managed the spell, even though they had a whole period to practice it. "Neither of us believed him at first," Sirius muttered, who was also still in the classroom, being one of his teachers. "I mean, not even your mother, Lily, managed to do that when she was 11, and she was practically a charms prodigy. But then you managed to transfigure a match into a needle in 3 tries. McGonagall said, and Sirius added, "It looked like you could have done it your first try, but we're just holding back." Harry began to slightly panic now. How could he explain this when he grew up with muggles? He didn't even know if he trusted this older Sirius enough with his secret. Just imagine having to tell not only him, but also McGonagall. On his first school day, he really should have pretended to not know anything about magic yet. So all we want to say is, while we're not going to ask for an explanation, because both of us know how good you were at magic as a young child. If you ever get too bored, please tell us. We might figure out a way to make classes at least somewhat fun for you." Harry sighed in relief. No need to expose himself. Sirius chuckled. "We should have known you would be a prodigy. You were summoning toys when you were only 1 year old." Harry looked up. Perfect start of this conversation. He laughed. "Yeah, I remember," he muttered, and McGonagall stood up, obviously wanting to give them some privacy. She wasn't stupid and noticed where this conversation was going. "Maybe it's better if I leave now. I'll see you later," she muttered, leaving the classroom quickly. "You remember?" Sirius whispered, and Harry nodded. "I remember everything, but I didn't want to just come up to you and say, 'Oh, hi.' I remember you being my godfather, and then also leaving your best friend when he decided to abandon me. Thanks for that, by the way. I didn't know how to, tell both you and Remus, I guess. I don't regret anything I did that day," Sirius said before adding, "We always thought you would remember. You always had so much understanding in your eyes. It was slightly creepy for a child." Harry shrugged. "I don't know why I was like that. I don't know why I'm this powerful. I just am, and to be totally honest, it's slightly funny. You should be proud of it," Sirius said, and Harry smiled. "I am. I really am. I just sometimes think that the reason I got sent away that night is because I'm powerful." He sighed and decided to tell Sirius at least the beginning of the truth. "If I hadn't been, I would have died that night, and Hope would have been raised normally." He looked away, not knowing how the man would react. "You remember that night?" Sirius asked, and Harry muttered, "I remember everything. I'm pretty damn sure Dumbledore killed Voldemort, but I blacked out. Can you tell me the whole story? I mean, only if you want to. I don't want to bring up bad memories," Sirius asked, looking at him with a mix of amazement, curiosity, and concern. That's a weird mix of emotions Harry hadn't seen before. But honestly, he could have expected it in this situation. Of course, it started with Voldemort coming into our house. Peter was babysitting us at the time, and he just let the man in. He also led Voldemort straight to our room. Harry stopped and looked around, twitching his hand under the table to put his privacy spell up around the room. Then he continued, Voldemort came up to us, and while he was trying to pick who of us was the prophecy child, I wrapped my magic around Hope. Stupid mistake on my part. Voldemort felt it and realized I was the prophecy kid. He apologized, and I giggled at him when he muttered how he must really be insane to apologize to a literal baby. Harry laughed, and Sirius chuckled. Voldemort actually apologized? Harry nodded. After that, he hit me with an AK. It rebounded on a Hope's cheek, and I passed out hearing Dumbledore and Voldemort talk. Next thing I woke up in, well, your arms, hearing my parents are abandoning me. Harry tried to keep his face straight, but sometimes it still hurt. The thought of being abandoned so Hope could live her little famous life. I'm so sorry for letting that happen, Sirius said. He sounded sincere, and Harry shook his head. You tried, even left your best friend after him refusing to keep me. I mean, of course, every good person would have done that. The Dark Wizards, my friends, actually hate them for it. I noticed when I met Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Harry said, and Sirius smiled. Yeah, the Malfoys were probably the worst of them all. Lucius actually threatened them, and Dumbledore, a couple of times, giving a magical child away is just not done. To be honest, they didn't even seem excited to see me when they came and picked me up. Harry muttered, and Sirius frowned. I don't understand how they could do this. I've been wondering every day for 10 years. Harry shrugged. I honestly don't care anymore. Sirius looked at him and then said, they talked about you like they didn't want to know you anymore after your sorting, talking about how you were a disgrace. Sirius winced. Sorry. Just thought you should know. Harry looked at Sirius and scoffed. I expected that, to be honest. I'm going to get disowned before the end of the school year, if only because perfect little Hope asks my parents to. Sirius blinked and sighed. I will never understand what happened to the James Potter I knew. He then looked at the clock and muttered, fuck, I got to leave. Minnie will kill me. Come visit me sometimes if you want to core dash. Of course I will. See you later, Sirius. Harry laughed and then added, by the way, maybe calling McGonagall Minerva instead of Minnie will make her keep you alive for longer. Sirius gasped dramatically. I could do no such thing. Minnie loves my nickname for her. I've called her that since I was a teeny tiny 13-year-old boy. Harry giggled. Good luck with trying not to get killed. Right, see you in history tomorrow, kiddo. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair, making Harry scowl before quite literally running away. Harry sighed, feeling happy about his decision to trust Sirius with one of his smaller secrets. He quite missed the man. After all, Sirius had been his favorite uncle as a child. He picked up his bag with his school supplies and went to the library, joining a group of concerned Slytherins. Thank Merlin you're here. What did they want? Draco asked, and Harry grimaced at the casual use of Merlin's name before saying that he didn't get into any trouble. So, why did they keep you there for almost a whole hour? Blaise asked, and Harry chuckled. McGonagall wanted to tell me how proud she was and that she believed Flitwick now, because it turns out Flitwick told every teacher I'm a magical prodigy. That took an hour? No. Then she left me and Sirius alone, and I got to catch up with my godfather, who quite literally left behind his best friends for me. Harry snorted. Turns out my parents don't really like the fact that I'm a Slytherin. I swear I'll be surprised if I don't get disowned before the end of this year. You don't mind getting disowned? Having no name? Theo asked, a weird sort of amazement on his face. Harry shrugged. I got some lordships to claim that will give me an even better last name. Harry barely stopped himself from laughing again, just imagining him coming back as Harry Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Emrys. The world would probably turn into a chaos. Are you going to tell us your lordships? Draco asked, and Harry shook his head. You'll figure it out yourself. I'll give you a hint for the first one, though. It's probably claimed by Voldemort right now. You're a Slytherin, Blaise stated, and Harry smirked, while the rest looked at Blaise in confusion. He's a Parselmouth. Only the Slytherin house can speak Parseltongue. But the Slytherins and Potters haven't crossed once, Draco stated, and Harry shrugged. It's more of a magical thing because of that night. He defeated the last living member of the line, so magic officially sees him as heir. Theo stated, and Harry smiled. Exactly. That still doesn't explain how you speak Parseltongue, Blaise said, and Harry shrugged. I've always been able to, don't know how. He paused before dramatically saying, it's magic. He waved his hands, making sparkles appear in the air. The Slytherins looked at him with amusement. So how about we finish this charms essay? Daphne said, coming up behind the Slytherin boys with Pansy, Millicent, and Tracy. Harry shrugged. Sure. Charms essay about the Lumos spell and situations you could use it in shouldn't be too hard. The Slytherin girls joined the table the others had claimed, and all of them began working on homework, Harry being finished, because Rowena made him write this exact essay years ago. Just started playing with magic. He created a little light orb without any of the other Slytherins, who were still writing, noticing, and made it float above their head. After 3 minutes, it exploded into little sparks that surrounded them. Nobody in the library noticed it because they were sitting in the back of the library, surrounded by bookshelves. What dash? Tracy looked around in amazement, and Harry smirked at the table. This spell had been a spell he created out of pure boredom. He perfected it when he was 8 years old. He waved his hand, making the sparks twirl around, and changed the color into a mix of silver and green. How are you, Dash? Draco started, but suddenly froze. Harry just laughed and made the sparks freeze by clapping his hands. Harry James Potter. A voice behind him said, and Harry froze, slowly turning around. James' eyes narrowed, and he looked around at Harry's friends. You're having dinner with Hope, Lily, and me tonight. Be there in 30 minutes max. You could have just invited me. No need to make it an order. Harry said, and James scoffed. You, Mr. Potter, are in so much trouble. What have I done? Harry asked innocently, and he swore that he heard Millicent groan behind him. Look, kiddo, I know you never had parents, but that doesn't mean that you can disrespect me now. You shouldn't blame me for the fact that your aunt and uncle didn't raise you right. Like it's not your fault? Harry asked. Like you weren't the one to convince Lily that Dumbledore is right? You, Dad, are the exact reason why I wasn't raised well. The fact that you can even look at me and tell yourself it's not your fault says enough for me. I had to keep telling everyone that. Maybe one day they will believe it. Harry hissed and then turned his back to his father. I'll see you tonight, I guess. Yes, and you better have a real good explanation for that magical trick you did here. Harry ignored him. Instead of responding, he took a few deep breaths. When he opened his eyes, he gave his friends a small smile. Sorry for that. Are you okay? Pansy asked, and he could see the genuine concern in her eyes. All of their eyes. Harry nodded. I'm okay. I don't know how you did that, Theo whispered, and Harry shrugged. It's easy to piss people off when just existing already pisses them off. Anyways, what was that spell you used? Blaise asked, obviously wanting to change the subject. Harry smirked. I don't actually have a clue. I made it a while ago. It has no incantation yet. I just like playing with magic. He paused and then decided to just make his whole childhood sob story even worse. I got locked away as a kid a lot of times, sometimes under the stairs and sometimes, if I was lucky, in the smallest bedroom. The only thing I had was magic, and since I lived with muggles, it was a risk, of course, but I was young enough to let it pass as accidental magic. I started playing with magic to pass time. Sometimes I was locked in there for days, only getting a bit of bread and water. So I kind of accidentally made that spell. Harry explained softly and then shrugged. It's not as hard as it looks, though. The Slytherins sat in a sort of uncomfortable silence after that, none of them really knowing how to respond. Harry chuckled. I'm sorry, I keep making the whole mood so sad. You guys should finish your essay. I won't bother you with any weird distracting spells anymore. Right. Charms essay. Tracy muttered. He could see none of them would be able to focus anymore, though. He smiled and copied his essay 9 times, giving all the Slytherins 1 copy. Just change it up a bit. I'm sure Flitwick won't notice. Thank you, Millicent said, and Harry shook his head. It's no problem. It's my fault none of you would be able to concentrate anymore. Don't worry about the muggles, though. I won't have to go back. How are you sure? What if you do get disowned, Dash? Daphne started, only for Draco to cut her off with a hiss. Daphne, I have serious. Harry shrugged and then added, I know he'll take me in if he had to, or even if he didn't have to. I think he prefers that to me living with the Potters. The Slytherin seemed a bit calmer after that, and Harry really noticed for the first time why Sal always told him that Slytherins were the most loyal friends behind closed doors. We should probably go to dinner now, Harry muttered. I'll meet you all afterwards, if they even let me go, that is. Yeah, good luck with your family, Draco said, motioning for the other Slytherins to follow them. They all picked up the essay Harry gave them and walked out. Harry sighed and also picked up his stuff before walking towards his parents' rooms. He actually had no idea which of the teacher dorms his parents used until he saw Hope standing in the hallway. She was glaring at the ground until she heard his footsteps. "Hey, Potter." Harry snorted. "It doesn't quite have the same effect if that's also your last name." And Hope glared at him. "Mom and Dad are waiting for us." "Well, lead the way." And Hope did, not saying anything anymore. Harry was quite happy with this. He managed to perfect his occlumency shields and his mask while walking, not even noticing that they had walked into the room until Lily made him sit down at the big table in the middle of their room. "We have some things to talk about, so we thought why not have a family dinner?" Lily said, sitting down next to James, who had already been sitting at the table when they walked in. Lily and James' room was disgustingly Gryffindor. The whole room seemed to be red and gold, till the point where it was just too much. Harry could only be glad he wasn't a Gryffindor. He could only imagine how the Gryffindor common room looked. "I wouldn't know why we need to talk," Harry said, staring at his plate filled with chicken and mashed potatoes and some other things he had seen at the Gryffindor table. "Is this actually what you guys eat?" Harry whispered in slight disgust. He was honestly fine with the food, but it seemed so. Well, let's just say he was glad to be a Slytherin. "Yeah, what does Slytherin have?" Hope said, but Harry could practically hear the disgust in her voice when she had to ask about Slytherin. "I don't know, a shit ton of different kinds of meat, vegetables, and seafood," Harry answered, remembering that he could basically make sushi with the food at the Slytherin table. "There's a difference in food?" Hope asked, and Harry nodded. "About that dash," Lily said, and James continued for her. "We think you should get a resort, Harry." "No, no way," Harry replied, and James said, "Look, for a resort, we need you to agree. We can't force you, but we just think that your housemates could turn out to be a bad influence. Just look at the in the library. You all were casting fun little spells instead of making homework." "They were what?" Lily asked before turning to Harry. "Look, I get you want to practice magic after 10 years in the Muggle world, but you don't want to already get behind on homework. It's only your first day." "I already did my homework. I was just showing my friends a spell I came up with," Harry said, and Hope snorted. "Right, I, who had tutors for 10 years, can't create spells yet, but you who just returned from the Muggle world already came up with spells." Harry just sighed and started eating, not interested in continuing this conversation at all. Lily just looked at Harry sadly. "You don't have to come up with things like this for us to be proud of you, Harry." Harry snorted, making Lily's eyes narrow for a second before she added, "But I do think you should try to befriend some Hufflepuffs or Gryffindors. Can't you guys just be happy? For once, just be happy about the fact that I'm still here? Look, I know you don't like that I'm not the perfect son you imagined I would be when I was younger, but in my defense, you abandoned me. I was raised in a whole different way than anyone here. Don't expect me to fit in your perfect little family." Harry hissed before standing up. "I'll join my friends now. The next time you ask me to eat dinner with you guys, don't start trying to convince me to change myself the minute I walk through the door." He walked away towards the Great Hall. When he joined his friends, they asked him what happened, and he just smirked. "I think I'm going to get disowned before Christmas." And they left it at that, talking about other subjects like their next few classes instead. The rest of the first week of school, Harry got ignored by the Potters, except for Hope, who instead started bullying, or trying to bully, him every chance she got. His first history class had been fun. He again sat in the front, and Sirius and Remus had thought to test everyone's knowledge on the founder time of Hogwarts, which was hilarious. Especially when they started talking about a rumor of the 4 founders adopting a child for a few years, but then the child suddenly disappeared. Harry had to stop himself from bursting out laughing and saying, "Yeah, sorry, that was me. Had to go back to the future, you know?" He did earn Slytherin a lot of points that class by simply answering their questions. After class, he had shrugged it off, saying he liked history. Herbology was another class he had, and even though Harry never enjoyed it like the other subjects, he had to admit there was something interesting about magical plants. He still preferred learning about spells like he did in Dada. Professor Quirrell, which turned out to be the name of the professor with the tulban, had stuttered the whole class, but beside that, he obviously knew what he was talking about. Harry had thought it was weird that Quirrell had been looking at him the whole class, though, until his scars started hurting and Quirrell's eyes turned red for a second. Not long enough for anyone else to notice. Harry smirked. He had just figured something out that would take others a long time to figure out. If this actually was the Dark Lord possessing someone, he could help him and talk to him. Harry left the classroom satisfied. They also had astronomy class, and while Rowena and Salazar had spent a bit of time with him, teaching him the basics, he never really liked the subjects. He had to admit, though, that it was quite nice to just look at the sky for a period while listening to his teacher telling them stories. The last class was the one Harry was the most excited for, potions. They had the class 2 hours on Friday mornings with the Gryffindors. And Harry couldn't wait. He was waiting to be let in. When Snape arrived, the Slytherins claimed the right side of the classroom. Harry pairing up with Draco, of course. The first thing Snape did was calling names. He sneered when he saw Harry's name, but when he called out Hope's name next, he looked up and said, "Oh yes, Hope Potter, our new celebrity." Hope pretty much beamed with the attention, only for Snape to ignore her and move on. When Snape was done calling names, he started an introduction to his subject. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he started, his voice not much louder than a whisper, but it still carried through the whole room. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads that I usually teach." He ended his speech. Hope started whispering with Ron and Hermione about something, making Snape shout, "Potter!" before looking at Harry and nodding his head towards Hope, making Harry smirk. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hope looked at Harry confused, before realizing Snape was talking to her. She stammered out, "I don't know, sir." Snape scared. "Clearly fame isn't everything, Miss Potter. Try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Hope's face flushed and she looked down at her table. "I don't know, sir. I thought you could open a book before coming to class." "One last question. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Once again, Hope looked embarrassed while saying, "I don't know." Snape smirked before looking at Harry, and Harry realized what's about to happen. He nodded. Snape said, "Let's see if your brother knows the answers." "Well, Professor, if you add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, you would get a potion currently known as the Draught of Living Death. Even if a few centuries ago, it was just known as powerful sleeping potion." To your second question, bezoar is found in the stomach of a goat, and monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also known as aconite. Harry said, and Snape nodded approvingly. 10 points to Slytherin. "Why isn't everyone writing this down?" Snape asked, and everyone scrambled together some paper to make notes. When Snape gave everyone enough time to write it down, he said, "So for your first class, we'll brew a boil cure potion." He flicked his wand, making the instructions appear on the big board in front of the class. "You grab the ingredients?" Harry asked Draco, who nodded and followed some other students to get ingredients. Harry read over the instructions and rolled his eyes. These were the long instructions. They were easier but took like twice as long. He twitched his wrist under table to set up the cauldron and waited for Draco to return. When Draco returned with the ingredients, they immediately started crushing the snake fangs before adding them to the potion. Harry heated it up till 250 degrees and let it sit for 10 seconds before quickly cooling it down. "It's so much easier to do this with someone who doesn't need a wand," Draco said, and Harry laughed. Waving his hand, he muttered, "If you counterclockwise stir twice while we add the horn slugs, we can basically skip the waiting." "Well, we'll only have to wait for 10 minutes instead of 33. Draco looked at him and nodded, grabbing the horn slugs while Harry stirred. Draco did, however, mutter, "This better doesn't fuck it up, or I'm never working with you anymore." Harry smirked in reply. Afterwards, they waited 10 minutes before taking the cauldron off the fire to add the porcupine quills. Harry let Draco stir 5 times and then waved his hand. They completed the potion in record time. "We're done, Professor," Harry said, and he heard Hermione say, "That's not possible. We have to wait for 30 minutes. But Snape ignored her to check their potion. "This is a perfect boil cure potion. Pray tell me, Potter, how you knew of this faster way." "I know Draco didn't," Snape said, and Harry shrugged. "Sal explained me some things in his portrait." Harry knew Snape didn't trust him one bit, but that made this whole thing so much better. "Well, you better go before you get hurt by any Gryffindors messing up their potion," Snape said, clearly dismissing him and Draco. They left the classroom and found out an hour later that Snape had been right. Neville had ended up in the hospital wing, his whole body covered in bruises. And just like that, their first week of classes ended, and Harry only had one goal for this weekend: find a portrait with all the founders. Oh, and he wanted to talk to Remus. He hadn't had the chance to talk to the man yet, and while he assumed Sirius had told him most of it, he could never be sure, so he had to find the right time. But first he had to finish his assignments. Chapter in notes. I'm trying to keep up with how fast I'm posting right now, but turns out writing 9K words every week is pretty damn hard. I at least have another 3 chapters ready, so I technically have 3 weeks to finish Chapter 11. First, chapter summary. Harry has his first flying lesson, first fight with Draco, becomes closer to Blaise, and talks to Voldemort for the first time. Chapter notes. This chapter is kind of fast. Just a lot of small plot points that I had to write but couldn't make separate chapters from. I also kind of rushed the 8K words LMAO. See the end of the chapter for more notes. You heard what Hagrid said, Hermione. There has to be something. Hope's voice came from the back of the library. Yeah, and this flannel guy obviously has something to do with it. Ron said, and Hermione's less certain voice said, just because something was stolen and Hagrid happened to mention it, and the flannel guy doesn't mean that this school has something to do with it. Oh, and the fact that Hagrid said, hey, that's the vault, Dumbledore, made me go to get something. Wasn't a big hint that it did have to do something with our school? Hope hissed and Hermione just shrugged. I don't know, Dash. Look, something is going on in this school, and I want to solve it. So has any of you seen the name Flammel before? Hope asked, and neither Ron or Hermione responded. At least Harry couldn't hear their responses. He had heard about Flammel before and remembered where. He had been reading about the Philosopher's Stone. If the stone was in the school, then that would be the reason Voldemort was here. But could he trust something he overheard in a library after 1 week of school? No, he would wait, figure it out later. Harry decided. Maybe he would even go up to the 3rd floor corridor. He was still partly raised by Godric and would never let that side of him go. Now, though, he wanted to make his assignments for the upcoming week and decided to put up a privacy spell. He had to concentrate. He started writing his essay for defense. It was mostly about vampires, which admittedly was kind of interesting. The homework had just been to research these creatures and write a paper about them. Harry was okay with that. He could finish it quickly. Afterwards, he started working on assignments for Transfiguration and History, because surprisingly, they didn't have any other homework. When he finished all his assignments, he used this alone time to search for a portrait with all the founders. The Slytherins basically hadn't left him since he was sorted into Slytherin, so he hadn't had the chance yet. He wandered through the halls of the castle he had lived in for 10 years, and everything seemed to be like then again. He felt like he could run up to the now headmaster's office and just find the old meeting room there. This was something he thought about a lot the past week. He wondered if maybe his life could have been easier if he refused to go back to the present, stay with the founders, and live a long, happy life with them. But he had to help this wizarding world. Deep down he knew that because no one else would. No one else but the Dark Lord, who was currently still insane, that was. In a hallway close to the astronomy tower, he found it. A big portrait of all the founders. It had been easier to find it than he thought it would be. Well, maybe he had just hoped for a challenge for the first time since returning to this time. After all, there were thousands of portraits of the Hogwarts founders. He sat down in front of the portrait, cast a privacy charm, just to be sure, and awkwardly said, "Hi," to the founders who obviously hadn't been paying attention to the people walking through this corridor. "Harry," Helga said, and Rowena literally cheered when she saw him. Godric offered him a smile, and Sal just winked. "Are all the portraits connected into having like one mind?" Harry asked. He couldn't help it. Salazar had greeted him so casually. "Yes, actually. It's weird," Rowena said, and Godric snorted. "She just finds it weird because this is one of the kind of magics she can't understand." Harry laughed. "I missed you guys." "How long has it been, Harry?" Helga asked. "You still look the same. Only 1 month and a week. It's more boring than I thought it would be." "I miss being able to practice magic with you guys," dueled Godric. "Just anything that gives me a challenge." Rowena giggled. "You poor child. I know, right? On the bright side, I did find Voldemort. He's teaching us Dada right now. Well, he's possessing the man who teaches us," Harry said, and Salazar raised his eyebrow. "You didn't tell me that yet. Can't say I'm surprised you figured out so quickly, though. Dumbledore actually allowed him into the wards? We always had protection against people who had been possessed." Godric looked surprised, and Harry shook his head. Of fucking course he knew. He literally got the Philosopher's Stone into the school. He's making it more dangerous for everyone here. The founders, who had been told what the Philosopher's Stone was, looked like they could kill someone. Rowena was the first to speak up, however. Language, Harry. Oh, now you're acting like parents. I remember. I had to tell you guys about how I already almost got disowned. I won't be a Potter by the end of the year, Harry said, and Salazar shook his head. I still can't believe the Potters. We heard them talk about you the other day. There's a portrait close to an empty classroom Lily has been using for tutoring. They were talking about you, like you were some upcoming Dark Lord. Helga said, and Harry snorted. They might be right about that one, if the light keeps acting like this. I just don't understand how they can talk about their own child like that. Godric said, and Rowena nodded in agreement. Talking about children, do I have any heirs of you to look out for? Beside the Dark Lord? Harry asked, just to change the subject, and so the founder started talking about Helena Ravenclaw and other children that still wandered the castle as ghosts. Harry just sat and listened happily. When Harry finally returned to the common room that afternoon, he was greeted by a very excited Draco. Flying classes, Harry. Harry laughed, shoving Malfoy away softly. I heard you the first time. He took the paper from Malfoy's hand, however, and groaned. With the Gryffindors, you're kidding? For real? Draco asked, and Harry shot him an amused look. You forgot to look with who we had the class in all your excitement. Draco looked at the floor in embarrassment. We'll live, it's going to be fun. Theo said, coming up behind them, and Blaise, next to Theo, nodded in agreement. I just hope that my sister and her friends won't embarrass me for my flying, Harry said, and then added, I've never been on a broomstick before, well, besides the baby broomstick Siri bought me when I was a child. Absolute lie. Harry was a natural at flying and knew it. Godric had told him he had never seen someone fly like Harry. I'm sure you'll be fine. Knowing you'll have some sort of secret talent for flying. Is there anything you can't do? Blaise asked, with the most serious look on his face. Harry laughed, cleaning charms. What? You can't do dash? Theo started laughing. Draco was obviously trying to not laugh. What? They don't make sense. Like, you just imagine the room being clean and cast the spell? But what if I imagine something on the wrong place and won't be able to find it afterwards? Cleaning charms are scary. I can't believe magical prodigy Harry James Potter can't cast cleaning charms. We have to test that. Blaise said, also laughing now. Harry scowled. Do you have to use my full name? And for the record, I'll show you how bad I am at them once you can cast them successfully. That silenced them. None of them had any experience with cleaning charms. That's what I thought. Harry muttered before saying, I also can't dance. That made the Slytherins laugh again. This time Harry allowed them to make jokes about it, knowing all of them had gotten dancing classes as kids. Turns out, Harry could fly, which he had known, of course, but the rest of the Slytherins hadn't. Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom, however, weren't doing that well. Weasley made the broom hit his head while trying to mount it. Neville was a whole different kind of bad. His magic had lashed out and made the broom shoot up into the air. Neville fell off his broom and had to be taken to the hospital wing immediately. Hooch had trusted them to act grown up for a few minutes while she brought Neville to the hospital wing. That hadn't ended well. Draco had picked up Neville's Remembrall, taunting Hope with it, which Harry found kind of funny. That was until he decided to shoot up into the air and threatened to throw it. Draco, don't you fucking throw away Longbottom's possession to annoy my sister. Harry shouted, but Draco wasn't listening to him. Instead, he was looking at Hope, who looked like she could kill someone. Draco threw the Remembrall away when he didn't get the reaction he wanted, and Harry could hear Blaise groan behind him. He did the only thing he could do at this point, fly after the ball, hoping he could save it with a dive. It honestly felt good to really fly again, not the boring up and down stuff they had to do for their class. He took a ridiculously dangerous dive to get the Remembrall and grinned. It felt like playing Quidditch with the Hogwarts kids again. He closed his hands around the ball and made his broom go upwards again when he heard a voice behind him. Mr. Potter, what do you think you're doing? He heard Snape shout and realized that he probably flew past some of the classroom and office windows. Groaning, he flew back and threw the ball to his sister. You give that back to Longbottom, he muttered before turning to Snape. Sorry, sir. I wanted to save a student's possession, because Draco here can't seem to realize that sometimes it's not a whole house, but rather a few people who deserve to get this kind of treatment, Harry said, smirking slightly. Snape wasn't actually mad at him, and he knew that Draco would get away with this easily, even if he would hate Harry for the next day. He could use the alone time. That was some impressive flying, Snape said, ignoring the fact that Harry obviously just told him that Draco was bullying Longbottom. Thank you, sir, Harry said, and Snape smirked. And oh no, that couldn't mean anything good. If you would come with me, Mr. Potter, Snape said, and Harry nodded, following Snape after telling the Slytherins to meet him in the library later. Draco stubbornly didn't answer, and Blaise rolled his eyes and told him that they would be there, even if they had to drag Draco there. Snape led him to the Charms classroom, where the fifth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins had a class right now. Snape knocked on the door before opening it. "Excuse me for the rude interruption, Phileas, but if I could borrow Mr. Flint for a moment?" he asked, and Flint looked at the head of his house in surprise. But when Flitwick gave permission, he left the classroom quickly. "A dash, Mr. Flint, I have found the new Slytherin Seeker for you," Snape said, and Flint raised an eyebrow. "What about Terence? He's been Seeker for the past few years. Mr. Higgs would rather be Chaser, at least from what I've heard. Or would I be wrong if I said that you convinced him to be Seeker instead, because you were desperate?" Flint smirked. "Yeah, I might have done that. So why the first-year Prodigy?" he said, looking at Harry, and now it was Snape's turn to smirk. "I believe this first year here could give Charlie Weasley a run for his money." "Is that so?" For the first time, Flint looked intrigued. "Care to prove that, Potter?" "Sure, Captain," Harry responded, not feeling intimidated at all. It was kind of hard to intimidate him. He had lived with Salazar Slytherin for 10 years. "Well then, I suspect you to be on the Quidditch field this evening," Flint said, and Harry nodded. "I'll be there," Snape said. "Now, I have to go convince the headmaster, Mr. Flint. You should get back to class. Mr. Potter, I believe you have a pissed Malfoy to get to." Harry snorted. "Yes, see you tonight, Flint." And he left to find the other Slytherins. Walking towards the library, Harry could only prepare himself for his yearmate's reactions. "Harry!" He heard someone shout, and he realized he totally walked past the table the Slytherins were sitting at. "Sorry, I was distracted." "What did Professor Snape want?" Blaise asked, and Harry shrugged. "He took me to Marcus Flint to convince him to let me try out for Seeker." "Isn't Terence Higgs currently Seeker?" Theo pointed out, and Harry nodded. Turned out he wanted to be Chaser, but Flint convinced him to be Seeker. In Snape's words, "Or would I be wrong if I said that you convinced him to be Seeker instead, because you were desperate?" Harry said, trying to talk like Snape, making Blaise and Theo laugh while Draco was still sitting silently glaring at the table. "Draco, we both know you won't get into any trouble. I wouldn't have told Snape anything otherwise. You still took Gryffindor's side in the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry," Draco said, and Harry groaned. "Stop being a child, Draco. Neville is quite literally an outsider. None of the Gryffindors even cared when you stole his possession. My sister might look like she cared, but we both know it's only cause you were taunting her. Now, if you had stolen something from my sister, I might have let you, just to spite her and my parents. But you had to steal something from the one boy who doesn't even fit in his own house, who has no one," Harry said, and then turned away. "I'm going to find the others." The others obviously meaning Daphne, Tracy, Millicent, and Pansy, or even Crabbe and Goyle, who Harry would still like to get to know. Crabbe and Goyle made themselves look stupid, but Harry had seen their work, and they have potential. He heard Blaise mutter angrily. "Merlin, Draco, can you for once just not get pissed at the smallest things? Potter is a valuable ally and a great friend, so stop fucking pouting and apologize." Harry smiled. He knew the Slytherins probably befriended him because he was a valuable ally, but hearing he was a good friend felt good, honestly. When Harry walked into the Great Hall for dinner, a few hours later, it was spread around the school that he would be the new Slytherin Seeker, and while he did shoot Higgs a look to see if he was really okay with it, which Higgs answered with 2 thumbs up, he didn't say anything about it. He just sat down like normally and was surprised to see Blaise talking to Draco looking furious. "Hello," Harry said while sitting down, and Blaise looked up. "Hey, any reason for this?" Harry said, pointing at a very embarrassed Draco, and Blaise scoffed. Well, in all his anger, this idiot decided to challenge Hope and her friends for a midnight duel in the trophy room. Your sister, being the Gryffindor she is, accepted. Draco looked like he wanted to say something, but Harry cut him off. "You're not going." It was obviously an order. "What?" Draco asked, surprised. "You're not going, they're Gryffindors. They'll go, and we'll just snitch on them. It will make them lose a lot of points without us doing something." Draco looked like he wanted to protest, but Blaise quickly said, "I agree with Harry here, Draco. Going will do nothing good for us. Okay, fine, but I'm not snitching, Draco said, and Harry smirked. That's okay. I've been meaning to speak with Professor Lupin anyways. He saw Flint walking towards them and laughed when both Blaze and Draco jumped when he started talking. Potter, Quidditch pitch at 8 p.m. Dumbledore accepted Snape's request if Hope could also join the Gryffindor team. After that, we made sure that the Quidditch pitch was free. Turns out there are Gryffindor tryouts till 7:30 p.m. Harry cast a quick tempest and nodded. So I have 90 minutes to finish eating and talk to Sirius and Remus easy. I'll meet you there. Flint nodded and walked away, probably to join the other fifth years. Harry quickly finished eating while still trying to eat in a way that at least looked somewhat pure blood. Really, learning how to eat properly was one of his least favorite parts of the pure blood classes the founders gave him. After eating, he tried to meet Sirius Eyes, who was talking with Remus, and nodded his head towards the doors of the Great Hall. Sirius looked at him with confusion, but nodded before turning to Remus. Okay, I'm going to talk to Siri and Remus now. I'll see you guys later. He met up with Remus and Sirius in front of the Great Hall. Together they walked to the history classroom. When everyone was finally sitting, Harry laughed. Sorry, I'm going to need you guys as professors now. Hope will sneak into the trophy this night. Draco challenged her for a midnight duel, but none of us will show. Our cub is a Slytherin pads. Remus said, and Sirius nodded, that he is. We will make sure to tell Filch. Remus said, and Sirius nodded in agreement. Harry thanked them and then asked, so how have you guys been? He then had to listen to Sirius complain about grading homework and how Minerva made him oversee a lot of detentions for payback of his own school time. Meanwhile, Remus talked about all of this in a more positive way, having never expected to actually get a good job as a werewolf. What about you? Remus asked. He and Harry hadn't really talked yet, so it felt good to talk to him again, even if Sirius told them about his whole conversation with Harry last week. Well, I got accepted into Quidditch, but only if Perfect Hope can play too. Harry scowled, and then his expression brightened again. I can't wait to beat her. Sirius laughed and said, we have to get our Papa Broom Mooney. Just wait until after my tryout at least, please. Harry said, who knows, maybe Flint would rather keep Higgs after seeing me play. Or maybe he would just keep Higgs because Higgs never wanted the position anyways. And that's funny to him. Sirius snorted, right, pup. You managed to impress Snape with your flying. That's hard enough to do. I think you'll be fine. Harry just smirked in reply. Oh. By the way, I wanted to ask if you wanted to spend the Christmas holiday with us. I know it's a while away, but just thought the earlier the invitation, the better, Sirius said. Harry's laughing cut him off. I would love to. Anything to not spend the holidays with the Potter family. That bad? Remus asked, looking worried. Harry shrugged. It's kind of annoying how they get suspicious at me for breathing. Also, the power Hope has over our parents is annoying. I can imagine. Sirius grimaced. He obviously noticed the same thing before. Harry cast a quick tempest and swore. It seemed that Sirius and Remus talking about their time at school had been longer than expected. I have to go. Quidditch tryouts. Remus looked disappointed for a second before saying, visit us more often. You don't need a reason like you had today. Will do, Harry replied, and Sirius ruffled his hair. Good luck at the tryouts, pup. Thank you. When Harry had quickly changed into more Quidditch-appropriate clothing, he literally ran towards the Quidditch pitch. He didn't want to be late. When he arrived, he saw Flint standing in the middle of the pitch, and surprisingly Higgs was sitting in the stands, watching his tryout. He smirked when he noticed Harry noticed him. Just on time, Potter, Flint said, and then motioned him to come over. He opened the box in front of him and barely stopped the bludgers from flying straight into Harry. Smirking, he looked at Harry. I trust you know what these are? Harry nodded, and Flint grabbed the snitch. We'll only need this one today, of course. He then led Harry to a broom. Higgs, lend this to you for today. We don't want you to have an accident because the school doesn't know how to take care of their brooms. Harry nodded and mounted the broom when Flint told him to just catch the snitch as fast as possible. Me and Terrence will decide if you're actually good enough, he said, and while many would be scared by his slightly threatening voice, Harry just smirked. All right, Captain. Harry blamed Godric for not being scared. Really, that man made his sense of self-preservation lower than it should be. Saul had done everything he could to bring it up again, though. He rose up until the air, and Flint let go of the little golden snitch, and Harry silently thanked Rowena for fixing his eyesight at such a young age. Otherwise, this would have been impossible. He took off after the snitch. following it easily even with all the sharp turns he had to make. In the end, he caught it in the middle of a pretty dangerous dive. He pulled his broomstick up right before hitting the ground. His time was 1 minute and 24 seconds. When he heard this, he scowled. He could have done better. Had done better in the past. Flint, however, looked like he had just won the Quidditch World Cup. He looked at Higgs and saw a look of amazement on his face. Smirking, Harry stepped off his broom. "I trust that I've proven my skills to you. Welcome to the team, Potter. Terrence, you get chaser position," Flint said, and Harry laughed when Higgs started cheering. "Thanks for freeing me, Potter." Harry just gave him a mock bow, and Higgs chuckled. "I like you, Potter." Flint nodded in agreement. "You'll fit into the team just fine. There's a team training in 2 days, 7:30 p.m. Be there." "Okay, I'll see you then, Captain," Harry said, giving Higgs his broom and walking away. When the Lost Potter got sorted into Slytherin, "I never expected this," Higgs muttered to Flint, and Flint nodded in agreement. "People say he grew up with muggles. I don't believe it. There's no way, with his skill. He could probably graduate Hogwarts already if he wanted to," Higgs said, and Flint snorted. "That might be exaggerating. I wouldn't be so quick to say that. I saw a little magic trick of him in the library when he was studying with his friends. Some of them looked suspicious, but he gave them a sob story of his bad childhood, and suddenly all of them believed him." "Yeah, he sure as hell has a way of charming people," Flint said. "You should have been there when Snape pulled me out of Charms class. He made the head of Slytherin tolerate him, which wouldn't be that hard. But he's a Potter, and we both know the history. It'll be interesting to have him in the team, that's for sure." Harry was walking towards the dungeons, the Slytherin common rooms, when he suddenly got pulled into a classroom. He was ready to defend himself when he saw Fred and George Weasley. "Hey, Snake," George said, and Harry snorted. "Hey, George." "He's not George, I am," Fred said, but that just made Harry snort again, right? Harry hadn't talked to the twins since Hope's birthday party, but he still believed he could trust the two Weasley brothers. "Well, my brother, I believe, Dash." "Yes, I must say I agree," George answered, not letting Fred end his sentence. Harry just laughed and said, "So what did you guys want?" "Well, Harrican's Dash," George started this time. Harry groaned at the nickname. "We heard this little rumor that this first-year Dash would be the new Slytherin Seeker." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Yes, you might be right. So you see, we were overjoyed, Dash. Ecstatic even for you," Fred said, and then George scowled. "But then our little brother's friend Dash, perfect little Hope Dash, had to be the new Gryffindor Seeker." Harry shrugged. "I can't do anything against that, sorry." "Okay, no, but like seriously," Fred said. The lack of twin speak told Harry that they were going to either tell him something serious or offer him something. "We want her off. All we want to ask you is just give her bad time. We are beaters, so in return we will try not to hit you," George offered, and Harry smirked. "You would let Gryffindor lose? Just to spite my sister?" "Well, we were almost sorted into Slytherin, but didn't want to get disowned. However, pretty much everyone heard how you don't give a shit about getting disowned, and you kind of inspired us. But we can't really get resorted, so instead we want to make the Gryffindor's life horrible. It's not like they've always been nice to us and Lee. Turns out that the whole loyalty and house thing counts for every house, but Gryffindor." Harry looked shocked before he mumbled, "Godric would be so disappointed." The twins actually nodded in agreement, and it made Harry wondered if they had talked to the founder in a portrait. "Well, I will accept your offer, since I intended to make her have a bad time anyways, and I would never refuse an offer of not getting hit in the skull with a bludger." Harry wrinkled his nose. He had been hit in the skull by a bludger when he was 8. It hadn't been a fun week. "And I'll look into resorting for you guys away without needing a signature from your parents. I think the founders told me something about that." "Really?" George asked, and Harry nodded. "Of course." "Thank you," Fred said, and Harry shrugged. "Anything to help a fellow snake. Am I right?" Fred and George smirked and nodded. "We'll see you later, little brother." And then they disappeared into nothing. Harry for a second thought about the fact that he might be going crazy, and this conversation never happened, but then he remembered that the twins were known as the pranksters of the school. If anyone could just disappear into nothing to scare people, it would be them. Being called little brother by someone he only talked to twice felt weird, but honestly he couldn't get himself to mind. The twins did look like great older brothers, and if Ron couldn't appreciate that, he would. After all, the twins might be handy allies in the future. When Harry sat at breakfast eating while quietly talking to Blaze because Draco still was kind of pissed, Harry had expected a lot of things, for example, the Gryffindors losing a lot of points. They had lost 300 points last night. But one of the things he hadn't expected was being told to come up to the headmaster's office after breakfast. Why would the headmaster need you? Blaise whispered, and Harry shrugged. I don't know. Don't worry, though. My occlumency shields are really strong. Harry heard Blaise sigh in relief and wondered when the boy, who had quite literally slammed him against a wall to question him the first night, had become so worried about him, or when he became one of Harry's best friends. Harry didn't mind, though. Draco was a great friend, but he could explode any moment. You had to kind of tiptoe around some subjects to not lose the friendship with one conversation. Blaise, like all the other first-year Slytherins, was a lot more open-minded. The other Slytherins seemed to accept that the four of them, so with Theo, kind of formed their own little group, but that didn't mean that Harry didn't still enjoy talking to Pansy, Millicent and Tracy, or even Vincent and Gregory, who he talked with once and seemed to be genuinely more nice than they pretended to be. It's probably because last night, Theo muttered, he had joined somewhere in the conversation and was half glaring at Draco now. You're lucky Harry stopped you, or we could have lost a ton of points too. I'm sorry, Draco said, and Blaise and Theo seemed surprised. A Malfoy apologizing must be a first. Blaise said, and Theo laughed. Okay guys, that's enough. Harry said. He really didn't want to annoy Draco too much. You know I already forgave you yesterday, Draco, so please stop whining and start acting like the Draco we know again. Draco smirked. That I can do. But Harry could still see the guilt and anger in his eyes. The Malfoy mask really wasn't as good as they took credit for. Good. Now are there any rules about going to the headmaster's office? Like, should I ask a professor to come with me? Officially, the head of the house must always be there. However, Dumbledore tends to ignore this rule. Theo answered and Harry nodded. Okay, so I'm going to Snape now, ask him to come with me, and then go to Dumbledore, he said, pushing his now empty plate away from him. Tell us about it later, Blaise said, and Harry nodded. Will do. Snape looked up in surprise when Harry was suddenly standing in front of him. Mr. Potter, sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, but head of the houses should always be there when the headmaster invites a student to discuss something, Harry said, and Snape nodded. That is correct. I assume Headmaster Dumbledore requires your presence for something. Yes, and if I'm being honest, I don't know what I did, Harry said, his pure blood mask carefully in place. He knew that all the professors were watching him right now. Okay, I will join you to this meeting with Dumbledore, Snape said, while getting up, and Harry sighed. Thank you, sir. It is my duty as your head of house, Mr. Potter, Snape said, and Harry shrugged while they started walking. I know, but somehow I feel like this conversation would have been different as a Gryffindor with McGonagall. You might be right about that. Minerva is a good teacher, but Albus got her wrapped around his finger, Snape said, and Harry nodded. I believe that, sir. So did he mention his password to you? Snape asked, and Harry nodded. Turning to the gargoyle, he said, Sherbet Lemon. The gargoyle slowly turned, giving Snape and Harry access to the headmaster's office. Harry could only look around in amazement. The office was, of course, the old meeting room, but it had been totally changed. It had a simple desk with a phoenix next to it, making Harry wondered if Dumbledore forced the poor animal to bond to him. The room had a lot of small magical artifacts and trackers in it. The whole wall was covered with portraits of past headmasters and headmistress. Harry was pleased to see the founders, too. He nodded at them and then turned to Dumbledore, who was looking at him with an amused expression. Sorry, sir. I was just amazed by your office, Harry muttered, and Dumbledore smiled. It's quite all right, my boy. Harry was looking everywhere, but Dumbledore's eyes, the small moment he had actually looked into the man's eyes, he had felt a little push against his mind. He knew his shield should be able to stop Dumbledore, but Harry wanted to be sure. I also have to apologize, for I had not thought you would finish breakfast this quickly. We have to wait till your parents and Hope join us. My parents, sir? Harry asked, a confused expression on his face. Snape sneered at Dumbledore. Can you at least explain why you called Mr. Potter here? I don't think it's your business, Severus. As the head of Mr. Potter's house, it indeed is my business. Snape sneered, and then a voice behind them spoke up. As Harry's father, I don't think it's your business, but fine, you can stay. James said. So pray tell, Headmaster, why am I here? Harry asked, now that his family was here. Dumbledore sighed. Hope here told us you challenged her for a duel yesterday, and then didn't even show up. A duel, sir? Harry asked innocently, and James growled. You're not convincing anyone, Harry James Potter. Harry faked wincing. Oh, the whole name usage. This must be serious. So you didn't invite Hope to a duel? Mrs. Potter, can you tell me what you told me yesterday? Well, I walked past my dear brother. She rolled her eyes when he left the library yesterday, and then Malfoy was suddenly in my face, challenging me for a duel. So you had nothing to do with this, Mr. Potter? Lily asked, and she looked angry. Harry just rolled his eyes. I don't control my housemates. I left the library because Malfoy was pissed at me, and I was done with his bullshit. Language, Lily hissed, and Harry scowled. So no, I had nothing to do with the duel. I only told Draco to stop being childish when he told me. So you were the reason Draco didn't show up? James asked, and Harry nodded. I wasn't going to just let him go on his own, and I wasn't going to sneak out with him. So it is your fault, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, and Snape raised an eyebrow. You're blaming my student for not leaving after curfew? And not Hope, because she did leave after curfew? This is a new low, Dumbledore. Stay out of this, Snevellis, James said, and Severus scowled. This is just childish. I'm leaving with my student. He grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him out of the office, muttering about the stupid headmaster. When they were far enough away from the office for none of them to hear them, Harry snorted, I don't understand how they come up with things like this. Dumbledore always acted stupid, but I've never seen him do something like this before, Snape said, and Harry shrugged. Hope has that influence on people, making them like her and then making them protective of her to the point where they are wrapped around her little gremlin fingers. Snape snorted. You're one to talk. I believe you could have half of the school would bow down to you if you tried. Harry smirked. Want me to test it? Snape looked at the boy unimpressed. I would tell you to test it, but I fear Dumbledore would believe you're some upcoming Dark Lord. Harry inclined his head. Yeah, I believe that. Now I think I should search for the other Slytherins, and then muttered, before Blaise kills himself with worry. Really, that boy is too worried for me. Snape shook his head. He isn't the only one, I believe. Good luck, Mr. Potter. I'll see you in potions class tomorrow. Right by, sir. And Snape had been right. When Harry walked into the common room, he was immediately hugged by at least 3 different people, maybe more. Okay. So much love here, he muttered, making someone in the group hug giggle. Are you okay? He heard Tracy's voice, and Harry nodded. Yeah, the old coot tried to blame me for Draco's little stunt yesterday. Snape told him that he could only blame me once he blamed Hope for being out after curfew. Then he dragged me away. That reminds me, Harry muttered, and then tried to release himself from the group hug to turn to Salazar. Would you mind spying on the headmaster for me? He hissed, and Salazar smirked. Of course not, little snake. It'd be fun to actually do something again. What? Daphne asked and then laughed, because she realized how stupid it sounded. Asking what? After hearing Harry talk in Parseltongue. Harry didn't seem to mind, though. He just shrugged, asked him to spy on Dumbledore. He then looked around the common room with worry. Where's Ebony? Normally he comes out when I speak Parseltongue. Oh, the pissed-off little snake went back into your dorm this morning. I think he's shedding. His skin looks all gray, Blaise said, and Harry nodded. Right, snakes, reptiles shed. Millicent nodded. Right, Potter. Anyways, what did your parents think about Snape's little stunt? Oh, they were pissed. I'm really going for getting disowned before the holidays. Harry smirked, and all the first-year Slytherins shook their head, not quite used to someone who didn't care about the scandal of getting disowned yet. Oh, does anyone here know the rules about resorting in Hogwarts? Harry asked, and Salazar pointed at himself, making Harry snort. You know, rules have changed over the years, old man. Shut up, child, Salazar said. I still have a portrait in Dumbledore's office, and I don't think it changed. In our time, you could just request a resort in 3rd and 5th grade without needing a letter from your parents, because teenagers change a lot over the years. Why isn't it done more often then? Harry asked, and a 3rd-year Slytherin snorted. Sorry, I was listening to your conversation. Dumbledore hides things like this. We can't change them, so we will hide it. The Board of Governors never allowed him to change rules like this, because students tend to change a lot. Also, bullying happens, and people who get sorted into the wrong house the first time. Pansy explained, and Harry hummed. That makes sense. He turned to Salazar. So why did it never happen when I was with you guys? It did a lot, but you just never paid enough attention. You were always in your own little world. Salazar laughed, and Harry just rolled his eyes. Why? Do you want to get rid of us, Harry? Daphne asked, sounding slightly worried. Harry quickly shook his head. No, don't worry, the Slytherin house will keep the first-year prodigy who earns too much points and makes it impossible for Slytherin to not win the House Cup. Blaise snorted. So who are you asking it for? Fred and George Weasley. Harry said, laughing at the reactions. They're good people and very different from their family. Well, at least the younger two. What house are they supposed to be in? Pansy asked. Harry just raised an eyebrow, making most of the Slytherins groan. You're kidding, Daphne said, and Harry just shook his head. Don't worry, I'll make them behave. I didn't know you knew the Weasleys. Draco said, speaking up for the first time, but he was sneering. Harry groaned. Merlin had told them about the Malfoy-Weasley rivalry. Really, Draco, Fred and George are fine. I don't think they even like their family, though I doubt if any of the sons besides Ron do. He muttered the last part. They actually let themselves get sorted into Gryffindor to not get disowned, but having me as a perfect inspiration, they decided to not give a shit. You're such a good example, Tracy said sarcastically, and Harry smirked. I know, right? People should appreciate me more. As much as I hate to stop this conversation, Blaise said, rolling his eyes. I think we should go to Dada. Harry nodded in agreement. They were usually the first ones there, and Harry had talked to Quirrell about a lot of different subjects before the past two classes. He also got to know Voldemort a bit better through these conversations. Everyone thought it was weird that he talked so much to their defense professor, but he couldn't blame them. No one knew that the professor was possessed by Voldemort yet. Quirrell, like always, was sitting behind his desk when they came in, and Harry, like he did the past two classes, they only had 3 defense classes till now, walked up to him and started talking. Since he wanted to talk to the man about the stone after class, he decided that now was a good moment to start talking about Horcruxes and freak the man out a little bit. It was only the second week of class. He still had a whole month to come up with a plan. He wanted to get the stone on the 31st of October. He could slip away easily and blame it on the bad memories. Sir, would it be possible to make a living Horcrux? Hypothetically, of course. Harry started, and Quirrell looked up at him, his eyes flashing red for a second. Harry smirked. BWL, I don't think there has been an example yet, but I do think that you under the right CRC circumstances, it would be a possibility. Now tell me, Mr. P.P. Potter, how did you come across Horcruxes? I read a book about them, Harry said casually. He really hated the obvious fake stutter. What would be the right circumstances? Would it be like standing close to a murder? Or maybe even getting hit with the killing curse and surviving? He could feel the Slytherins staring at him. Some of them would know what Horcruxes were, others didn't. Most of them did notice that this wasn't just a conversation. W would say that if you were to survive the K-killing curse, there would be a big chance that a piece of the other soul would try to hide it itself in you. Other C circumstances could be SS standing close to a murder in an empty field. If there's nothing else it could attach to, it might attach itself to a host instead. Quirrell answered, his eyes moving up to Harry's scar, which he still had, but at least wasn't as big as Hope's scar. He never really suspected that he himself could be a Horcrux, but still his Parseltongue ability had been weird, and the twin wands were a pretty obvious sign, even if he denied that that could be because he carried a piece of Voldemort's soul at first. This conversation made him rethink that. It made things a lot easier, though. If he was a Horcrux, the Dark Lord wouldn't kill him, and he could make the Dark Lord sane without the Dark Lord losing his immortality. I believe it might be best if we keep this conversation between us, Harry said, when he saw that the class was slowly filling. He also shot a warning look at the Slytherins, who just nodded. I believe so too, Mr. Potter. Quirrell answered, before his eyes went red again, and he said, I believe we also have a lot to discuss, if you could stay after class. He noticed that Quirrell was also done with his fake stutter and long sentences. He didn't use it a lot. Of course, Professor. Harry smirked, before moving back to his place, next to Draco and Blaise. What was it all about? Horcruxes? You're kidding, Harry. Blaise whispered, and Harry rolled his eyes. I'll tell you later. Don't worry. I'm not planning on making some living Horcrux. I sure hope you won't, because I will lock you up and not let you go until you get this stupid idea out of your head. Just wait till after class. I'll tell you all later. Harry said, knowing all the Slytherins around them were listening. So they waited till after class, none of them really paying attention to Quirrell explaining duel rules. When they were dismissed, Harry whispered, Wait for me in the library. I'll join you guys in a bit. He didn't let them answer before he walked towards Quirrell. though he did see Blaise nod. And thank God for Blaise, because he was sure some of them would have refused leaving him if Blaise hadn't forced them. So, Horcruxes, Potter? Quirrell said, not bothering to stutter now. Harry smirked. I have something your little friend would be interested in. If you would let me talk to him. Quirrell opened his mouth, but Harry just raised a hand. Don't even bother lying. I saw the red eyes I saw 10 years ago. Fine. The eyes turned red. What do you want, Potter? Obviously you wonder if there's a chance if you're a Horcrux, and to be totally honest, I don't know. Actually, that was purely my curiosity. I did have something to talk about. What would that be? The stone, Harry smirked. I'll help you. You're obviously too weak in this form. How did you find out about the stone? Voldemort hissed, and Harry shrugged. My dumb sister doesn't know how to put up privacy charms or silencing spells. Not even in Muffliato. That's not important, though. What is important is, I'm willing to help you if you let me decide which ritual we use to get you a new body. And you think you, an 11-year-old boy, has enough power. While I don't think so, Voldemort, I know so. He released a bit of his magic, levitating different items in the room, with enough care to not break them. That was what I learned to do when I was 4. Now if you want my help, I suspect you to tell me so, before Halloween. I have to get ready to get the stone till then. Okay, fine, Potter, I'll think about it. Now get out. The red eyes were flickering to blue and then back to red, and Harry understood that actually being in control of the body must take a lot of Voldemort's energy. So he nodded. He had to go to his friends anyways. Entering the library, he saw the group of Slytherins all shooting looks at the entrance once in a while. He laughed and joined them, putting up his privacy charm. So what was that about? Blaise hissed, but Harry saw through his angry act this time, noticing the worry in his eyes. Shrugging, Harry answered, Voldemort is possessing Quirrell. I found out the first Dad class. His eyes kept going red for a second when he looked at me, and then they turned back to blue. Okay, while that is worrying, it doesn't explain everything, Harry. Millicent said, and Harry shot her a confused look. Wait, I didn't tell you guys yet. Tell us what? Blaise asked, and Harry shrugged. Voldemort tried to kill me, not Hope. Hope has never been the chosen one. I thought I already told you guys because Theo figured out the whole heir by conquest thing. You didn't tell us that. Pansy gasped and then looked at Harry with worry. Wait, that mean you're the prophecy child, the one to beat Voldemort? Nah, I'm helping him right now. I don't think the prophecy told the total truth anyways. Harry said, and then added, I'm planning on bringing Voldemort back this Christmas, but it will take some convincing. What about celebrating Yule with us? Draco asked, sounding slightly disappointing, and Harry looked up. Wait, you guys still do that? I thought it was illegal now. Then he literally face-palmed. Why did he always almost give away that he wasn't from this time? I'm just going to pretend that you don't know what Yule is, because the Potters stopped celebrating it 30 years ago. Blaise muttered, and Harry shot him a grateful look. He knew he would tell the Slytherins, or at least some of them this year. He had to. He hated his whole life being a secret. Hated the fact that he had to pretend to know nothing about magic. But he had to wait for a bit. It had only been 2 weeks, and 2 weeks didn't tell him enough about these people. He would, of course, make them all swear secrecy with a spell, force them to let him protect this piece in their mind. If Dumbledore found out, he'd be fucked. But he just hated this, having a whole different secret life. So yes, he would find out who he could really trust soon enough, and then tell at least some of them. You guys want to know another of my secrets? Harry smirked, and the Slytherins nodded. If Harry was willing to share, they would always want to know more. Something about no one really knowing Harry made him so interesting. Harry was fine with sitting back and not talking to anyone, just listening. Somehow, he still made friends. He still attracted people's attention. I wasn't the one to defeat Voldemort, Harry said, and now everyone looked confused. Had Harry lied to them a few minutes ago, or had they just not understood what he meant? Harry chuckled at their confused looks. Dumbledore killed him. That's why I believe the whole prophecy is bullshit. That's why I'm still trying to figure out the whole living Horcrux thing. If Dumbledore killed Voldemort, how did the soul end up in me? But still I feel out. Magic connecting. It's like Voldemort poured a proportion of his magic into me, and then the soul just thought he was home. It's weird. I'm not even sure yet. He did just shoot the killing curse at you. His magic might have actually been resting inside your core, or whatever. No one knows what happens if you survive the killing curse, because it only happened once, and then they studied the wrong person. Blaise said, and Harry nodded. I think Dumbledore knew hope wasn't the chosen one, like he didn't want people to study the right one. He muttered, but no one knew what to say to that. So instead, they started talking about normal subjects after an awkward silence. No one mentioned the fact that if Harry hadn't been the one to kill Voldemort, he couldn't be the heir of Slytherin, or at least not in the way he claimed he was. But the looks everyone kept shooting at Harry told him that all of them noticed, but respecting his secrets, didn't mention it. Harry silently thanked whatever God had blessed him with his friend group. Chapter and notes. Thank you all for the positive reactions to this story. I never suspected or even dared to hope that my story would be received this well. So thank you. Love. Philosopher's Stone. Chapter summary. Harry gets the stone and shares more secrets. Chapter notes. I'm sorry for the late and kind of rushed update. I literally got home at 10 p.m. and have to get up really fucking early tomorrow. The week before Halloween was a busy one for Harry. He had to talk to Sirius and Remus about their side in the wizarding world. He had to prepare to get the stone, tell the Slytherins about his plan, and convince them that he could do this alone. He had figured out that the stone was indeed on the third-floor corridor, if the big, three-headed dog meant anything. And he knew how to make a Cerberus sleep, just a bit of music made by charms. Easy. But before he did all of that, he wanted to speak to Fred and George Weasley. Having them in his house, and distracting the others while he was gone, would be useful. So here he was, sitting in an abandoned classroom waiting for the Weasley twins. He had sent them a letter after all. Hey Harrikins Dash, dear little brother of us. Harry sighed. Hey, okay, so I figured out about the resorting. You did? George asked. Harry nodded. Well, 3rd and 5th years get the chance to resort, so you're in luck. You just have to request a resorting, and it'll be done. It's that easy. Yeah, Dumbledore tried to hide this option, to manipulate students or whatever. But Sal told me about it. Harry rolled his eyes at Dumbledore's stupidity, and then he was suddenly wrapped into 2 pairs of arms. Thank you, one of the twins said, but Harry had to admit their voices sounded very similar, and he didn't quite hear the difference. You're welcome, Harry said. I also wanted to ask if you could just do some pranks on Halloween. I'm on a mission and don't want anyone to know. Oh, a mission you say Dash. Tell us about it, Harrikins. The twins said while letting go of Harry, and Harry snorted. You'll find out eventually, but please, distraction. Of course, Fred said, and now it was Harry's turn to thank the twins. Okay, I kind of have some business to deal with. But you can just go to Dumbledore's office and request the resorting for tonight. We will Dash. Thank you again, George said, and they left. Harry was honestly surprised how easy that went. He felt like his conversation with Remus and Sirius would be a lot harder, which was where he was headed now. Sirius and Remus were preparing for their classes tomorrow when Harry walked into their living quarters, which they had showed him a few weeks ago. Hey, Moony Pads, Harry said, throwing himself on the couch in their living room. Pop, Sirius said in surprise before giving him a quick hug. Afterwards, Remus also gave him a hug, and then Harry said, I actually have something I want to talk about. Sirius and Remus both shot him a curious look and sat down. Harry sighed. It's about the war. No. Don't feel forced that you have to do anything. Fuck the prophecy, Sirius said, and Harry shook his head, chuckling. Don't worry, Padfoot. I'm not going to do some Gryffindor move and destroy the Dark Lord now, he said while pointing at the Slytherin crest on his school robes. I just wanted to know what side you guys are on. Harry, we don't want to influence your choice. We'd fight for you whatever side you pick. Remus answered softly, Sirius nodding in agreement. But you do have a preference, Harry stated. Sirius nodded and hesitated before saying, I am obviously a dark wizard. My whole family has a dark core. Moony, he's a dark creature. The light side tries to take away our rights. We didn't know what we fought for when we fought with them. Sirius laughed bitterly. Dumbledore used my hatred for my family to get us, since we're both quite powerful. On his side, never really honest about what the goals of both sides were. Well, your parents abandoned you. We started looking more into it, and we actually agree with the Dark Lord. Harry smiled. I'm glad that we'll make this a lot less hard. He took a deep breath. I'm planning to bring the Dark Lord back. I have everything planned. Found a ritual to restore his sanity, and the Dark Lord even agreed to me picking the ritual. What? The Dark Lord Dash, Remus started. Harry nodded. He's in the school quarrel. Merlin's pants. I knew there was something up with that dude. Sirius breathed. Harry wrinkled his nose in disgust. He knew people used the Founder's or Merlin's name to curse in this time, but Slytherins usually didn't swear a lot, so he wasn't quite used to it yet. Language pads, Remus said, and Harry snorted before saying, I just wanted you guys to know, since this week I'm going to be working on getting everything ready, and I didn't want you guys to worry about my absence. At Halloween, for example, I won't be at the feast. What do you actually have to do? Sirius asked, and Harry shrugged. Steal the Philosopher's Stone. What? No way. Remus said, and Harry froze. You knew it was in the school? Of course we knew. Dumbledore made us all swear to secrecy, though. Remus said, looking kind of guilty, and Harry sighed. I don't blame you for not telling me. I'm just surprised. That doesn't mean that we're okay with you stealing it for the Dark Lord. It's too dangerous, Harry. Sirius said, and Harry raised an eyebrow. I don't actually care, to be totally honest. I'm probably more powerful than Dumbledore himself, so I should be fine. Remus sighed. We know you're powerful, Harry, we've seen it. Don't let it get to your head. You're not immortal. We just want you to be safe. And Harry swore. He also heard Sirius mutter. And I thought Slytherins have more self-preservation. Harry snorted. I don't think any of you know how powerful I am, yet I'm not letting it get to my head. Also, Sirius, most Slytherins do. I think most Slytherins will try to body bind me to a chair when I tell them about this, but I have to do this. He sighed. Can I trust you guys? Sirius and Remus both gave him a weird look, kind of offended that he even asked. Harry sighed again. This is serious, more than anything else. No one knows this. He was about to do it, trust the two men in front of him with his biggest secret. He wanted to do this, had wanted him after the first month of school had passed. Sirius and Remus had been better parents to him than his real parents. Talking about his real parents, Lily and James had started ignoring him after he had told Hope that for a witch with years of training, she was impressively bad at magic. They hadn't liked that and started ignoring him. Honestly, Harry was surprised that they hadn't disowned him right there and then, but he thought they would probably want to disown him in a more public place. Like the Great Hall. You can trust us, Sirius whispered, and Harry muttered. Would you be offended if I asked you to swear secrecy? Remus shook his head. If this is that important to you, we will do it. Sirius agreed immediately. And so they swore that anything Harry told them would never be spoken about to other people. Only with Harry's consent, they would be able to tell others. Thank you. Harry gave them a small smile. Well, this is going to sound unbelievable. It all started when my parents abandoned me, 31st of October in 1981. They sent me to the Dursleys the next day, but I never arrived because Dumbledore left me on their doorstep instead of giving me to them directly. A time, traveling Merlin brought me to the Hogwarts founders. Years in the past, and they have taught me everything they know in the 10 years they took care of me. I even beat Godric Gryffindor in a duel when I was 9. Sirius and Remus looked at him like he was insane. Harry looked away. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Sirius cursed under his breath before saying, No, we believe you. It's just slightly weird to think about. It explains a lot, though. Your magic was always too good, and we all saw your casual shows of wandless magic. Harry laughed. The wand I use in class isn't even real. He grabbed the wand from his pocket, throwing it to Sirius. It has no core. Sirius picked the wand up and felt nothing. It was just wood. Harry softly explained, I have a real wand, but wandless magic is a gift that you can lose. If I stopped doing wandless magic, I would stop being able to do it at some point. Sirius nodded, handing the wand to Remus, who was looking at Harry with amazement. You are so powerful. It does make sense, everything, the amount of details you gave on the founders and their lost child in your first essay was kind of weirdly impressive. Harry snorted. It was funny to write about myself, but pretend I don't know anything about myself. I can imagine. Sirius laughed. So what else can you do? Harry shrugged. I finished the Hogwarts curriculum in the past. Started when I was 6, I think, and finished at 9 or 10. So everything we learn at school, and some extras. Then he muttered. They refused to teach me the Patronus charm, though. Sirius gaped at him. The whole Hogwarts curriculum? It wasn't that hard. I was kind of bored, so they also taught me how to edit spells and potions. Oh. In private lessons, of course. The etiquette lessons sucked, though. You are crazy. Remus concluded, and Harry smirked. I know. So am I okay to get the stone now? Remus and Sirius hesitated, and Harry threw his arms up, being so done with the overprotectiveness from his godfather and Moony. He knew that some of the Slytherins would react in a similar way, and he honestly wished that his godfather and Moony wouldn't take as long to convince. What do I have to do? A guy beats Godric in a duel, and still his godfather and honorary uncle think he isn't powerful enough to get a stone from a Hogwarts corridor. Sirius snorts. Fine, get the stone, but visit us immediately after. You have one evening. If you're not here by curfew, we will tell Snape about your stupid plan and come after you. Harry rolled his eyes. Thank you. Now I've got to go convince some friends that this is a good idea. Remus laughed. Good luck with that. Harry just left, not bothering responding. He had no actual clue where the rest of the Slytherin first years were, so he started with going to the common room. It was Saturday, which was usually the day he fed Ebony. Unless the snake was shedding and just stopped eating, then Harry would instead feed him once he was done with his 1 or 2 week shedding period. Because yes, snakes can really take that long, and would feed the snake then. The common room was empty, so instead he went to his dorm. The Dark Lord's dorm had proven to be totally safe. Nothing happened to either him or Ebony yet in the almost 2 months they had spent at Hogwarts. Ebony, do you wish to join me today? Harry asked. Knowing that the snake hated being held after he ate, Ebony looked at him and shook his little snake head, making Harry smile. Okay, hurry it up. He quickly conjured a rat for the snake who hissed his thanks and started hunting the rodent. Harry smiled at the snake before leaving. Really, the snake wasn't that social and spends days up in Harry's room, but that didn't make Harry love him any less. The next place Harry went to was the library, where surprisingly, he found no Slytherins either. Next, he visited the Great Hall, where his whole friend group was sitting talking. Really, he should have looked here first. It made so much sense. It was normal for them to spend Saturdays in the Great Hall. Fucking finally, he muttered, while sitting down next to Pansy, who gave him a smile. I've been searching the whole school for you guys. It's not our fault you had to meet up with people, Pansy said, smirking, and Harry groaned. I know. He hadn't realized how tired he was until he sat down. Making plans to save an evil Dark Lord was exhausting, and he had spent nights planning to make sure people wouldn't get suspicious. If only he didn't have a group of amazing people to care about him, it would make this so much easier. He could just disappear on Halloween. No one would look for him. He would just be gone and reappear the next day. It would have been less exhausting, yet Harry wouldn't give away his friends for the world. Harry, you okay? Draco asked. He had gotten over his anger after 2 days and returned to the way he was before. That surprisingly didn't change the fact that Blaise was one of his closest friends. I'm tired, don't worry though, Harry muttered. He had the urge to lay his head down on the table, fall asleep. But he was in public, he had to keep an image up. Who did you meet up with? Blaise asked, and Harry shrugged. Fred and George, and after that Sirius and Remus. Surprisingly, the one with Fred and George was the less exhausting conversation. It was true, while Harry loved the fact that he had some people who knew the truth now, it felt weird. And just telling people about his past made him miss the founders more than before. I also barely got any sleep last night, he added. Now more of the Slytherin first years were looking at him with worried looks. He understood why. He was always the person who just didn't really care about anything. He was always okay. Him admitting he didn't sleep well, and the fact that he was so tired from a couple of conversations was weird to the group. I'm okay though. I've just been planning, he said, and then looked at the group. I wanted to talk to you guys about that. By the way, they all looked at him, and Daphne said, maybe stop the planning for today. We have time. I can't, I'm sorry. It's Halloween on Thursday, and I still need to talk to the bloody Dark Lord before actually doing anything. The Dark Lord hadn't actually agreed to anything yet. He just told Remus and Sirius that to make them agree quicker. The Dark Lord hadn't said anything to him about this since that one Dad-Al lesson. When we wanted to see if you were on our side of the war, we didn't want you to do anything to prove that you are Harry. Draco muttered, and Harry smirked. Don't worry, I actually planned this before I even met you guys. I didn't know how to, but now I have the perfect idea. Also, I'm not even sure about fully joining the dark side, yet I just want to talk to Voldemort, see what he has to say, and then I'll decide. I've never heard anyone talk about our Lord so casually. Pansy muttered, and Harry snorted. Don't worry, I think I'm on his side, but I'm not too worried about the evil Dark Lord. Harry rolled his eyes. People feared too easy in this time. Back in the Founders' times, witches and wizards would taunt muggles just to get the experience of being set on fire by them. After that, they would quickly apparate and wear the burned scars it gave them with pride. Okay, Harry had to admit, people might have been a bit insane back then. Okay, so tell us about your plan, Tracy said, obviously done with all the talk about the Dark Lord and sides of the war. None of them were on the light side, so it didn't even matter. All right, so the Philosopher's Stone is in Hogwarts, third floor corridor. A big Cerberus is guarding it. I'm going to get the stone for Voldemort this Halloween, just so I can use the excuse of trauma if any teachers ask. Harry said, No, no way. Blaise said, and most of the others agreed with him. Harry groaned. I just convinced Sirius and Remus. So please just let me have this once, and I'll act like the proper Slytherin with enough self-preservation for the rest of the year. Right. Blaise snorted and Harry shot him a glare. Okay, fine, I'll admit I can act a little Gryffindorish. But honestly blame Godric's portrait, not me. Can't you just let one of us go with you? Theo asked, who had been silently listening till now. No, no way. It's way too dangerous. Harry shook his head. My magic, it's, well, powerful. I can protect myself. I don't want anything to happen to one of you guys because of my stupid plan. Harry, just let us go with you, Tracy said, and Harry shook his head. I have to do this alone. Harry sighed. The Great Hall was pretty much empty. There were only a few Ravenclaw girls. The Great Hall was usually empty on Saturdays. Most older students were in Hogsmeade, and the younger students often preferred the common rooms. That's why they had chosen the Great Hall as their Saturday place. It was always almost or completely empty. Fuck it, he said, and then took a breath, releasing his magic, which he hadn't released for literal years. It surrounded them like some dark cloud, and the few Ravenclaws who were also in the Great Hall gasped at the sheer power of the Slytherin boy. Harry shot the Ravenclaws one look with his now even brighter glowing AK green eyes, which he still loved. It reminded him of the day the Founders adopted him, and was sure that they would be silent. Is this convincing enough? He asked the Slytherins, who were looking at him with a mix of fear and amazement. Some of them had some jealousy, too, but Harry ignored that. He quickly hid his magic again, sorting his mind and core shields to make the cloud totally disappear, and he heard the students around him, and even the Ravenclaws, breathe heavily. He looked at the Ravenclaws. You won't say a word about this, or do I have to obliviate you? They all shook their heads, and Harry smirked. Snape's word of a few weeks ago going through his head. You're one to talk. I believe you could have half of the school would bow down to you if you tried. You convinced me, Pansy said, and Millicent nodded. The girl hadn't cared enough to actually say anything. She didn't want Harry to go alone, obviously, but the argument went well enough without her help. Now there wasn't an argument anymore. Harry Potter had an unbelievable amount of power, and she realized it would be safer for him to go alone. Harry sent Blaise an apologizing look. Blaise glared at him. The boy obviously didn't want Harry to go alone. Still, he wouldn't complain anymore. He knew that Harry could protect himself. Harry was still surprised by how worried Blaise would get over him sometimes. So, how can we help? Blaise asked, wanting to do something. Harry smirked. Well, the Weasley twins are going to distract people, but just tell people I don't feel well and wanted to be alone. That I have too much memories of the day, whisper. He remembers everything. To people or something like that. Make sure they won't check on me, though. We can do that, Tracy said, and Harry smiled. Thank you, you guys are the best. We're aware, was said by multiple people, and Harry laughed. And so modest, too. That evening, Dumbledore stood up from his chair. Before we start with the feast, there are a few resorts needed. He waved his wand, summoning the Sorting Hat. Minerva, if you could please? McGonagall quickly stood up, grabbing the hat and transforming a fork into a chair. Well, let's not wait any longer. Fred and George Weasley and Lee Jordan, if you could come forward, please. The twins and Jordan were smirking at all the questioning glances. Jordan Lee? McGonagall said like they were first-year students. Lee turned to Fred and George. See you guys in Slytherin. Then he walked to the chair, sitting down on it. It took about 20 seconds before the hat sorted him into Slytherin, shocking a big part of the Hogwarts students. Lee sat down next to Harry, who welcomed him and glared at the students around them to not say anything rude. The process of sorting Fred and then George went pretty much the same. They too joined Harry at the feast. After they sat down, food appeared. Dumbledore didn't even make a second speech. I didn't think Harry was serious, Tracy said, being the first one to talk. Fred and George just smirked at her before turning to Harry. So Harrikins dash, dear little brother of us dash, please introduce us to these dash, people you call friends. George finished and Harry laughed. I thought you already knew them, but fine. These are Draco, Blaise, and Theo, he said, introducing the people who were sitting the closest to him. The girls are Pansy, Millicent, Tracy, and Daphne. Harry said, and there are Gregory and Vincent. They don't talk a lot, though. Good to meet you all. A pleasure. Fred said, grinning, and Lee sighed. You probably know us already. The Slytherins nodded. During their little conversation, no one noticed Ron Weasley rushing out of the Great Hall to tell their parents about the resorting, making sure the twins would be punished for their little stunt. And even later, when the Slytherins would all leave the hall, Snape would be waiting for them. He welcomed the 3 new Slytherins and then told Harry that they're his responsibility. Harry groaned, but accepted his faith. He just hoped the twins wouldn't behave too crazy. The next defense class, he wanted to talk to Quirrell again, but this time only to ask if he could talk with his defense teacher after class. Quirrell quickly nodded, and Harry decided not to ask anything else. He just went back to his place next to Draco and Blaise. The class went by pretty quickly. Quirrell just let them practice shield charms, which turned out to be quite hard for most students. After class, Harry noticed that all the Slytherin students stayed in the classroom. He glared at them, but when none of them moved, he sighed and decided to let them stay. Voldemort, he said. Some of his friends still flinched when he used the name. I need your answer. The next class is Halloween, and I won't have time to prepare everything anymore then. Quirrell's eyes turned red, and he heard some of his friends gasp. Like you wouldn't steal the stone anyways? Harry snorted. I would, of course, but that doesn't mean that I'll still give it to you. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, and Harry smirked. Now, do we have a deal? All I need you to say is that I can pick the ritual. I'm not going to let you walk around like an insane man. Fine, Potter, but only because I'm done with possessing animals and some of my followers, Voldemort said, and Harry sighed. Thank you. Now I need you to make sure all the students get to the common rooms early. I've already made sure that there is distraction, but I need to be able to get away without getting caught. Voldemort smirked. I have a plan. Harry raised an eyebrow and sarcastically said, Please share with the class. A troll. Voldemort muttered, and Harry just stared at him like he was insane, which he was, by the way. You do you, Harry muttered, and then said goodbye, because he didn't want to deal with an insane Dark Lord longer than he had to. When he was finally out of the classroom that smelled too much like garlic to be considered healthy, he rested against the wall, the Slytherins gathering around him. I can't believe I'm actually doing this, he said, and Pansy snorted. We all thought you would be totally light-side. Imagine our surprise. I'm surprised too, Harry said. I didn't know what this world was going to be like. I never even suspected helping either side, but here I am. I'm just doing what feels right, and if I fuck this up, I'll just have to fix my own mistakes. Well, I think you're doing what's right, Tracy said, and most of the others nodded in agreement. Harry smiled. Thank you. Now, let's go find some empty classroom and practice your shield charms, because you guys were horrible. Rude, Draco muttered. But he was smiling, and the rest followed Harry without saying anything. It wasn't the first time Harry decided that they absolutely sucked at some spell and took it in his own hands to teach them how to do it right, so that they could earn points for it in the next class. And maybe because the spells are usually actually useful. So they found themselves an empty classroom, and Harry started instructing them how to make a good shield. They continued to practice for the next few days, and by the time that Halloween arrived, every first-year Slytherin was at least able to make an average shield. Only Millicent and Theo made a strong shield, though, but that was okay. They also spent one day after Harry told them their shields were good enough, decorating a stone to make it look like the Philosopher's Stone. The Slytherins had lots of fun trying to figure out what creative magics to use, and ended up making a stone that looked exactly like the Philosopher's Stone. Well, maybe it had a different shape, but it was enough to fool people. Harry wasn't going to steal the stone without planting a fake one at the same spot. It would be too risky. So this was the perfect solution. The Slytherins were happy they got to help. On Halloween, everyone went to their classes as usual. Hope seemed super confident the whole day. It was her day. Every teacher praised her, except for Snape and Quirrell, and all her friends would stop people in the corridors to tell them how great Hope was. So it was as normal as a day like Halloween could get. When the feast started, Harry slipped away from the crowds with the fake stone in his pocket, after reassuring the Slytherins once more that he didn't need someone to come with him. The first part was relatively easy. The Cerberus fell asleep as soon as he used a spell to play music. The next part was also easy. Harry stopped moving as soon as he noticed it was Devil's Snare. He didn't want to destroy the plant. He fell through it after laying totally still for about 30 seconds. He walked further into a room with brooms and flying keys, and decided that this part was harder than the other two without even trying first. He stepped on the broom and shot up into the air trying to look for a difference in keys when he saw a big, old-looking key between all the golden ones. One of the key's wings had already been broken, so it didn't fly as fast as the others. Harry shot after the key, tried to trap it in a corner, which worked after trying for a while. When he grabbed the key, all the other keys started following him. "Fuck," he muttered and flew towards the closed door, quickly unlocking it and slipping through. He closed the door behind him and sat down against the door, catching his breath. That had honestly been harder than expected. He looked around and saw a chessboard with a lot of charms on it to not let anyone through. He snorted and blew up some of the pieces until he cleared out all the pieces in front of the next door. "Should have thought about that when they made it," he said, even though there was no one with him. Through the next door was a troll. Harry smiled. This was exciting. He hadn't really fought anything in a while, and trolls were pretty dangerous because their thick skin reflected almost all spells. He used whatever he could use, stones, sticks. He even transfigured a stone into a sword. In the end, he beat the troll by using its own wooden club against him, knocking him out and allowing Harry to pass. The room he came in next had a long table with a row of 7 potions and a letter. He took the letter and read it out loud to himself. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. One among us 7 would let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only Neffel wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on Neffel wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end, but if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant hold death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight." Harry read it through a couple more times and then grabbed the smallest bottle. He drank it, not thinking about the consequences if this would be the wrong bottle, but when his body started feeling icy, he did sigh in relief. He walked through the flames in front of the last door he had to pass. Suddenly, he was in front of a big mirror. He saw himself with the Hogwarts founders. "Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oidon wosi." Harry read, and then pretty quickly realized it was mirrored. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire," he muttered. He looked into the mirror again, thinking of swapping the stone in his hand with the stone in the mirror. Suddenly, he saw his reflection swap the stones, and he felt the stone in his hand get more heavy. "Thank you," he said to no one. Being alone really made him go crazy. And then he looked for a way out, finding it by looking at the parcel script that was for some reason on the wall. "Open, please," he said to the walls, and the walls did open for him. He looked around the room that just appeared and noticed it had all of the Founders' colors in it. There was a big couch with a lot of tables and chairs around it. There were also a couple of love seats scattered around the room in groups with separate coffee tables. It looked like one big common room for all 4 houses. "Awesome," Harry whispered, and then walked towards the back of the room. There was a door with stairs behind it. Walking down the stairs, he ended up in a magically appearing doorway in the corridor that led towards the Great Hall. "That's so cool," he said, and then noticed that all the students were already gone, probably back in their common rooms now. He started running towards Sirius and Remus' quarters, only to be stopped by a troll in the middle of the corridor. "I'm going to kill you, Voldemort," Harry said, and then started battling the troll in a similar way that he did the other troll. In the end, he finished this troll by transfiguring some knives and making cuts all over the body of the troll, who passed out after a few minutes. "Mr. Potter, I believe we told all students to go to their common rooms," McGonagall said, the moment she arrived at the scene. Harry was sitting against the wall, the troll lying next to him. He gave her Snape, Sirius, and Remus, who were with her, a small smile. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I wasn't at the feast because Halloween is kind of traumatic to me, and I had nightmares about it last night. I told the rest to not worry about me and go to the feast. Have fun. I just wanted to wait for Sirius and Remus in their quarters when I ran into this troll dash. Minerva, I did ask Harry, as my godson, to meet me here after the feast. Sirius said, and Harry shot him a grateful look. Okay, Mr. Potter. McGonagall sighed. Just make sure you let Poppy check you for any wounds. Trolls are nasty creatures. I will, thank you, miss. Of course, Mr. Potter. She shot him a small smile. 50 point to Slytherin. For being able to defeat a troll at such a young age. Then she turned and walked away. I double that, Snape smirked, and Harry knew that Slytherin would currently be 100 points up if you were to check. I don't believe your little story, by the way. Harry smirked. I didn't expect you to, sir. I'd be disappointed if you did. Snape nodded and left him too. Harry turned to his godfather and uncle and smiled. I did it. Sirius smiled at him. I didn't doubt you for a moment, pup. Remus snorted. Sure you didn't. Good job, cub. Thank you, though. I should really get back to the common room. I have some concerned friends there. Harry said, and he saw a flash of disappointment on Sirius' face before Sirius nodded. Of course. Have fun, pup. I'll come and visit you tomorrow after classes. Harry said and then ran, literally ran, towards Slytherin common rooms. Walking into the common room was a whole different experience. Fred and George were there, of course. They had been resorted a few days ago, and also with them was a part of the Quidditch team, who Harry bonded with. Thank fuck you survived, said Daphne, who broke the silence. Then the common room exploded, people asking him how stupid he was, a lot of people questioning if he wasn't a Gryffindor, and a lot of congratulations. It wasn't that hard, a first year could have done that. Harry shrugged everyone off. Only for Flint, please, you can call me Marcus, to snort. You are a first year. Harry smirked. Exactly my point. Making more snorts and laughter appear. But one person did point out Harry wasn't a normal first year. I also killed the troll, which is 2 trolls in one evening. Harry said, and that raised another wave of concerned talking, which Harry shrugged off again. He did tell everyone he would go to Pomfrey to get checked for any injuries, but had to rest first. He was scared that traces of the potion he took would be found in his blood. The Slytherins nodded in understanding at that, after he explained why he had to take a potion, which quickly turned into him explaining his whole adventure. There were a lot of mutters of people asking if he was sure he wasn't a Gryffindor, but Harry just laughed and pointed out that you could have traits from 2 houses. All houses were, after all, based on stereotypes. That silenced most of them. He looked around the room, now filled with most of the Slytherins. Even the 7th years were listening to him. He had, somehow, earned their respect by the many tales of him doing wandless magic and being very magically powerful. Oh, and being friends with Salazar also helped. I did find something interesting, though, he said, to no one in particular. It made everyone look at him, though he ignored most of them, instead walking towards Salazar's painting. You old man, why did you never tell me there was a room for all 4 houses? Harry asked, and Salazar smirked at Harry, knowing Harry only called him that to make the other Slytherins scared, or something like that. It worked, though. A lot of them looked at Harry with a shocked expression, mixed with a bit of fear, making Harry smirk too. I don't know what you're talking about, little snake, Salazar said. Most of the Slytherins relaxed when they heard the man talk with a certain fondness in his voice. Salazar could, of course, have masked it, but this was more fun. It looked like some sort of common room, but for all 4 houses. Harry explained. Why did you never tell me about it? He asked, and Salazar snorted. Well, I thought you knew about it. Before he switched to Parseltongue. You sat there quite often, remember, when the 7th years wanted to teach you chess. You're kidding. That's not the same room, Harry exclaimed, making everyone in the room quite confused, and Salazar chuckled. It is, little snake. Harry sat down on a chair. The room he knew was a boring room with wooden tables and chairs, and was only used to play chess or make homework, now looked like the most comfortable common room ever. Yes, it was really that bad. Harry always loved Hogwarts, but that room he hated. The chairs weren't even comfortable in that room. We, all 4 of us, changed the room after you left, remembering how you hated it. We just missed you and wanted to do something in memory of you. I believe there is even a big parcel script on the wall just spelling your name. We couldn't write it normally, of course, it would have been too risky, So instead, the founders forced me to write a bit about you in Parcel. I agreed immediately, of course. Harry looked at the man in shock. You're kidding. He whispered, and Salazar shook his head. I'll admit it was hard making it, especially with the memories so fresh, but it was a good distraction. The Slytherins looked even more confused now. Some looking in worry, others just curious, and others even in suspicion. Neither Harry or Salazar cared at this point, both being more emotional than they've been in a while. That's what confused the Slytherins most of all. Both of them had always had a perfect mask, only showing amused expressions. So now to see actual sadness, or pain, or grief, or whatever you want to call it on their faces. It was weird. I'm so sorry, Harry hissed, not knowing what he was apologizing for. I always forget you guys went decades without me. The rest of your lives. Yet I'm here being sad while I still have the chance to speak to you every day. Salazar shook his head. The fact that things have an ending makes them more beautiful in a weird way. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes. Was he crying? He hadn't really been this emotional in a while, and it felt weird showing so much emotions to a whole room full of Slytherins. You should go to sleep. You must be exhausted. Salazar said, and Harry nodded. Yes, I will. I'll try to find you guys sometime soon, as in all 5 of you. There is a corridor with our portraits next to Merlin's portrait. Salazar said, and Harry smiled. I'll find it. The Slytherins were even more confused than ever. But at this point, they weren't even trying to make sense out of anything Harry James Potter did. Okay, now go to sleep, child, Salazar said before looking at the other first years. You guys, I am trusting you make sure he gets at least one good night of rest. Really, he shouldn't have pushed himself this hard for the past week. That's what we've been saying. Blaise muttered. Harry shot a glare at both him and Salazar, but both of them ignored him. Harry sighed and stood up, not bother saying anything before going to his room. He let himself fall on his bed and fell asleep immediately. He would deal with crazy Dark Lords tomorrow. Now he would sleep for the next 10 hours at least. Just another day. Chapter summary. Harry talks to the Dark Lord and some other important plot points. Chapter notes. Hey, so the next few chapters will be a bit shorter. I'm really stressed because of school right now, and I can't spend a lot of time to write 8K word chapters. Most of them are still 3 to 4K words. Harry woke up pretty late the next morning, just on time for a quick breakfast, and then go to potions. The class was pretty uneventful, besides the fact that somewhere in his morning routine Ebony had snuck into his pocket and made his presence known during the class. There may or may not have been a few screams from Gryffindors when the now pretty long snake, he had a long way to go, but 4'9" feet was pretty alright, showed himself. You can keep your snake with you. Just make sure he doesn't ruin the potions. Snape said with a nod, and Harry shot him a grateful look. He didn't want to deal with a pissed-off Ebony. You're more trouble than I thought you would be when I bought you. Harry whispered to Ebony, making the snake look at him. You should have expected it. I'm just that awesome. Harry snorted. Sure you are. Draco sighed. Harry, can you stir? Harry nodded, twitching his wrist, stirring the potion clockwise. Thank you, Draco said, and then smirked. Really, teaming up with you in a class where we're not allowed wands yet is really helpful. Why can't you just stir our potion too, Harry? Theo said, smirking when Harry twitched his wrist again, making their potion stir. Just tell me if you need more of my amazing magic again. For example, with heating your potion. You're amazing, Theo said, and Harry snorted. Right. Snape was looking at the whole exchange with a smirk on his face. It is true, he didn't allow first years to use their wands yet. Magic could mess up a potion. But he would allow Potter's wandless magic. He seemed to know what he was doing. Normally, he would start teaching spells to help with potions around halfway the second year. But Potter seemed to already know all the spells. He wondered once again just how Harry seemed to already know everything. But he wasn't going to push the boy to tell him. He felt like that would only make the chance that he would ever know smaller. At the end of the class, about half of them finished their potion perfectly, most of them being Slytherins. Harry had ended up helping all the Slytherins with little twitches and waves of his hand, and it made the people who hadn't felt his magic once again wonder just how powerful the boy was. Stirring one potion didn't take a lot of magic. 2 was harder, but only because you needed to focus. But Harry had been stirring at least 8 potions, and at the same time heating another few potions. He had even helped Longbottom with his potion, to not make him mess up during class. And that with a still growing core, Snape honestly feared what the boy would be able to do when he was a fully matured wizard. He dismissed the class and decided to stop thinking about it now. He had a new class to teach, and he couldn't be distracted by some powerful first year. So, I was wondering, why do you always twitch your hand when doing wandless magic? Is it impossible to do it without moving your hands? Blaise asked while they were walking from the potion classroom to the defense classroom. The Slytherins refused to let Harry go alone. Harry had just rolled his eyes and allowed them to come with him. It's easier to concentrate the magic, and it's kind of like a wand movement. I just kind of bonded certain movements to certain spells, some I really have to do, others I just use because it's easier. Harry explained. Wait, there are spells that are impossible without them? Tracy asked and Harry nodded. Mostly spells I created. You created more spells than that one in the library a while ago? Yeah, Harry shrugged. I really want to tell you all the truth soon, but I need to prepare some things. I knew you weren't being honest, Blaise muttered and Harry smirked. I didn't completely lie about everything. Don't worry, you'll find out soon. Want to see one of the spells I created? Harry asked, mostly to change the conversation topic. The Slytherins looked at him with curiosity and nodded. It's a summoning charm, but without the item flying to you. He waved his hand, his wand appearing in it. He threw his wand to Pansy, who looked at him with confusion. It has no core. I feel nothing. Harry smirked and continued walking. You're telling us all this time you had a wand with no core? But what about the whole Twin Wands book search this summer? Draco asked and Harry shrugged. I do have a wand with core. He grabbed his other wand from his pocket. It's Phoenix Feather and Horned Serpent. Harry said, I just made the wand without core to be able to use magic without losing my ability to use wandless magic. You can lose the ability to cast wandless? Tracy asked. Harry nodded. Everyone can learn to cast spells wandless, but it's easier as a child. Most people lose the ability before they know they have it. Think about it. Centuries ago, we didn't have wands yet, but wizards and witches were still there. Accidental magic, Daphne whispered in amazement. Harry nodded. Mostly your accidental magic is actually your magic reacting to your emotions and what you want at that point. If you learn to control that, you can do wandless spells. He stopped in front of the defense classroom. Okay, let's do this. Wait, you are teaching us the summoning charm you made soon, right? Millicent asked. Harry nodded and then knocked on the defense classroom's door. Tikome? He heard Quirrell say, and Harry motioned for the Slytherins to follow him, but stay quiet. Hey, can I talk to him? Harry said in a voice way too cheerful for someone asking to speak to the Dark Lord. Quirrell sighed, but his eyes did turn red. Did you find it? Harry raised an eyebrow. You're seriously asking if I succeeded? You don't believe I could? He grabbed the red stone from his pocket. I have it. Now, I'm going to have to know where your biggest soul piece is. Harry said calmly, the one that has at least 50% of your soul. Voldemort scowled. Why would you need my soul piece? The ritual. I'm not going to let you return as an insane man. Harry sighed. Plus, I want to see if I can feel the connection between me and your soul pieces. We have twin wands, you know. He heard Draco gasp. Suddenly, the reason why Harry wanted the book so badly made sense. Voldemort just stayed silent, and Harry gave him an unimpressed look. Your whole resurrection is in my hands right now. I know enough people who would love to have this stone in their possession, so you either tell me where it is, or I leave and don't help you. Fine, Voldemort said. Harry was honestly surprised with how quickly the man gave up, giving him the answers he wanted. Lucius has my first Horcrux. It's a diary from my 16-year-old self. You were 16 when you made the first one? Harry asked and Voldemort nodded. I used the basilisk. Harry smirked. Salazar had been fond of the basilisk and showed her off to Harry multiple times. All the other founders had been scared, but unable to stop them since they couldn't come into the Chamber of Secrets. Smart, indirect murder. Harry mused and Voldemort nodded. I didn't even mean to kill her, Myrtle, but when I killed her on accident, I thought I would use her death for my path to immortality. How many Horcruxes are there? Harry asked, and Voldemort looked at the Slytherins. Harry rolled his eyes, but put up privacy charms around them. 6 right now. I was planning to make a 7th one, my snake after killing you. Well, at that time, I thought it would be my 6th one. We're not even sure if I am one. We're pretty sure. I know you feel the magic pulling your very soul towards me, and this isn't somebody else's body. Just imagine when I have a body again. Voldemort said, and Harry snorted. Right, Harry said, might be useful, though I wonder if it makes me immortal. It probably will, Voldemort said. I won't die unless you die, but you have 2 souls, so probably won't die until I do. Does that mean I can give you all your soul pieces back except for mine? Harry asked, and Voldemort sighed. I don't think I'll be able to stop you. Harry saw his eyes flicker from red to blue, and the man stopped responding angrily. So Harry sighed and said, I'll send you more information of where and when we'll do it. Wait, you don't need to know what the others are? Voldemort said, though his voice cracked a few times and his eyes stayed blue for longer each time before flickering back to blue. No, the magic will recognize your soul with the help of the stone. All I have to do is make sure it doesn't take the piece in me with it. Now stop wasting your energy and let Quirrell take over. Voldemort did, and Harry nodded at Quirrell before he walked back towards his year mates. What was that about? Daphne asked, and Harry shook his head. Nothing important. Just some more specific information about the Dark Lord, which he didn't want all of us to know. He knows he can't stop me from finding out in another way, though, so told only me instead. He trusts you? She asked, shocked, and Harry shrugged. I wouldn't call it trust. More me threatening him to use the stone for myself and not resurrect him unless he gave me answers. Like a true Slytherin would, Draco said in his pure-blood voice, making Harry and some others laugh, while Draco just looked around with confusion. A true Slytherin would fall to their knees in front of the Dark Lord and beg for their lord to let them help bring him back. Harry snorted. Salazar would be embarrassed. The Slytherins looked at him, slightly surprised and hurt. Harry was obviously talking about most of their families. He's not wrong. Pansy muttered to the rest, and Harry nodded. He shouldn't have said something like that, but it was the truth. They quickly changed the subject after that, Harry mostly staying silent. They went to lunch and afterwards made their homework. Harry helping the rest, he still felt kind of guilty over his comment about Slytherins. What is Spungify used for exactly? Pansy asked, and Harry shrugged. A lot of things actually. It's a quite handy charm. Since Spungify makes something soft and bouncy, it's often used to stop someone from falling too hard when they fall off a broom, for example. Some professional duels have Spungify agents, whose job it literally is to cast Spungify if one of the contestants would fall, especially if it's a duel on a high platform. And those are only some of the most used situations. Harry answered her, and Pansy looked at him. That's kind of cool, actually. Harry shot her an amused look. Is it? It is. How do you even know these things? Daphne asked. She had been listening to the conversation. Flitwick never mentioned these things. I'm just that smart, Harry said, and Pansy laughed. You're so modest. Tell me I'm wrong, then. Harry smirked, silencing her, and she glared at him. Now it was Harry's turn to laugh. Anyone else needs help? A couple of me. Were heard around the table, and Harry answered all their questions. None of them noticed the blue eyes that followed them, watching them suspiciously. The next morning, Harry, once again, got called into the headmaster's office. What does the old coot want now? Harry asked. Have I done anything wrong? He looked around, and most of the Slytherins shrugged. Some of the second-year Slytherins were also listening, and one of them said, Dumbledore would be suspicious of you either way. You're a Potter in Slytherin, who is also somehow a magical prodigy and a Parselmouth. Don't even get us started on you knowing the founders, another second-year said. And Harry thought he really should start learning their names, because at this point most of them probably saw him as their ally, friend, or whatever. Harry snorted. Dumbledore literally has no reason to call me up to his office, right? Not really, besides what the second years just said, Higgs answered, also listening to the conversation, and Harry shrugged. I'll just go see what it's about and then decide if it's actually something to worry about. Take Snape with you, Theo said, and Harry nodded. I was planning to. He once again walked to the teacher's table. This time Snape just nodded without Harry actually having to say anything, following the boy to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was waiting for them. Lemon drop? He asked with a smile. Harry shook his head, and based on Dumbledore's glare, so did Snape. I've heard that you were missing at Halloween and then turned up after killing a troll, Dumbledore said, and he sighed. I'm worried about you, my boy. Harry rolled his eyes. Halloween is a bit traumatic for me. The headmaster looked at him with surprise. I get nightmares about that. Night. I had a bad one the night before Halloween, so I decided to skip the feast. However, I had promised to talk to Sirius and Remus after the feast, and ran into the troll. "So you killed the troll?" Dumbledore asked, and Harry shrugged. "It was either kill or get killed. I used some charms I learned in class. Is there something wrong with protecting myself?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No, and I'm quite sure the whole school should thank you for acting so quickly. A lot of accidents could have happened with a troll in the school." He sighed. "Still, one can wonder how you of first year could beat a troll when some grown witches or wizards can't. I believe people can do a lot more than you would believe they can when it's a life or death situation." "You are right, of course." Harry smirked. "I am wondering, however, why you didn't listen to your parents when they said Remus and Sirius were dark wizards. They are dangerous. You should understand that." Harry snorted. "All of Slytherin is labeled as dark. I'm sure they won't hurt me." I took their warnings seriously, but decided to see for myself just how dangerous they are, and if I'm totally honest, they're not that dangerous. "Still, you should have listened to your parents," Dumbledore said, and Harry shrugged. "They never told me to not talk with them. They made their hatred for them quite clear, though." "Dumbledore, I don't think you should meddle with family business," Snape said, and Dumbledore glared at the man. "I'm very disappointed in both of you. To be totally honest, I don't really care what you think of me. Now can I go? Or did you need anything else, Headmaster?" "Actually, your parents requested for a resorting after the Weasleys resorting." Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling, and Harry scowled. "Well, maybe they should have read the rules before requesting it. A request should always come from a student with parental consent in the grades 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7. In year 3 and 5, you can request one without." "You think you know the rules better than I do?" Dumbledore asked, losing the twinkles in his eyes once again. "I know I do, and I'm sure the past headmasters or headmistress would tell you so." Harry smirked. Immediately Godric spoke up. "He is right, Headmaster." Dumbledore gaped at the paintings. The paintings in his office were always silence, never giving him input in anything. Now Harry is here, and suddenly they help him? "Even in my time, the rules were still the same," Headmaster Black added, and Dumbledore frowned. "It seems you are right, my boy. I'm sorry, you can go back to your friends now." "Thank you," Harry smiled. "Oh, and Headmaster?" Dumbledore looked at him. "Never call me to your office for this bullshit again." Harry smirked, and then left the room, Snape following him out. The moment they left, Dumbledore started screaming at the paintings, but they just watched him with an amused expression. None of them really liked the current headmaster, and they were all glad that they finally found a student who stood up against Dumbledore. Rowena, Helga, Godric, and Salazar all watched the boy leave with a sense of pride. Harry would change the wizarding world for the better, and they were glad that they could see it, even from their portraits. Harry sat down in the common room, some of the older Slytherins standing around. Most of them were part of the Slytherin Quidditch team, his friend group. "What did the old coot want?" Pansy asked, and Harry snorted. "Nothing really, just the usual blame me for not being at the Halloween feast. Blame me for killing the troll, and then force me to get resorted." "What?" "That's the usual." A fourth-year student, named Evan Vanity, Harry reminded himself, learned their names, asked. I mean, not really. I've only been called up to his office twice. Both times because the headmaster thought I was doing something wrong, while I was just following the rules." Harry said, "More like the headmaster wants me to do something wrong, so he can use it against me, though. Thank Godric for me, Salazar?" He asked the portrait, and Salazar snorted, but left his portrait. "What did Gryffindor do?" Adrian Pusey, one of Harry's Quidditch team mates, asked. Harry answered, "He told Dumbledore he was wrong when he tried to convince me that my parents could force me to get a resort. Which they can't by th dash." The stone wall of the Slytherin common room opened, and Terrence Higgs walked through. "Harry, you better go to the Great Hall before Snape kills you," he said, catching his breath. He probably ran to the common room, which was rare on its own. "What happened?" Harry asked, and Terrence looked at him. "Your twins were throwing curses at Hope when they heard them talk shit about Slytherins." Blaise snorted. "Good luck," he said, patting Harry's shoulder, and Harry groaned. "Okay, fine, I'll go." He honestly hadn't seen a lot of the twins since they got resorted, and if he was totally honest, he was okay with the twins cursing Hope and their own little brother. He just hoped it was just because they felt like it and not because Ron Weasley had told their family about the resort. He knew Percy didn't give a shit about houses, so wouldn't tell their family. Ron, however, would. He just hoped that the twins didn't just get disowned. "Did they get disowned?" he asked, and Terrence shrugged. "Could be." Harry nodded and left, leaving all the Slytherins behind. He had some twins to get under control. Entering the Great Hall was a whole experience on its own. He had to get through a crowd of students and some teachers to even get to the twins. Once he reached them, he saw Snape, James, and Lily watching Hope and her friends, defending themselves against some angry-looking twins. Snape looked way too amused when he noticed Harry. Most of the first years were looking at the twins, shooting multiple spells at Hope, Hermione, and Ron. None of the spells were harmful, though they mostly seemed to be prank spells with some weak nightmare spells. Cursing us doesn't change the fact you guys don't have a family anymore, Ron shouted, dodging a spell aimed at his forehead. Ron! He heard Percy shout, who was somewhere in the crowd. Ron ignored everyone, though, shooting his own weak spells back. It was honestly pathetic to see. The twins weren't trying and Hope's friends didn't know the spells to use, so instead they used some minor hexes. Harry sighed, then smirked and said, "Hey," while shooting, making a shield between the twins and Hope and her friends. Every head snapped towards him. Hope clenched her fist, her wand still in her hand. Fred and George at least looked somewhat guilty. "That fight was honestly pathetic," he said. "Really, we should start a dueling club or something like that. If this is what we're working with, we have a lot to do." He smirked at the twins. They shot him matching grins back. "Now please, slowly, why did this happen?" he asked, and he heard Granger snort. "Why would you care? You're only a first year. A first year with enough power to stop the fight. Even the teachers didn't bother trying to stop," Harry said, pointing at the row of teachers. Some of them looked embarrassed. Others, like Snape, Sirius, and Remus, just smirked or grinned at him. "Now please, why did this happen? I heard something about having no family. Fred and George are no longer Weasleys." Percy answered his question. "Mom didn't like their resort, and she practically has Dad wrapped around her fingers." "Ah, that's why they weren't actually trying," Harry muttered. "They wanted you to think they actually cared. Now I'm sorry I broke this up, but I was worried about the new Slytherins." "That's not true. They were trying," Hope said. "I just used my training to defend us." Granger and Ron Weasley nodded in agreement. "If that was all you learned in your special training, I'm honestly worried about the faith of the wizarding world." Harry was trying to get disowned at this point, trying to stir the attention away from the Weasley disownment. Plus, it was fun to speak his mind for once. "Harry, don't be rude to your sister," James shouted, and Harry looked at him. "Sorry, Dad, just being honest." He shrugged. "If you think Hope will protect us with some knockback jinxes, you're wrong. Voldemort won't hesitate to AK us all. Now can I go?" Lily looked at him. "No, you can't just say that and leave. Can we at least go to a more private place then?" Harry said, and the headmaster looked around. "We can go to my office." Harry nodded, turning to the twins, who were now standing next to him. "Tell my friends I won't be back for a bit." "Harry dash," Fred said, and Harry waved his hand. "Don't thank me. Honestly, I wanted to do that since the day they got me back." That was only 4 months. Harry had to remind himself. He had been here for only 4 months. Walking into the headmaster's office, with Snape following him, felt different this time. He was less sure about how much bullshit this meeting would be. Why must Snevelis always be here? James scowled. Lily elbowed him in his rib. "Because he's the head of my house, who can be present for every meeting with the headmaster," Harry said, and James rolled his eyes. "We're your parents." Okay, stop it," Dumbledore said, no twinkle in his eye. "Harry, my boy, why did you say those things? You have to understand that Hope is trying her best. There is no reason to panic." Harry fake shuddered. "I just keep remembering that night. It's really hard, headmaster. Just imagine my surprise when Higgs comes into the common room, telling me that Weasley started fighting with Fred and George after their disownment. They're my friends, sir. I had to stop the fight. I just kind of lost it," James scoffed. "We're seriously believing the traumatized child act?" Lily seemed to wonder the same. "I'm so done. I get it, he's our son, but he doesn't respect us even a little bit. He's been rude to Hope since he came here, and expect us to just pretend everything is okay, that we still love him the same as when he was a literal baby." James said, "We all changed, but you're not even trying to fit into the family." "Because I don't," Harry answered. "I don't fit into the family because I spent 10 years at a muggle house after you left me there. I spent 10 years trying to secretly learn about magic from books because I remembered all of it. I needed to know that all my memories weren't just fake. The moment you took me back, you thought I would love all of you immediately, but all I remember is you guys abandoning me for Hope. You weren't supposed to remember. Lily whispered and Harry scoffed. Well, I did. Maybe you should have thought about that before you gave me away. We will never be like a normal family, and I won't forgive you guys until you show that you actually care about me, and you didn't just take me back to better your family image. Harry, surely you can give your family another chance. Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling. Harry shook his head. No, headmaster, I can't. You don't understand what I went through for years. I got dumped by a family who thought I was a freak for magic, and the only family who was supposed to love me with my magic. You guys didn't want me. I wasn't good enough for them. I trained for ages trying to be able to fit in the moment I went back here, if I ever went back. All of it was for nothing. You don't care about what I do. All I'll ever be to you is an upgrade for your reputation. Harry didn't know if he suddenly got better at acting or if he was actually crying right now. All he did know is that he felt tears rolling down his cheeks. He wanted to hide. He always pretended it didn't hurt. He didn't care because in the end, he ended up with way better people. A happier childhood than he could ever have in this time. But the feeling of being unwanted never really left. Harry James said, and Harry shook his head. You either disown me or pretend to actually care. I'm done pretending to be okay with this. Bye, Professor. He took at least a bit of satisfaction in the quick flash of hurt on James' face when he called him Professor instead of Dad. James sighed. Fine, you're disowned. I, James Charles Potter, hereby delete Harry James Potter from the Potter family tree. So mote it be. Harry gaped at his dad. He hadn't expected his dad to actually do it. He felt the magic around him snapping in place and turned to the headmaster. If you would allow me, headmaster, I would like to visit Gringotts tomorrow. Dumbledore snapped out of his shock. You can't go without a grown-up, Harry. I'll take Siri with me. Dumbledore sighed. Fine, my boy. Now I think we've talked enough. You should get back to your common room, Harry. He kept everything together until he entered the common room and sat down on the couch. He knew the Slytherins wouldn't let him leave to his room after seeing his tears-stained cheeks. He could hear people turn silent. The normally alive common room turned dead silent. No one was used to seeing him in such a state, such an emotional state. It's okay. Salazar hissed. Harry felt a hand on his back, probably one of his friends. I'm proud of you. It's okay to not be okay sometimes, you know? You always pretend nothing of this hurts, even the slightest. Even when you were little, but all of us know it isn't always okay. Harry looked at Salazar and offered him a small smile, but he said nothing. He could practically feel the curiosity of some Slytherins, wanting to know what happened. All he said to them was, sorry, the headmaster and the Potters are arseholes. Then he turned around to look at the person sitting next to him, or people. Blaise sat there with Daphne next to him, and most of the other first years stood around him. I'm okay, he said. At the disbelieving look Blaise shot him, he insisted. I am. But he didn't answer any questions, didn't even talk about how he felt unwanted, how he wished he wasn't here right now. How he wished he was with the founders instead, with the people he knew really cared about him. He did, however, whisper one sentence in Parseltongue, I miss you. And even though he couldn't see the portrait, he knew that Salazar's probably had the softest expression anyone had ever seen on his face. And he knew that the founders missed him just as much. Gringotts. Chapter Summary. Sirius and Harry visit Gringotts. The twins receive a letter, and Harry has an idea. Chapter notes. Pretty much all the chapters till Christmas are filler chapters now. So like another 2, probably. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The next morning, Harry sat in the common room with the Slytherins in his ear. He knew they had been curious about what happened last night, and Harry decided to tell them, because Hope probably spread the news already. Harry sighed, looking around the room. I got disowned. For real? Pansy asked, looking surprised, and Harry nodded. I didn't expect my dad to actually do it, but I guess it makes sense. I'm going to drag Sirius to Diagon Alley today, so I can either claim my airships or he might adopt me. I feel like he would have already, if it wasn't for the fact that I was still a Potter. Being a black might be smarter than claiming the last name Slytherin, Blaise said. I know. I would like the chaos it causes, but the Potters would ask for an explanation, and I don't want them to know the truth. You want no one to know the truth. No one knows yet. Draco said, and Harry shook his head. I told Sirius. You told him, but not us? Draco asked, sounding bitter, and Harry shrugged. I had to. It was the only way to convince him to let me get the stone at Halloween. I will tell you guys soon anyways. So you'll try to use Black as last name? Blaise asked, Changing the subject, Harry shot him a grateful look. Yeah, I don't want to cause chaos now. I want the attention on me to at least fade before Yuletide, so I can bring the Dark Lord back in peace. Talking about the Dark Lord, Draco, could you please ask your father if he'd like to be present at the ritual? I kind of need his help. Draco looked at him with surprise and nodded. Yeah? I mean, sure. Thank you. Harry shot Draco a smile. Then he sighed. We should probably go to breakfast. I still have to ask Siri if he actually has time to come with me. And like that they all left. When they arrived at the Great Hall, Harry quickly noticed Sirius pacing in front of the big doors of the Great Hall, Remus standing next to him, his eyes shining a bit brighter, a goldish tint in them. Harry realized it must be the wolf in him than usual. Harry, you're okay? Sirius shouted when he saw Harry, running towards Harry to hug him. I'm okay, Siri. Sirius sighed. I was ready to kill him when I heard what happened. Remus also came up to them, ruffling Harry's hair. I had to stop him from killing them, he informed Harry. It helped that I knew you would need me, so I didn't want to get locked into Azkaban. Sirius said, and Harry smiled at him. So you don't blame me? Blame dash, Sirius snorted. Have you even listened to any of our past conversations? I don't like the Potters, Harry. I could not blame you for getting disowned. I mean, I did kind of tell them to disown me, Harry said, and Sirius shook his head. That's their problem. Now Dumbledore informed me you wanted to go to Diagon Alley? Yes, I need to go to Gringotts to fix my last name problem, Harry said, and Sirius nodded. I already have the adoption papers ready. What? Harry asked, honestly shocked. Him and Sirius hadn't even talked about him adopting Harry yet. What, you think I'd just let you claim the Hogwarts titles and live alone? No, pup. You're stuck with me now. Sirius laughed, and Harry fake groaned. The Slytherins looked at the scene with amusement and confusion when Sirius said titles instead of title, which would mean Harry had more than one Hogwarts title. You're part of my family now, Sirius teased, poking Harry in his side, and Harry swatted his hand away. I'm not sure if I want to be, he said back sarcastically. You're a horrible child. Don't talk like that to your poor godfather, who's taking you in at such an important time. Sirius pouted, and Harry laughed. Remus was also looking at them with amusement now. Well, we'll see you later, Remus said, motioning for the Slytherins to walk into the Great Hall. Bye, guys, Harry shouted, and then turned to Sirius. So we're having breakfast in Diagon Alley? He swore he heard Blaise say. All of you owe me a galleon. Told you he would get disowned yesterday. How the fuck did you guess the exact day? He heard someone reply and laughed. Of course we are, kiddo. You didn't think I would let you starve on the first day of you being my family, did you? Sirius asked, and Harry just snorted. Glad to know you care. Harry shot back, amused. Sirius shook his head, laughing quietly, but said nothing. Together they walked to where the wards ended, so Sirius could apparate them to Diagon Alley. Harry quickly noticed that apparating wasn't that bad. If you knew you were going to apparate and someone didn't just grab you and apparat. So where to first, Gringotts or breakfast? Sirius asked, and Harry immediately answered. Breakfast. I feel like our trip to Gringotts might take a while. Sirius shot him a confused look, and Harry answered the nonverbal question. I want to claim my airships. Ah, Sirius said, and lead Harry through Diagon Alley to find a place to eat breakfast. I can't believe it actually happened. Yeah, the poor boy. What do you mean, poor boy? He literally disrespected his family. Yeah. Like you wouldn't after they abandoned you for 10 years. The whole Great Hall was talking about disowned son of the Potters. And while the opinions were spread, most of them agreed that Harry wasn't the bad guy in this situation. Well, except for the first year and some second-year Gryffindors, that was. I'm just glad that Harry doesn't mind too much, Pansy said, sighing. While she had made herself known as a gossiper the first few months in Hogwarts, even she admitted that this much attention on their friend was annoying. I feel like he cares more than he lets us believe, Blaise muttered. I mean, remember yesterday evening? That wasn't someone who didn't give a shit. I mean, I don't think it would have been healthy if he didn't care at all, Daphne said. Even after everything that happened, it's still his family. Everyone would feel bad. I feel like the fact that he got disowned so quickly was a big part. I mean, imagine how unwanted you must feel. Your family abandoned you, finally decides to get you back, only to disown you a few months later again. That silenced everyone around them. Obviously, no one had thought about that yet. That's it. We're killing the Potters, Fred said, George nodding in agreement. Most of the first-year Slytherins looked surprised, not knowing they had even been there. But they shouldn't be surprised it were the twins after all. No killing without permission from Harry, Millicent said, making the teens around her laugh. Fred and George groaned, but did sit down. "We'll wait then," George said. Fred nodded. Harry and Sirius finished eating and immediately went to Gringotts afterwards. Sirius asked to speak to a goblin called Griphook. He quickly explained that Griphook managed the Black Vaults. He also explained how he took the role as Lord Black very seriously. James had always held him back, but after he sent Harry away, Sirius decided to finally take up the role. "Welcome, Lord Black, heir Gryffindor Slytherin Ravenclaw Hufflepuff Emrys. I've been expecting you," Griphook said when they finally walked into his small office. He looked amused while saying Harry's name. Harry bowed slightly. "I'm glad you had time to meet with us, Mr. Griphook." Sirius looked way too amused by the whole exchange. Harry ignored his look. Yes, now please sit down, we have a lot to talk about," Griphook said, motioning to the two chairs at his desk. Harry and Sirius sat down, and Griphook pulled out some papers. "Now I have the adoption files," Griphook said, and at Harry's surprised look he said, "We were all prepared for this to happen." Harry nodded, but said nothing, so Griphook continued. "But I think it might be smart to start with an inheritance. It won't show a lot you don't know, but it will make you able to claim your other airships." "Okay." Harry nodded in agreement, and Griphook gave Harry a piece of paper, instructing him to put 3 drops of blood on it. Harry followed the instructions. Afterwards, he began chanting in gobbledygook, and quickly ink started to spread on the paper. Harry looked at the magic. Sometimes he forgot just how many types of magics existed, how he didn't know even a quarter of what was possible with magic. "Okay, so like I expected," Griphook said, "or well, maybe there is something new on here for you." He pushed the paper towards Harry and Sirius. Name: Harry James Potter. Birth date: 31st of July, 1980. Biological parents: James Potter, father; Lily Potter, Evan's mother; godparents: Sirius or Ian Black. Heir/lordships: Slytherin, blood adoption; Hufflepuff, blood adoption; Ravenclaw, blood adoption; Gryffindor, blood adoption; Emrys, blood adoption. Black, godfather. Core: Parcel Core, 100% gray. After that, there was a long list of vaults. Harry honestly didn't care about those right now. So Harry handed the paper to Sirius, who also looked through it and looked at Harry in surprise. It was another reminder that Harry had indeed grown up in the past. "How did you expect this?" Harry asked, and Griphook gave him another amused look. "Goblin magic doesn't quite work the same. We've known you would return for a while." "I'm surprised that was your first question. If you have no other questions, we can go ahead to the claiming process." Harry slowly nodded. He would like to at least have access to the vaults. Griphook waved his hand in the air, and a box of rings appeared. "Lord Slytherin claimed his lordship a while ago, but because of his situation, he can't give you access to the main vaults. You can, however, access the heir vaults," Griphook explained. "Since you are the last remaining heir of the other bloodlines, you are able to access all the vaults." Harry nodded again, and Griphook handed him the first ring, the Slytherin one. He slipped it on a finger and felt a wave of magic. This process he repeated until he slipped the last ring, the black one, on. "Now that's done, we need to finish the adoption. This will make Sirius Black your magical guardian. For any other form of adoption, like blood adoption, you will have to do on your own." "I already blood adopted you," Sirius said. "After begging for 6 months, James and Lily allowed me to do it when you were 1 year old." Griphook nodded. The godfather bond was established earlier, which would be why it doesn't show on the inheritance test. "I didn't know that, Harry muttered, and Sirius shrugged. "I was going to tell you, but I just forgot to, I guess." After that, the adoption was finished pretty quickly. They signed the paper with a blood quill, and Harry changed his name to Harry Sirius Black. Sirius looked at him with surprise when Harry said he would use Sirius' name as first name. Harry just gave the man a small smile. "Thank you for helping us today, Griphook," Harry said as they were about to leave, and Griphook gave him a toothy grin. "It was my pleasure, Heir Black. May your gold always flow." Harry said goodbye, bowing respectfully at the goblin. Rowena and Sal had spent a long time teaching him how to behave around goblins. "And may your enemies flee in terror, Heir Black," Griphook replied, though he looked slightly shocked. Sirius also gave a small bow, and together they left. So what now? Sirius asked. We still have a bit of time before we have to get back. I kind of need to get a heated rock for Ebony. He's been complaining about cold, even with multiple heating charms. Harry said, and Sirius nodded. To the pet store it is. Harry nodded and started leading the way. I wonder when Harry's coming back, Draco said, laying down on the couch in the Slytherin common room. A rare sight. The boy always tried to behave pureblood. He's probably in a long, boring meeting with goblins. Tracy said, and Theo shook his head. No, I think him and Sirius are just wandering around Diagon Alley. Contrary to popular belief, goblins hate long meetings. They think that they're a waste of time. This is Harry we're talking about, Tracy said. I've never seen anyone admit that a meeting with him is a waste of time. She has a point, Pansy said, and Blaze snorted. So has Theo. I don't think that anyone, even Harry, could get goblins to like them. If there was anyone who could do it, it would be Harry, though. Millicent said. The first years had been sitting, making their homework for the coming week, only to realize just how much Harry helped them. They could all do it on their own, of course, but that didn't change the fact that it took a lot longer. How does Harry even make his homework in such a short time? Pansy changed the subject. She was still working on her Transfiguration essay. She was sitting on the ground next to the coffee table, so that she didn't have to leave the other first years who were all sitting on couches or chairs around the same table. Being friends with the founders probably helps, Draco said, and everyone had to admit he probably wasn't wrong. And the fact that literally all the grown-ups he is close to are teachers. Daphne said, agreeing with Draco. Or maybe he's just a genius. A bored voice behind them said. Daphne turned around and saw Harry standing there, smirking. I'm back. How'd it go? Blaze asked, and Harry laughed. I'm now officially an heir of 7 houses, 6 of which I already knew I would be. Oh, and I am now Harry Sirius Black. 7. Millicent asked. Harry nodded. 7. I suppose I can let you into another secret. The Slytherins all moved a bit towards Harry, without noticing. Being friends with Harry feels like slowly taking down a wall, brick by brick. Waiting till you finally get to see whatever was built behind the wall. I don't ask questions about this one, though. Harry said, I'm not ready to tell everything yet, I suppose. When the Slytherins nodded, Harry sighed. Okay, so I claim my airships, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Emrys, and Black. I practically own Hogwarts now. I what? Draco said, and Harry laughed. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I will tell you after the whole Dark Lord business. I do trust you guys. The Slytherins looked skeptical, but nodded, knowing it was probably better for Harry to expose his own secrets in time. While the first years were hanging out with Harry, Fred and George were sitting in an abandoned classroom. Are we really going? George asked, and Fred raised an eyebrow. Do you really want to say no to Aunt Muriel? Because you're free to, but I won't. George shivered. Good point. She also sounded like it was really important. You're right. We really can't say no. George sighed. Fred nodded. So we write her back and tell her we will meet up with her. Fred and George had gotten a letter from Aunt Muriel earlier that day, asking them to come over sometime in the Christmas break. She told them it really was important, so no, it couldn't be later. And to be quite honest, everyone in their family feared Aunt Muriel. While she could be a nice woman, but she could also be quite harsh. And she had a lot of power, not only magical, but also political somehow. So yes, Fred and George were scared of what was going to happen, but they also knew that refusing to meet up with her would make it even worse. So they decided that, yes, meeting with her somewhere in the Christmas break was the better option. That evening, everyone had heard about Harry's airships, and the new Black Sun got a lot of respect from every house. Even the older Gryffindors started talking to him, offering him their assistance would he ever need it. Harry was once again reminded how much power mattered in this fucked up world. Dumbledore wasn't there, and Harry hoped that the man was currently destroying his office in rage, because he hadn't known how valuable Harry could be for his course. He hadn't known what he threw away when he gave Harry away. The Potters were probably worse, trying to convince everyone that they were the rightful lord to all these houses, being Harry's biological parents. They kept saying how they would make sure Harry had no power soon, how Hope would get all these airships. Harry and most of the Slytherins had laughed at them and then ignored them. They dragged Hope away from the Great Hall, probably not used to all the negative attention. I mean, I know this would stir things up, but this is crazy, Harry muttered. Maybe I should have just called myself Harry, Black, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Emery's, or whatever. Blaze snorted. Teachers would have liked that. Just imagine. 10 points for doing the spell first try. Mr. Black, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Emery's. Okay, no, I would hate that. You're right, Harry said, and Blaze laughed. I don't think anyone has ever had all 4 of the houses. Your children would be powerful. Just imagine you marrying well, for example, Draco. They would have 8 of the most powerful lordships. Tracy said. Harry shook his head. Draco had a weird look on his face, probably disgusted by the thought. You know, I should have used another example. Tracy said. Pansy giggled. No, you're kidding. I think it would work. Harry fake gagged. Nope. No, sorry guys. Not happening. We're only 11. Who knows what will happen in the future? Pansy continues, and Harry rolls his eyes, honestly not bothered at all by the teasing. Stop it, Pansy, Draco said, and Pansy laughed. Harry seems okay with it. Just because I don't mind your teasing and keeping the subject on something that's not about my lordships doesn't mean I'm okay with it, Harry said, and Blaze snorted. I don't see it, though. What do you mean? They would be cute. Fucking children. Harry whispered. Theo, who was sitting next to him, nodded in agreement, being the only one who heard him. They really would not be cute, Pansy. Draco has a lot of growing up to do before it could even be a possibility, and even then Harry is just too secretive for someone like Draco. Blaze said, and Draco looked offended for a second before shrugging it off. Harry shook his head, quietly laughing. He hadn't even thought about relationships once. Why would he? He was 11, it wasn't important. Plus he had a lot of other things to deal with, actual important things. Yeah, but if you look at it like that, no one could be together with Harry. I mean, he's like this with everyone, and lets no one get particularly close to him. Pansy argued, and Harry decided to stop this. Because really, why were they even discussing his love life? Pansy, we're all 11, I really don't care about relationships. Even if I'm alone forever, I feel like I'd be okay with it. Please take pity on poor embarrassed Draco and stop discussing this. Pansy snorted. Of course. Oh, Air Black. Harry smiled at her, and she winked, before turning to Draco to embarrass him about something else. After dinner, Harry went to Sirius and Remus. He hadn't told them he would visit, but technically he was Sirius' son now. The door of their room opened for him. When he walked in, he saw Sirius and Remus sitting on the couch, talking about something. He honestly didn't know about what. Hey, Harry said, and they both looked up in surprise before Sirius smiled and exclaimed, There he is! My favorite son. Harry rolled his eyes and sat down on the couch, next to Sirius and Remus. How are you, Harry? Remus asked, and Harry shrugged. Okay, surprised by how quickly the news went around the school, but I should have expected that. Most of the reactions were positive, though, right? Yeah, they were. I'm glad they are. Harry said, talking about reactions, I have an idea. Idea? Remus asked. I don't like the sound of this, Pads. Sirius snorted and motioned for Harry to continue. Well, spreading the news by, for example, a newspaper, that the poor boy who lived got abandoned again and then got adopted by dark wizards. Well, let's just say it might help us later. You want to just tell everyone? Like whole Wizarding Britain? Sirius asked, and Harry nodded. It's not like they won't find out, but now we still have the chance to make it a sob story. We should do it, Padfoot, Remus said, and Sirius nodded. It's a smart idea. Okay. So you guys know a reporter? Do you even have to ask? Sirius said, and Harry smirked. This would be perfect. Chapter and notes. Short but fun. Also, we all know what's going to happen now. Quidditch and interviews. Chapter summary. First Quidditch match, and Harry meets a reporter. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. A week later, the 9th of November, was Harry's first Quidditch match. The whole Slytherin Quidditch team were sitting at breakfast together, anxiously eating while going through strategies once more. Black, just ignore the rest of us. Make sure you get the snitch, Flint said, and Harry nodded. Then Flint turned his head to Fred and George, who had taken over the positions of beater from Faye Drusus, a 6th-year Slytherin, who liked Quidditch but didn't quite have the skills the rest had, and Ethan Grimstone, a 7th-year who had been meaning to quit to focus on his studying. Overall, there were no hard feelings about the Weasley twins joining the Quidditch teams. The twins were probably the best beaters the school saw in a while. Being able to communicate without talking helped with that. Weasley's focus on hope, Flint said, and Fred shook his head. Not Weasley's anymore, but you got a captain. Okay, the rest knows what to do, right? Flint asked, looking around the table. Terrence snorted. You've only been through it with us for like 100 times, Marcus. Right, Flint muttered, his eyes darting to the Gryffindor table and then back to looking around the Slytherin team. We can win this. We will, Pusey said. Montague had decided to try out for keeper when Terrence became chaser, and since he was the best one in the tryouts, he was now on the team as Slytherin keeper. They all went to the changing rooms after breakfast, Flint going through their strategy once more. Harry had honestly zoned out the whole time. He didn't think that beating Hope was going to be a challenge. However, since Fred and George were Slytherins now, he did still have to make sure a bludger wouldn't hit him. Walking onto the field was a whole different experience. He had never played Quidditch with a full audience before. He looked at the Gryffindor team and noticed that Hope was, of course, loving all the attention. Flint shook hands with Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, before Madame Hooch let them mount their brooms. Harry took that time to study the other team, and he quickly noticed none of them looked thrilled to have Hope in their team. That was besides Hope herself. He didn't have time to look any longer once he was on his broom, because Lee Jordan, the commentator, of course, and how weird it would be to hear him make positive comments about Slytherin instead of Gryffindor this time, started talking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Quidditch match of this school year. Like always, we start with the Slytherin against Gryffindor match. Lee said, on the Slytherin team we have Captain Flint, Terrence Higgs, and Adrian Pusey as chasers, Graham Montague as keeper, Fred and George as beater, and child prodigy Harry Sirius Black as seeker. There were a lot of cheers. Harry looked down and quickly noticed the whole Slytherin house was here. For the Gryffindor team, we have Captain Oliver Wood as keeper, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell as chasers, Maeve Smith and Ivan Raven as beaters, and the girl who lived Hope Potter as seeker. And aren't we excited for a little sibling rivalry, am I right? The cheers for Gryffindors were obviously louder, but Harry honestly didn't care. Hope was smirking at him, and Harry smirked right back. The new beaters of Gryffindor didn't seem to be totally sure what to do, so Harry decided he shouldn't panic about that too much. As soon as the snitch got released, Harry started circling the pitch, knowing Hope was following his every move. He decided to play for a bit, making some dangerous dives, Hope following him, but almost crashing. He spent the entire first half of the match tiring Hope like this, while also avoiding bludgers. Slytherin scored. That makes it 60-40 for Gryffindor. He heard Lee call out. Harry sighed. He hadn't caught sight of the snitch yet, and the Gryffindor team had caught up with the Slytherins quickly. The Slytherins had a 30 points lead after 10 minutes. Now 15 minutes later, the Gryffindors had a lead of 20 points. It honestly wasn't a surprise. The Gryffindor chasers were good. And let's not even get started on Quidditch-addicted keeper Oliver Wood. Still, it would be fun to win with a big lead. So Harry stopped annoying Hope, instead went back to circling the pitch to look for the snitch. Stay focused, Black, he heard Flint shout. When he dodged a bludger that almost hit his face, Harry laughed. Don't worry, Captain. Another 20 minutes passed. Now the Gryffindors had a 60-point lead, 140-80. How they had managed to score 8 times in such a short time, Harry honestly didn't know. He dived down again, Hope, and a bludger, on his tail, when suddenly he saw a flash of gold. He redirected his broomstick in an angle that made Hope hit the stands, not being able to make her broomstick move in the way he did. He followed the trail of gold, ignoring the shocked gasps. Hope, however, had gotten up and jumped on her broomstick again, but she had no way of catching up now. So no one was surprised when Harry caught the snitch and Lee shouted that Slytherin had won the match. Harry was soon pulled into a big hug by the Slytherin team, ignoring Hope's and the other Gryffindors' glares. I knew you had it in you, Black, Flint said, swinging his arm over Harry's shoulder. Harry steadied his broomstick and laughed. Of course you did. Party in the common room. He heard Fred and George shout in the distance somewhere close to the Slytherin stands. And when he looked at them, he saw Snape scowling at them. But even Snape couldn't hide his happiness of the win. McGonagall, however, didn't look so happy. Harry understood why. Gryffindors had been the top team for a while. Charlie Weasley had been the best seeker in the school for the full 7 years of school, and Gryffindor barely lost any match. Now, with Harry against the Gryffindors, that would change. That's our pup, Mooney, he heard his godfather shout. The man was waving at him, trying to catch his attention. Harry laughed and waved back. Snape wasn't wrong when he said the Slytherin team could use you, Harry. Terrence said, coming up next to Flint and Harry. Guess I'm a natural, Harry said, smiling, and Terrence snorted. Just keep saying that. I won't ever believe you. He and Terrence had had a lot of discussions about if you could really be this good without training. Terrence absolutely refused to believe it was all a natural talent from Harry. Entering the common room after changing was a whole different experience. There was loud music, and people were dancing all around the room. If a Gryffindor saw the Slytherins, they would say it's impossible that these people were really Slytherin. Somewhere in the common room, drinks were given away. Harry knew Fred and George probably used their own alcohol stash that they probably had somewhere for this. He sat down on the couch and was quickly joined by his classmates. Come on, Harry, you got to give us a speech, Pansy said, and pretty much everyone around him began chanting speech, speech, speech. Harry sighed, but stood up. He knew it was better to just listen to people, especially if everyone in the room tried to convince him to give a speech. I honestly don't know why you want me to do this, Harry started, making more than a couple people groan, while obviously Flint here should give the speech. He continued, pointing at Flint. Flint shook his head. Nope, no, not happening. Harry laughed. Okay, seriously, what we did today is a new start. From now on, we'll win. Be known as the new strongest team. After all, since Charlie Weasley left and Hope joined the Gryffindors, there is no way they are the strongest. We will win, get the cup at the end of the year. Our team can only get stronger at this point. And I know I talk for the whole team when I say we'll do anything to make sure we'll get stronger. It's time for Slytherin's victory. Harry honestly didn't know how to make speeches, but no one seems to care enough. There were a lot of cheers through the room. The Slytherin team cheered the loudest for sure. Harry laughed and honestly wondered how the Slytherins would show up at dinner. Probably drunk, Blaise answered, and Harry realized he said it out loud. You're right about that one. It would ruin the image of our house, Daphne said. Everyone thinks we're these scary, heartless people. Just imagine them seeing most of the house drunk after one Quidditch win. That's why we have sobering potions, dear furs ties, Fred said, suddenly standing behind them. Of course we wouldn't want to ruin the house's image. Doesn't mean we can't get pissed now. George said, Aren't you guys like 13? Tracy asked, staring at the half-empty bottle of fire whiskey in George's hand. She looked quite concerned. We are Dash, but that never stopped Gryffindors before Dash, and we're still like at least 25% Gryffindor. Fred ended. Most of the Slytherins still looked a bit confused at the twins speak. Well, don't get too drunk. We want you guys to at least remember where the potions are, Harry said, making George point at him. This is why we like you. Why are you supporting this? Tracy asked, and Harry shrugged. Let them have fun. Before dinner, it was chaos in the Slytherin common room. Everyone was trying to get to the stack of sobering potions, and all of them seemed to regret everything once they got sober. The first years were looking at the chaos with amusement. I hope this doesn't happen every time we win a Quidditch match, Theo said. Harry laughed. It probably won't. They'll get used to winning eventually. Your modesty always surprises me, Draco said, behind them sarcastically. I didn't say that it had anything to do with my skill, Harry said, and Draco looked unimpressed. You implied it, though. If you say so, Harry shrugged. Boys, come, we got to go to the Great Hall, Pansy said. She was standing on the other side of the common room with Millicent, Daphne, and Tracy. Draco mumbled something about being bossed around by Pansy and quickly got up, the rest following him. Harry waited a bit longer before going to his room to check on Ebony before dinner. The snake hadn't taken his rat earlier, and Harry really didn't think it could even be possible for the snake to shed again, seeing how the snake had shed a week ago. Ebony, are you here? Hey, Master, I'm so cold, Ebony said from his space on the heating rock. Harry looked at him and then at the rock. What do you mean cold? Harry asked, and then Ebony looked up. Are you dumb? I mean, if you don't make this rock warmer, I will hibernate in spite. Harry laughed at the snake before checking the warming spell on the rock, seeing it actually failed. What? He said quietly to himself before looking at the snake. You're going to have to move if you want me to fix this. Ugh, you're kidding. The snake glared. Well, that was if a snake could glare at him. He did, however, untangle himself and move away from the rock. Harry put his hand on the rock, magically charging it to warm up again. You're welcome, Grumpy Snake. You're the best, the snake said, though he sounded sarcastic. I know, Harry replied before turning away. I have to go. I'll be back later. Okay, Ebony hissed, but he didn't look interested. Instead, he just moved back to the rock. Harry got up and joined his year mates at dinner. When Harry sat down, Draco passed him a letter. Harry shot him a confused look, but opened the letter. Draco, I am quite surprised to hear that the new heir Black is serious about his intention to resurrect the Dark Lord. However, I could, of course, not say no to such an offer. And he needs my help? Tell heir Black that I am quite prepared to do anything for our Lord. His return is needed, and if I could be a part of his return, how could I refuse? He could send me an owl with what exactly he needs from me. Please tell him that he doesn't need to use you for communication. We have a similar goal, after all. Then he talked about the usual father-son crap. Harry honestly didn't care to read that too. He did, however, sigh and relieve. Thank God. This would make everything a lot easier. Having Lord Malfoy's help would mean not needing to steal the Horcrux to make the Dark Lord sane again. He passed the letter back to Draco and grabbed an empty piece of parchment, forgetting the fact that this is dinner and he had to eat. He made a list with what he had to gather before Christmas, who he needed to invite, and other things. The rest of the Slytherins ignored him, knowing to not interrupt while Harry Sirius Black is planning something. Harry just sat there quietly writing on a piece of parchment for the rest of dinner, not one comment about how he wasn't eating any of his food. That was until Hope came up to the Slytherin table. Black. Oh, please no. Harry muttered quietly to himself. Hope hadn't really bothered him since his disownment. However, he had beat her at Quidditch, so he should have expected this. Don't ignore her, Black. Granger said, it's rude to ignore people. Harry turned around and smiled at them. Potter, Granger, Weasley. He inclined his head before turning back to what he was working on. What's that? It should be important if you forgot about eating to make this. Hope said, picking up the parchment he had been working on. A list of potion ingredients? Hope asked, looking confused. Harry noticed how the whole Great Hall was quiet now, waiting for either of them, but especially Harry, to do something. Yeah, potions. You know me always working to be as good as you are. Harry said, and Hope laughed. You are so desperate. For sure. Harry rolled his eyes. Wait, Hope, there's names on here. Weasley said, looking at the list. I don't think he wants to use Malfoy's father in a potion. The whole hall was looking at Harry, who was just smiling at the three Gryffindors. Why wouldn't I? Blood has quite interesting effects on potions, especially strong magical blood. He said, did you know that a single drop of your blood is enough for me to make your whole life a living hell? I invented this potion, you see. It was quite annoying while testing, but every single thing that happened while testing, it was worth it for the results. What? Hope asked. It's quite a simple potion. Really, it just makes your worst fears come true. You don't even have to drink it. I just need your blood to make it. You should be lucky Voldemort doesn't know about it yet. Or, well, otherwise dash. Mr. Potter! Dumbledore shouted, and Harry ignored him. He didn't use the right name after all. Well, you can imagine for yourself what would happen. Harry said, winking at his sister. However, if you really want to know, this is a list of people I have to talk to. The ingredients were already on there. It's an old piece of paper. You just said all of that to scare me, Hope said. Harry shrugged. You can believe that. 100 points for scaring another student, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore said, not even noticing the magic, not registering it because he used the wrong name again. Really, the man had been there when the Potters disowned him, had given him permission to go to Diagon Alley with Sirius. Yet he was the person who couldn't say the right last name. You're a freak, Hope said before throwing the paper back and walking away, leaving Harry laughing to himself. The rest of the hall didn't start talking again until someone asked to pass over the bread, which Harry totally understood. Bread is just superior food. What was that, Harry? Draco whispered, and Harry shrugged. I'm so done with the Potters. Was the potion you talked about real? Blaise asked, and Harry shook his head. It works differently, so no, not really. Though I did make a potion with those effects. Sometimes I forget you really are a genius, Blaise said, and Harry laughed. Potter was right, though. I haven't seen you eat anything. So eat, Blaise said then, and Harry rolled his eyes, but listened. He was quite hungry. After dinner, he told the Slytherins he wanted to search for Merlin's portrait, giving the Slytherins the choice to either join him or go to the common room. Blaise, Draco, and Pansy joined him, unsurprisingly. He did find it surprising that the rest decided to go back to the common room, but he wasn't going to stop them. So Sal told me there was a Merlin portrait with a portrait of all the founders next to it, but I haven't found it yet. Harry explained while walking. I feel kind of bad for not visiting them, but especially Merlin. I haven't talked to him in a while. And how do you know them again? Draco asked. Harry rolled his eyes, but didn't respond. I'm surprised Sal even told me there was a place with all their portraits. It seems more like him to just not tell me and act surprised when I finally find it. Harry muttered, Wait, no. That's more something that Godric or Rowena would do. You really know them well, Pansy said, and Harry nodded. I've known them for years, of course I know them well. They were currently heading in the direction of the defense corridor, though Harry didn't suspect the portraits would be there. And indeed, the portraits weren't there. They wandered through corridors for hours, not finding a single thing. Are you sure Salazar Slytherin didn't lie to you, Harry? Pansy asked, resting against a wall, and Harry frowned. He wouldn't. Not about this. This is too important for him, too. What if it's some secret place no one knows about? Blaise asked, and Harry looked at him. Could be, probably. Dumbledore would try to separate the portraits. We might as well give up, then, Draco said, resting next to Pansy. None of us knows this castle well enough. Harry rolled his eyes. I do. If I didn't know where it was, Salazar wouldn't have told me there was a place. That's probably true, Pansy said, but maybe you should make a list of places to search first, instead of just wandering trying to find it. You're probably right, Harry admitted. We should get back to the common room then. Sorry, Pansy said quietly. I don't know what they mean to you, but they obviously mean a lot. So I'm sorry we haven't been able to find a place with all their portraits yet. Harry looked at her with surprise. Thank you. I shouldn't have expected to find them in one time, really. The castle is huge, especially with all the secret passages. They could be anywhere. We'll find them, Pansy said, and Harry nodded. Yeah, we will. And that was the last thing they said until they arrived at the common room. Harry stopped and said, I'm going to visit Siri. I'll come back later. You okay? Blaise asked, and Harry nodded. Why wouldn't I be? Blaise sighed and turned around, following the others into the common room. Harry was disappointed. He hadn't been able to talk to Merlin ever since he arrived here, but he also didn't suspect that finding their portraits would be easy. All the way up to Sirius' quarters, he was looking at all the portraits, trying to spot the man, but didn't see a single portrait. Harry, I was just searching for you, Sirius exclaimed. He was standing in front of Sirius' doors, he realized. Hey, Padfoot. He gave Sirius a small smile. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Come in. He stood aside, showing Harry Remus sitting on Sirius' couch. And tell us what happened. I'm fine, Harry said, and Sirius shook his head. You're not. Harry didn't argue any further. Instead, he listened to Sirius and sat down next to Remus. Hey, Moony. Remus smiled at him. So what's wrong? Harry heard the door close and sighed. It's stupid. I was just trying to find Merlin's portrait, because Sal told me there is one next to a painting with all the founders. We saw it for a while, but didn't find anything. I just feel guilty, I guess. The man literally saved me, and I'm just now trying to find his portrait. And would Merlin mind you haven't had the time yet to find a portrait of him? Sirius asked. No, but Dash. So stop it. The man is probably glad you made your own life here. Harry groaned. I know. That makes it even worse. They would never blame me for anything. He would probably thank me for finding his portrait, even if it took multiple years. Maybe you just listen to him this time. He saved you, yes, but he also brought you back for you to be able to have a life here. He probably doesn't expect you to talk to him, even if he hopes you will. You're right, Harry said, and I hate saying that. Sirius laughed. I'm always right, kiddo. Harry made a face at the nickname. Anyways, we got a letter back from Rita Skeeter. Harry's expression changed immediately. This sounded like good news. Sirius had sent the reporter a message about a week ago, offering her a lot of money to write articles. Accurate articles. Not her usual crap about whatever they want to. I think you'll like what she said, Cub. Remus said, and Harry nodded. He was sure he would. Sirius opened the letter and started reading out loud. Lord Black, I was quite surprised by your offer. I thought you wanted nothing to do with me after the accident of 1977. Both Sirius and Remus had a weird expression on their face, and Harry told himself to ask them about it later. However, I am glad, of course, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I accept your offer. I would like to meet with you, your heir, and Mr. Lupin sometime to discuss the details of this deal we're making. To have no misunderstandings, you understand. Please write me back to make an appointment, Rita Skeeter. She sounds a lot nicer than you told me she would be, Harry said, and Sirius groaned. Please don't let her charm you. That's the reason why she's so dangerous. I don't get charmed, Harry said, and Remus laughed. Just you wait. Harry rolled his eyes. Am I allowed to leave the school? Or do we have to sneak me out? I don't actually know. I've never had a child before. Sirius answered. You used to be a child, Padfoot, right? Like my parents cared enough about me to let me leave school. Sirius scoffed. I don't think it's allowed. It would happen more often if it was. Or Dumbledore hid the fact that it's allowed once again. Remus said, and Harry shrugged. Sneaking out is easier anyways. I'll get Snape to cover for me. Sirius looked at Remus and then nodded when he saw that Remus approved of the plan. Okay, next weekend then? Harry shrugged. Fine by me. Time tends to pass really quickly when you're in a rhythm. Stand up, eat, classes, eat, more classes, homework, eat, free time, sleep. Harry was currently in that exact rhythm. So it was no surprise that he woke up on Saturday and totally forgot about his meeting with Rita. When Sirius told him to visit them after breakfast, he gave the man a confused look and then realized. I have to talk to Snape, he said a little too loudly, standing up and walking out of the Great Hall. He ignored the fact that the whole hall went silent. Sirius started laughing and said, I imagine that must be important, which made the students start talking again. Mr. Black, Pansy said, and Sirius looked at her. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound disrespectful. I was just wondering what was so important that Harry just ran out of the Great Hall. He didn't tell you? Sirius sighed before quietly explaining. He must have really forgotten then. We are going on a meeting. Snape needs to cover for him. It would help if you guys would also cover for him. Harry is sneaking out? Theo asked, looking surprised. I thought he'd be the last person to do that. It's the Gryffindor in him. Blaise said, Of course we'll help and cover for him. Thank you. No problem, Mr. Black. Pansy smiled. Sirius nodded and walked away, but only after whispering. 10 points to all of you for helping another student. He seems great, to be honest. Draco said, I never understood why Mother was so sad when talking about her favorite cousin Sirius getting manipulated to the light side. But I might just understand her now. I keep forgetting you guys are basically cousins. Pansy said, We noticed when you implied they would end up together. Blaise told her, and Pansy shrugged. Isn't that basically what all purebloods do, marry their cousins? My family doesn't. Blaise shot back, and that silenced Pansy. I don't think Harry would be happy if he had to marry his cousin. He needs freedom from all this pureblood crap. Goodbye, most powerful children ever. Pansy said dramatically. Blaise raised an eyebrow. Cause Harry isn't the most powerful child ever? You ruin everything. Let a girl be dramatic. I live to stop you from having fun. You know what? You're my least favorite person here. Blaise snorted, and Pansy giggled. That's something new, Harry said, joining them at the Slytherin table once again. I've never seen either of you act like that before. I keep forgetting you didn't know us before Hogwarts, Draco said. They were like this all the time. It's gotten less since we're here, though. Pansy and Blaise were those best friends who were always together and always arguing. Tracy said, joining their conversation, since Millicent and Daphne were now talking about some magic kind she didn't know about. Ah, Harry said, what made you stop when joining Hogwarts? We have to wear our Slytherin masks outside of the common room usually, but you were always in the common room, and it felt weird. Pansy explained, You're not in the common room now. Wow. No sti serlo. Tracy shot back, and Harry just looked at her. That's a muggle phrase. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, how my parents love those stories. Tracy said, and Harry smiled. You're a half-blood? Tracy nodded. We're the same, you and I, she said with a deep, dramatic voice, making Harry laugh. Harry himself had limited knowledge of what it was really like to live with muggles, of course. The founders, however, forced him to learn some things about the muggle world in his time, so he could convince people he actually lived with muggles for a while. The rest of the Slytherins just looked confused, but didn't have any more time to question it. Harry jumped up from his seat and said, Well, I'm going. I'll see you all later, and then walked away, leaving Tracy with a lot of questions about the man named Sherlock Holmes. Harry quickly spotted Rita when they walked into the Daily Prophet building. They decided to have their meeting here, since it's probably the most private place they would be able to meet. Lord Black, I'm so delighted to see you, Rita said, while waving enthusiastically. Sirius sneered, but quickly masked his expression. He clearly didn't like the woman. I'm glad you accepted our deal. Sirius said back respectfully, while they joined the woman at a small desk. Well, it's not every day a woman gets a deal like this. Rita smiled. Of course, I would like to know exactly what the deal would mean, because you weren't very specific in your last letter. We expected no less, Mrs. Skeeter. Harry said. The woman smiled. Call me Rita, please. Sirius was glaring at the woman. Remus didn't look much happier. Rita cleared her throat. Now what you said was that you will give me interviews and give me money, but only if I write exactly what you guys want. I can't twist your words. You are right, Sirius agreed. We need you to write the truth. In exchange, you get free interviews, and we'll even pay you. And you will be able to give me an interview now? Rita asked. I have so many questions for Heir Potter. You have to understand. It's Heir Black now, Rita. Sirius said, and Harry smiled and nodded. Oh, it's part of the story. Sirius said, and then Remus finally answered Rita's question. We'd be happy to give some answers already. Remus said, only after signing the papers. After Remus said that, Sirius took out some contract. Harry raised an eyebrow. Sirius was never one to be this prepared. I believe you know that after signing this, it would work as an unbreakable vow, he said, while sliding the papers over to Rita. She nodded and started reading. Oh, and Rita? Harry said, a smile on his face. Don't use the quill that's in your hand right now. I won't return here ever again if you do. Rita looked shocked and then said, Of course, Heir Black. Sirius and Remus both looked at Harry with proud expressions. After that, the process of signing paperwork went pretty quickly. They all came to an agreement, and then Rita took them with her to a more private room so they could start the interview. Sit down, please, Rita said, and then hurried out of the room to get another quill. How did you know about the quill? Remus asked, and Harry shrugged. I recognized it from some interviews the founders did. Those quills exist for a while, and I've never liked them. They have a mind of their own. That's impressive, Remus remarked. The fact that you remember exactly how the quill looks. It's the magic. The quill sends little pulses to all magical beings around them, so they can use emotions to write more specifics. I might not be very sensitive to other magics, but I always notice when someone touches my magic. I'm sorry I was gone for that long. I haven't used a different quill in a while. Rita apologized while hurrying back into the room. It's okay, Harry answered. We do, however, need to finish this quickly. I'm not exactly allowed to leave the school ground without the headmaster's permission. Rita smirked. Sneaking out? Young snake? Don't ever call me that again. Whoa, sorry. Rita laughed. Let's start then. I heard there was an interesting story you wanted to share. Harry smirked now. The Potters disowned me. Imagine the headline. Abandoned Potter once again abandoned. Or whatever. I like your thinking. Can I ask some questions about this? Why else are we here? Sirius asked, and Rita started interviewing them about the disownment. Harry crashed on a seat in the Slytherin common room. I am exhausted, he announced to no one in particular. You were gone for a while, Blaise said. Will you finally tell us what you were doing? Nah, you'll figure it out soon enough. Harry smirked. Believe me, you will, he said to the unconvinced looks. He says that more often, Fred stated. We don't believe him. George finished. Harry rolled his eyes at them. I am totally being 100% honest right now. Give it a week or so. Fine, but if we don't know by the time Christmas holidays arrive, you will tell us. Draco said, and Harry nodded. I promise. No one believed him. Chapter and notes. Hey, smiley face. I've been thinking about making a Discord server. It would mostly just be to meet people. I will also take requests and ideas from that server and post small spoilers in there. Oh, and screen sharing while writing? Maybe? I just wanted to know if anyone would be interested in this before I put a ton of effort into creating a server LMAO. So please comment if you would join. Normal teenage life or something like that. Chapter summary. Hope, Transfiguration, and Fred and George smiley face. Chapter notes. Last chapter before the Dark Lord returns? I think at least. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The Black family saved the abandoned Potter's son. A few days ago, Harry Sirius Black. We'll get into why his name changed later. Sirius Orion Black and Remus Lupin came to the Daily Prophet building and offered me a story no one had heard yet. It's a well-known fact that the abandoned Potter's son returned to us a few months ago, just before the start of the Hogwarts year. No one knows where he spent years of his life, and no one knows if he was actually safe the time he wasn't with the Potters. None of the Potters ever seemed to care, though. This split up the dark and light families even more, a big part of the gray families moving to side with the dark. Now, however, we do have more information about Harry Black's past. He seemed upset while telling us the following story. I remember a lot of that night. Sirius and Remus tried to stop them from giving me away, but the Potters and Dumbledore insisted it was for the greater good. The next day, I was sent to my Muggle family, the very same family my biological mother left, because of their hatred for magic. They were abusive to say the least, but I took comfort in the fact that I knew I was special. I remember my magic. I found some old portraits in the attic. My aunt tried to hide them from me, but I was a curious boy who was left alone for weeks, if not months sometimes. So of course I found them. The portraits, which turned out to be the Hogwarts founders, helped me a lot. They taught me about magic. Since all my magic could be blamed on accidental magic, I practiced for hours at a time. I don't think I would have been here if it hadn't been for those portraits. My magic saved me from my family multiple times. I didn't ask him any more questions on this subject that obviously brought up bad memories. Instead, we moved on to talking about the more recent events. I asked him what it was like being back with Potters for the past few months. It hasn't been great, to be honest. I suspected they would be happier to see me, but instead they treated me as some sort of trophy to show people that they were kind people by taking the poor orphan boy back. It didn't work, of course, since the only reason I didn't have a family was them. The first month they pretty much ignored me. Only when people were visiting they acted like proper parents. Then Hogwarts started, and all they did was complain about me doing well in school, about how there was no way I was better than Hope. They couldn't even stand me for more than 4 months until they disowned me again. And my dear readers, if that wasn't a shock, Harry seemed surprised by the fact we didn't know about the disownment yet, and then said it was probably because the Potters didn't want people to find out, though. Luckily, Sirius saved me. The day afterwards, he officially adopted me. It wasn't weird for either of us, since even as a little kid, Sirius was always more a father to me than James ever was. I hate to think what would have happened if Sirius hadn't been there. I wouldn't have a house, a family, or well, anything really. Sirius quite literally saved me. Heir Black laughed a little. And if that isn't surprising, since everyone is always telling me how bad the dark side is, yet they're the ones that cared about the fact I was abandoned, not the light side. And Heir Black has a point, dear readers. Maybe the dark side isn't as bad as we think it is. Read a Skeeter, the Daily Prophet. Its front page. Harry asked. His friends were reading the Daily Prophet with shock written across their faces. Of course it is, Blaze said. There hasn't been a story like this for a while. How did you even get Skeeter to do this? Harry shrugged. It wasn't that hard. Sirius did most of it. The Great Hall was slowly started getting louder. Everyone was talking about the same thing, though. Black! He heard a voice. There they were, the Potters. Hi. Did you enjoy the news? He asked, a small smile on his face. In the corner of his eyes, he saw Sirius getting up from his seat and approaching them. You had no right to write about us? James said, and Harry blinked. It's just my life story. Is that a crime? I thought people would like to know a bit more about me. We will sue you. I still don't think I've done anything illegal. I noticed how you didn't write, that you kept being rude to us until Daddy disowned you. Hope smirked and Harry rolled his eyes. I think that they couldn't even stand me for 4 months. Summed that up pretty well. I don't think I was that rude anyways. Some people around him laughed. Lord Potter, I would appreciate it if you stopped annoying my son. Sirius said with a blank face, though Harry could easily see the amusement in his eyes. He's not your son. Lily said, I don't remember you giving birth to him. He legally is my son. Anyways, I think you might want to stop embarrassing yourselves. And Sirius was right. The whole Great Hall was pretty much laughing at the Potters. I don't think they notice how much they're embarrassing themselves, Harry said, and then decided to add Dad, just to see the Potters' reaction. Sirius laughed. You're probably right about that one. Sirius. He is not and never will be your son. James said, and Harry stopped Sirius from responding by saying, well, the chance of me being Sirius' son feels a lot more possible than being yours, since you don't seem to give a shit about me. Now please, let me eat in silence. If you really want to continue this conversation, we can do so later, without a crowd. Hope seemed like she wanted to protest, but Lily stopped her by pulling her away from Harry. Not without shooting Harry one last glare, though. James followed his family. Harry sighed and turned back to the table. Sirius did not leave him with his friends, though. Instead, he made the people around Harry make place for him. We should have expected those stupid Potters to say something about it, Harry said, and Sirius nodded. Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. I didn't expect you to be happy about it, Harry said casually, while putting some food on his plate. Mr. Black, I'm sorry, but could you explain the essay we got last week to me? Not right now, don't worry. I'm just really having a hard time with it. A third-year Slytherin spoke up. Sirius seemed to be confused right now before laughing. Right. Sometimes I forget I'm the teacher now. Of course I can. You can come to the Transfiguration classroom after breakfast. Thank you, the girl said, before turning back to her giggling friends. Harry laughed at Sirius. You forgot that you're a teacher? In my defense, Dumbledore told me he would never allow me to stand in front of a classroom after I graduated. I'm not even going to question that. You shouldn't believe me. He groaned. I have to go back to the old people's table now. See you all later. Sirius left him like that. Is your godfather the teacher everyone has a crush on now? Millicent asked. She stopped talking to Tracy just to ask that question. Harry realized. I suppose. Rather him than James. Harry said, though it was kind of weird. Mr. Black is just so dash. Some fourth year started and Harry stopped them. No. I'm not listening to this shit. And I'm also like 90% sure him and Remus are together. Really? Bummer. Tracy said, picking up a strawberry from her plate. You're literally 11, Harry said, and Tracy shrugged. I won't be 11 forever. This is the worst conversation we've ever had. I'm done with you all. Harry groaned and stood up, leaving the Great Hall. He thought it was kind of funny, though, especially since he knew Sirius was oblivious about it, and once Sirius realized he would hate the fact that he was that teacher. So really, Harry didn't mind too much, only because he knew Sirius would never date anyone that was still in Hogwarts now. He'd hate the age gap. Expelliarmus. He heard a voice whisper behind him. He didn't even have his wand with him. He turned around and saw what had to be a fifth-year Gryffindor with his sister. He has no wand on him, Potter. The fifth year said, and Hope smirked. He's going to regret that. You seriously need a fifth year to do the spells for you? Harry asked. I thought you had special combat training. Hope's smirk grew. Not just one Gryffindor fifth year. Harry rolled his eyes when he heard people walk up to them behind him. Look, Hope, I'm really not in the mood. I don't know how you convince people to fight for you, but honestly, it's stupid. You there? He turned around, pointing at a Hufflepuff. How did she convince you to fight? Because I know this isn't something all of you would just do. The Hufflepuff girl shrugged. She offered me money, well, her parents did. Told me I'd have to duel a first-year-old, and I'd get the money if I won. I didn't expect this when they offered me the same. The Ravenclaw girl next to her said. Harry laughed. This is just sad, Hope. I'm not doing this. Come duel me when you're confident enough to do it on your own. It's not like you can get away. You don't have a wand. Hope said, and Harry laughed. Can I? Then he casted an easy wandless and non-verbal incarcerus to body bind Hope and turned to the group. Anyone else? He noticed half of them seems to leave already. The other half was looking at him shocked. If I'd known it was the bloody first-year genius, I wouldn't have even accepted the deal. He heard someone whisper, making Harry laugh. You get an out now, if all of you leave. Just then the doors of the Great Hall open. Harry's year mates walking out, together with some other people. That made the rest of the fifth years leave. Honestly, Harry expected them to leave. What happened here? Blaise asked. Harry shrugged. Hope built an army of fifth years to beat me. It's kind of sad, really. She was that mad for the article? Probably. Harry shrugged. It's disappointing they all left, though. I was kind of hoping for a challenge. And a bunch of fifth years would be a challenge? Tracy asked, and Harry snorted. I don't know. I was about to find out. Whatever, let's go make homework. Pansy said, and Harry nodded, even though he had already finished his homework. Hope didn't bother Harry anymore after that. Beside the dirty looks in classes and the creepy smirks that made Harry wonder just what the Potter family was planning. Voldemort seemed to lose a lot of energy, his classes now mostly being silently making essays. It made Harry wonder if the man would even survive until Christmas. However, the man was still standing when December finally arrived, so he only had another few weeks to go. He planned everything now. He found a ritual he could use, told Lucius and Megan the details, and made sure that the other first years won't try to mingle with his ritual. He knew some of them wanted to see the magic, but he didn't actually know how dangerous it would be, so he refused to let them join. The only downside of the ritual was that calling souls to a location was very hard, especially if he wanted to keep the Horcrux he was carrying. So instead, he decided to only give back the 50% soul piece, hoping this makes the Dark Lord sane enough so he could find the others and give those back at their own time. If the Dark Lord was still an insane lunatic, he would just lock him up until he found a Horcrux with at least 25%. He would have to find them all in the end anyways. Now he actually gave himself some time to just chill, go to classes, make homework, and act like every other teenager. Black, the fact that you could do this while dreaming doesn't mean you have to actually do it, McGonagall said, a weird half-smile on her face. McGonagall and him build a weird sort of friendship over the past few months. The woman loved impressive magics. And Harry, well, he had impressive magic, to say the least. Sorry, Harry replied. They were currently working on origami, if you could call it that. Everyone got a small piece of paper and was told to use their fantasy to create origami. They didn't actually have to spell it to do things yet. Sirius was currently showing off his running dog, which was obviously made with a lot of impressive magic. Well, since you couldn't care to pay attention, I think you would like to show the class how good you are at this piece of magic, McGonagall said. Harry smiled at her. Of course. He quickly grabbed a piece of his untouched papers and waved his real wand, since it allowed him to concentrate the magic easier, without making a whole show of wandless magic. He still had some struggle of really focusing the magic with his fake wand. The paper on his table slowly turned into something that looked like a paper plane, which made people laugh, because it wasn't that impressive. Then it began to fly around by itself. That silenced most of them. I hope that was impressive enough for you, ma'am, Harry said sarcastically. It sure was, Mr. Black, McGonagall replied. Harry smiled at the woman before looking around the classroom to see other creations. Really, he didn't know what to make. Paper planes were the easiest options. His friends were currently struggling to make different size snakes, and Harry laughed. He waved his wand and animated the already finished ones. Now they were hissing on top of Pansy's table. Look, I made ebony, Tracy said, pointing at a grumpy snake that just seemed to be hissing at everything grumpily. Harry couldn't actually understand the paper snakes. They weren't actually talking in Parseltongue, but he could still tell that the snake Tracy made would probably act like ebony. 10 points to Slytherin for working together, Sirius' voice said, he now standing close to them instead of the opposite side of the classroom. What are you guys going to do with them? World domination. We might as well, Millicent answered, and Sirius laughed. Well, good luck. Paper isn't the strongest material. Just throw some fire-repellent charms over it. Harry shrugged. It might work. Sure it would, Sirius said in his I can't believe you right now voice. Then he snorted. I believe you, my son, giving Harry a wink. Could make anything work if we just gave you some time to come up with a plan. I seriously doubt that. You seriously shouldn't. Ha, go away, you mutt, Harry said, and Sirius laughed. I'm still your teacher. I could give you detentions, you know? Harry dramatically gasped. You wouldn't. I suppose I wouldn't. Good puppy. If anyone here is a puppy, it'd be you. I swear your Animagus is going to be an adorable little dog, Sirius said, and Harry shook his head. It's not. It's not. You mean you're already an Animagus? And you didn't tell me? Everyone around Harry had an equally shocked face, and Harry blinked. You mean I didn't tell you? You never tell us anything, Harry, Draco said, and Harry had to admit he was right. I transformed when I was 9, I think, he admitted. I will show you my form later. Moony has to be there. Can we be there? Please, Pansy asked, and Harry laughed. Fine, you guys can be there. Sirius was still staring in shock. You really didn't expect this? Harry asked him. He shook his head. I should have, though. I just thought I would get to teach you, give you the old books of me. Peter and James? Harry sneered at the last two names, but then smiled at the man. You can teach me the Patronus, because they refuse to. Sirius laughed, obviously noticing how all the Slytherins around Harry seemed to suddenly get more interested. Harry obviously hadn't told them his big secret yet. Well, I suppose I should be thankful for them, Sirius said, allowing me to at least teach you something. In their words, we can't teach you everything. Let the people who take care of you after us teach you some things, Harry said, trying to imitate the founders' voices all at once. Tell them I'm thankful, Sirius said, and then the bell rang. "I'll see you next class, pup. See you in history," Harry said back, ignoring all the questioning looks from the Slytherins. At this point, he wasn't trying to keep it a secret from them. It was just funny to see them dying to ask questions, but knowing he won't answer their questions even if they asked. Now all of them, including Remus, could be found sitting in an empty classroom. Harry smirked. "Are you all ready?" "We're ready, pup," Sirius said, and Harry laughed before transforming into his small black wolf form. He heard some gasps, and he started running around. "Impossible, there's Dash," he heard Remus say. "A wolf Animagus? He's our pup/cub, Mooney. Look at him," Sirius said before turning into his own Animagus form, starting to sprint after the small wolf. Most of the Slytherins just sat there in shock. "Isn't it impossible to be a wolf Animagus?" Blaise asked, and Remus shrugged. "It was, but this is Harry. He's so adorable," Pansy said, trying to pick up the now slower walking wolf. The wolf growled at her, making her back away. Then the wolf smirked, a bit too human to see on a wolf's face. "At least he's still Harry," Theo said, and that made most of them laugh, and Harry changed back into a human. Animagus transformations aren't that hard when you're good at wandless magic, Harry said, while Sirius was turning back. "That's fair, it took us the longest to teach ourselves how to actually do wandless magic," Sirius then said, while sitting down on a chair. "Now who needs help with homework? Because we're here either way." A lot of Harry's classmates admitted they could actually use some help, and Sirius, Remus, and Harry himself were happy to help. Fred and George slowly sneaked into the Gryffindor common room. It was way too easy. If someone even tried to do something similar at the Slytherins' common room, they'd be lying on the floor, unconscious now. Yet, here they were sneaking into the first-year rooms. Unlike the Slytherins, Gryffindors had to share one dorm. They grimaced when they saw Ron's ugly old rat, and then walked to his bed. They put down some nightmare powder. Someone had to test it, and they sure as hell wouldn't. They had created it in the past few months. It had mostly the same ingredients as the already well-known potion version, but you actually had to breathe it in instead of drink it. They put some wards around the bed, making sure the other boys wouldn't get hurt by the effects of their powder. They didn't mind people like Dean Thomas or Neville Longbottom. They slowly snuck out, hoping to see results tomorrow. They, after all, needed results to know if their experiment worked. And results they got. The next day, Ron was loudly complaining at the Gryffindor table. They had never really seen Ron this tired before. They might have high-fived each other under the table. Harry had given them a small smile, and they knew then that they wouldn't get a speech from the terrifying first year, which made them glad, honestly. Because of course Harry would immediately notice that this was done by them, and it wasn't just nightmares. They would never understand how the boy did it, but they accepted it once they first figured out that Harry would always know if they did something, even if they made it look like an accident. That was actually creative, I have to admit, Harry said, walking up to them after saying something to his year mates. "Well, thank you," Fred said, and Harry laughed. "Was it nightmare potion? I didn't notice you slipping anything into his drink. It was a powdered version we created," George said, and Harry hummed. "Interesting. You can go far with your creations, if you're able to create something like that. So, what did you do with the fairy wings?" "I never quite got that far," Harry asked, seeming genuinely interested. "We actually didn't use them. Instead, we made a weird mixture with asphodel and fairy dust. Surprisingly, it worked. We really were ready for that to blow up in our face, literally." Harry laughed. "That's fair. Remind me to ask you guys if I ever need to create something." They stared at the genius in shock. Harry laughed. "It was nice talking to you. I have to go, though. He just called us smart," Fred said, once Harry had left. "He did," George answered. "That's surprising." "It sure as hell is." Chapter in notes. "Hi, I made a Discord server. I'm going to try to keep it active. Anyways, here's the link. https://discord.gg/urea7apnjp. Yule. Chapter summary. Harry first sees Grimmald's place. Opens up to Draco and Blaise. Has another fight. Learns more about Blaise. Leads a Yule ritual and resurrects the Dark Lord. Chapter notes. A lot of scuff translate Latin, because I did not quit Latin after 4 years of classes to translate shit to Latin myself in a fanfiction. Also, the end is rush cosm like mid-exam week. Translations at the end. See the end of the chapter for more notes. When the Christmas break finally started, Harry didn't bother going with the train. Instead, Sirius took Harry to his home, Grimald's place. The place had obviously seen better days. It was a dark, gloomy home, but Harry didn't really mind. A few cleaning charms, which he really needed serious help with, even if it was embarrassing to admit. Later, he was actually able to admire the old pure-blood fashion this home was still in. Modern purebloods were too extra, while the older families generally chose for less luxury in their big houses. The founders' castles were a great example, even if it was just a holiday place for them. "Are you ready for everything you need to do this holidays, pup?" Sirius asked, and Harry smiled at the genuine concern. "Yeah, I'm just glad Lucius offered to take Voldemort in until he has a body. It would have been awkward otherwise. I'm glad he isn't staying in my house. Our house," Sirius said, and Harry's smile grew. "Thank you for taking me in. I really don't show my appreciation enough. I would have done it either way. Those Potters don't deserve you." Harry hugged Sirius. Not the first time he had done that, but still one of the first time. Sirius was shocked. He could practically feel the man freeze before hugging back. "Do you want to see your room?" Sirius asked, smiling at his son, godson. He wasn't even sure what he would call Harry now. "Yeah, I mean, of course," Harry said, and Sirius quickly led him upstairs, through the last room, in what seemed like, never-ending hallway. This was Reggie's, my brother's room. He died a while ago. It's the second biggest room in the house," Sirius said, and Harry looked at him in shock. "I can take another room, if you want to keep this one like it is." No, it's fine. It's about time someone takes this room. It's been a while." Sirius smiled sadly. "If you're sure." I really am," Sirius said, and then turned. "You can call Creature to move your stuff. I have to go downstairs so Remus doesn't arrive to an empty house." "Okay. Thank you, Siri," Harry said, and Sirius walked away. Harry looked around the room. He had never heard of a Reggie, or probably Regulus. He had to guess by looking at the stuff in the room before. He had heard Sirius talk about his younger brother that joined the Dark Lord, of course, and he could only guess that that was the Regulus he was talking about. It felt weird entering a dead person's room, trying to make it your own. Somehow, it felt wrong. A room was so personal, it basically told everything you had to know about a person. And just walking into someone else's space and claiming it as your own was not something that you could just do. Instead, Harry tried to do what he could to keep Regulus stuff. In the end, he decided to take another room and make it an almost copy of Regulus' bedroom. Like this, they still had the stuff and could do anything with it they want. This took multiple hours, but it was worth it to see Sirius almost tearing up and thanking him at least 1,000 times for not just vanishing all Reggie's stuff. After he was done with setting up that, he made a small space for Ebony. "Please just tell me if you're cold. Don't suddenly start complaining," Harry said, putting Ebony on his heating rock. "But it's so much more fun to complain. Sometimes I wonder why I chose to buy you. You love me. Don't even try to fool me, master." Ebony hissed, and Harry laughed. "You sound sure about that." "I am." Harry rolled his eyes. "I'll never get used to that." A voice behind him said. Harry turned around. "Moony." "Hey, cub." Remus laughed. "Sirius told me to get you for dinner." "It's that late?" Remus nodded. Then when he noticed Harry was following him downstairs, he asked, "Now tell me why did that snake look so smug?" "He was bullying me," Harry said. "Really, snakes seem so cool, but then you start talking with them, and they just turn into bullies." Remus looked way too amused. "I'm sure Ebony is the biggest bully of them all." "He really is," Harry agreed easily. "Is there anything I actually need to do this break, besides bringing back the Dark Lord?" Harry asked. He was laying on a couch in the living room of Grimald's place. "You need to go to Draco's Yuletide Ball," Sirius said. "They probably want you to lead the ritual." "All right. What exactly do I do?" Harry asked, and Sirius gave him a look. "You never celebrated Yule before?" "I did. But in the Founder's time, it wasn't as important. The magic was stronger. We only gave her a bit of support. So, I suppose you know that Yule means we say goodbye to the darkness and hello to the light of the sun?" Sirius asked dramatically, and Harry laughed. Yes, I do." "Okay, so you can pick a ritual, or knowing you make one. You have to include Mother Magic and any other deities you'd like to thank. You would be the one to lead even with the grown-ups there, because no one's magic is as strong as yours." "Mother Magic needs me," Harry understood immediately. "We need the strongest magic to support her, because not everyone does support her anymore. Dumbledore is slowly killing her." Sirius confirmed. That dumb old go! Harry shouted. Every day I start to agree with Voldemort more, which feels weird. He had the right ideas, but didn't do it the right way. We'll fix it. Harry said, I know I will. It was a few days before Yule now, and Harry had spent the time here with Sirius and Remus. He spent a lot of time on creating their birthday presents. He was making 2 bracelets with identical runes, but slightly different designs. It took a lot of creative magic, and Harry silently thanked Rowena every time he worked on them. He would not have this skill if it hadn't been for Rowena insisting he would use it once. He was also working on making different potions, especially trying to figure out on how to make a better wolfsbane potion. Remus was currently slowly poisoning himself, without noticing. Most werewolves did, which is why they usually died pretty young. He had tried to convince Remus to stop taking the potions, but his pleas were ignored. Remus always told him how he would rather poison himself than accidentally kill someone else when he couldn't control himself. Both Harry and Sirius hated it. They both knew that the risk of Remus killing someone was pretty big, but they both would rather live with an accidental murderer than live without Remus, because he decided to poison himself. And Harry had tried to find a way to make a better not poisonous wolfsbane potion before Yule. But the research took a while, and Harry wasn't going to rush himself. It would only ruin the potion. So instead, he decided that the wolfsbane potion could just be an extra gift once he finished it, since neither Remus nor Sirius knew that he was working on this. It's pretty easy to keep these projects from Sirius and Remus, since Sirius declared the potions lab was now officially Harry's territory. Both of them never really liked potions, and Harry, well, it was his favorite subject. So it was the only logical thing to do. At least, that's Sirius' explanation. He was currently finishing his bracelets when Sirius shouted, Harry, Blaise, and Draco are here. They are? Harry asked, honestly confused. Yeah. Sent them here for me? I will. A few minutes passed before the 2 boys walked into the potion lab. Harry laughed at their shocked expressions of how huge the potions lab was. The Black family had always been a bit extra with important spaces, like the library and potion labs, especially since one of their recent ancestors had been a potion master. Hey, Harry said, welcome to my domain, I suppose. This is yours? Draco asked, looking around the large room once more. Harry shrugged. Do you think Sirius would survive the process of making a potion? Oi! I heard that, Sirius shouted. Harry laughed. Stop overhearing my conversations, Pads. Finny. Harry picked up his wand, casting some finishing up the line he was carving in the ring. You actually do spells with a wand. That's a new one. Harry heard Draco say. Carving is hard without a wand. A hand has no tip. Anyways, why did you guys suddenly decide to visit? Draco here decided he didn't want to suddenly visit you alone, so forced me to come with him. Blaise said, and Draco put his hands up. In my defense, Harry is scary. I had to tell you about the fact that you have to do the main ritual on Yule. If anyone else does it, their magic will try to overpower yours, so the caster would be magically exhausted, if not dead by the end of it. I know, Siri told me. I have to save magic, he said dramatically. You think I'm more powerful than all the grown-ups that will be there? Blaise snorted. We're 100% sure you are, and we are also sure that at least one grown-up will get angry about the fact that a child is more powerful than them. I'll just have to show them then, Harry said, and then Draco continued. You have to pick a ritual. We can't do it for you. Magic will notice. I already made a ritual. Don't worry. This one is all about healing Lady Magic herself. And well, asking for assistance in the next war. Draco nodded. Good. You can owl Father if you need him to get anything for the ritual. I have everything I need. Thank you, though. Now that that's over, can you please show us around the house? Being in a Black family house is like every pureblood's wish. Blaise said, and Harry laughed. Well, follow me. And just like that, Harry lead them around the whole house, which was a lot bigger than you'd expect when you entered the small entrance hall. The house had 3 floors, all of them pretty big. The highest floor was mostly his, Sirius, and Remus rooms, though Harry suspected Remus and Sirius slept in the same room. It also had Regulus' room Harry made. The second floor had the huge Black library and some guest rooms. The first floor was mostly the normal things, kitchen, living room, and anything like that. Then they had a basement. Like any old pureblood, it had dungeons, but those hadn't been used in a while. Harry himself found it a bit weird. Even the founders had multiple people in the Hogwarts dungeons. The basement was also where Harry's potion lab was. I can't believe we saw the Black family library, Blaise said, sitting down on the floor of Harry's room. Harry shook his head. It's not the official one, there's a Black manor. The official one is there. This is just a recreation with about half of the books. You mean there's an even bigger library? This one was at least thrice as big as the one in Malfoy Manor. Draco gaped and Harry shrugged. The Ravenclaw lineage isn't the only one who likes taking care of their books. I wonder how big the Ravenclaw library would be in Ravenclaw Manor. Blaise said. Ravenclaw Castle, Harry corrected. All the founders had castles instead of manors, each of the castle being about a quarter of Hogwarts. They merged their castles and then perfected it to create Hogwarts. The original castles are under very heavy protection and secrecy spells. How do you even know that? Draco asked. Harry laughed, making his earring flash to all of the Hogwarts houses. You can't have seriously forgotten. I didn't. The idea of you being their heir is still weird, though. It is. Harry agreed, because it was, the longer he spent in this time, the more his past feels like a dream. It's like it never happened. The only way he knows it did really happen is by his control over magic and his inheritance. The portraits were only so much proof. Harry knew everything that happened was real, but still he sometimes stopped to think about just what kind of magics he meddled with to make this possible. Those magics made it seem almost impossible. It was almost unheard of, meddling with time magics and surviving long enough to tell others about it. There were millions of tales. Time-traveling wizards slowly dying because the difference in time was too much for their body and consciousness to handle. And most of those wizards only dared traveling back a few days. Some say Time himself decided to kill those wizards. He didn't like his domain to be meddled with. It was a well-known fact. Even Dumbledore himself never dared to come close to time traveling. He always lets his minions do it for him, since they would die in Time's wrath, not him. Harry, are you okay? Blaise asked, and Harry blinked, slowly nodding. Yeah, I'm good, don't worry. Blaise shot him a look that clearly showed just how much he believed Harry. Okay, fine, I think it's time I tell you too. The truth, I mean, Harry said. You guys deserve that. Wait, you're for real now? Draco asked, and Harry nodded. I am. Can I put you guys under a secrecy spell? Harry asked and then said, sorry, it's just this is something that could ruin our future if anyone finds out. You still don't trust us? Draco said, I can't believe you. What? Harry said. I do trust you. No, you don't. I swear Sirius and Remus aren't on a secrecy spell. You're right. They're not. The Black family rings cancel out most truth serums. Werewolves are already pretty much immune. You are not. The Malfoy family's protection was taken away in a war a while ago. They all decided to lie under truth serum because their family rings allowed them to. Magic took away that possibility now. I'm sorry that you don't have that sort of magical protection, but I'm willing to put one on you. So please allow me to. Okay, fine. Draco said, and Harry knew the boy was doing everything to keep his anger down, but deep down he was still so full of jealousy and anger. Thank you. Now all you have to do is allow my magic to place a secrecy spell on whatever I'm about to tell you. Let it in while I'm talking to you. I'll notice if you let it go even slightly. Both Blaise and Draco nodded in understanding. And just like that, Harry started the story of his life again, starting with his birth, ending at the point where he went to Hogwarts. Blaise was actually in shock, which the boy wasn't a lot. Draco, however, seemed to finally let go of his anger again. There's no way you're actually believing this, Blaise, he said, then turning to Harry. You really let us wait this long to tell another one of your stupid lies? I can't believe you do this just for a bit of attention, just to feel special. Then Draco left. That went better than expected, Blaise sighed. He really tried to stop himself there. What dash? Harry couldn't even finish his question before Blaise responded. Draco can't deal with surprises like this. Right now, he probably feels like everything we've been through was a lie. His anger will be gone in a few days, and he'll probably try to talk about it. It's the way he was raised. Malfoys always think they know everything, and when they find out they don't, and they're actually very wrong, they get angry. Yeah, I noticed that in the past. Harry laughed. The Malfoys were like that even back in the Founder's time. He's really trying for you. If you be anyone else, he would have exploded 1,000 times already. but he finds you interesting and probably notices you're a good friend, the type of friend he needs. I know this means nothing coming from me, but I know he's probably really regretting what he said right now. The Malfoy pride won't allow him to come back and apologize, though. You're really good at reading people, Harry smiled. Even with me, a mostly closed-off person. Magic tells people a lot, Blaise smirked. I can feel emotions by feeling people's magic. Since we're sharing secrets anyways. Harry laughed. That's actually impressive. Your magic is impressive. It was so hard for me to read. You hide your emotions really well behind your acclimacy mask. Blaise complimented him back. You did the right thing, by the way. What? Putting me under the secrecy spell, too. We both know I have the same protection Sirius has. Blaise explained. I allowed it to happen so Draco wouldn't get another fit of jealousy. Yeah, that and the fact that you don't know what's going to happen in the future. We might not have that protection forever. True, now tell me more about the Founders. Blaise said, and Harry smirked. I'll tell you about the duels against Godric. And just like that, the conversations went back to Harry's past. Neither of them were really worried about Draco staying mad forever, because they both know he wouldn't. The day before Yule was chaotic. Harry had to try on the black heir robes, which were pretty much fully black with some shades of gray. And him, Sirius, and Remus thought out the best way of making the ritual circle. Harry had prepared the whole ritual but got stuck on how to place the runes in such a way that it would help magic and not hurt the people around it. This one moved that to the left side of the circle. Remus said, pointing at a drawing. Harry did, and then Remus started instructing him further. After about half an hour, he was finally done. Okay, now you want to push a bit of magic into the middle. Charge it. Remus said. Harry did what he was told, and the whole circle lit up in a purplish color. I can't believe we finally did it. Sirius whispered in awe. You're welcome. Remus smirked and Sirius rolled his eyes. Yeah. We'll give you the credit. Fina fucking Oi. Harry swore. He had been working on this a lot for the past 2 days. Moony, you're the best. I know. Remus said. Now you go rest. It isn't healthy to use this much magic in such a short period of time. Au Fina? Harry said, making Remus and Sirius raise an eyebrow. I am really. I can deal with a bit of magic loss. I have enough of it. Harry said, and Remus sighed. Just please, at least let your magic rest for a bit. Okay, I will. Harry said, and Remus nodded. Thank you. After I finish charming my robes, Harry added, making Remus groan and Sirius look interested. Charming robes? I'm charming snakes on the cuffs. Harry said, 'cause it's fun. Then he walked away, leaving the 2 adult men just kind of stupidly staring at him. He did not break his promise to Remus, though. He charmed his robes and then didn't use his magic for the rest of the day. He didn't even use Accio once. That evening, Harry gave both Sirius and Remus their bracelets. He also sent gifts to his friends. Mostly books and candy. You made this? Sirius asked, looking down at the bracelet with a dog and 2 wolves on it. Though one wolf looked a bit more human than the other. Of course I did, Harry said. It's pretty similar to Remus, though there's a small difference. Sirius and Remus began comparing the bracelets, and pretty quickly realized it's mostly how the wolves and dogs was standing and the band of the bracelets. It has a lot of protective runes on it, so it's not just a bracelet. Harry explained quickly. The runes might be a bit different, but it's purely so it wouldn't accidentally hurt the werewolf here. Harry said, pointing at Remus. Wow. Remus said. He was staring at the bracelet. This is probably the most thoughtful and creative gift I've ever gotten. Harry smiled. I'm glad you like it. Ido. Irido. Okay, so our present is a bit different, Sirius said, and Remus nodded in agreement. Firstly, we got you this book. Harry was handed a book called The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. One of the books he had passed while looking at books about twin wands. He hadn't shown his interest in it back then to not show the Malfoys his interest yet. After that, he had totally forgotten about it. Thank you, I totally forgot about this. Harry said, staring at the book in his hand. We have something else, Harry. Sirius said, and Harry looked up. We got this from your vault. Technically, but decided to give it as a gift. Sirius laughed and gave Harry a big squared present. He slowly opened it, and inside of it was a portrait of Merlin. Wait, Harry said, and Merlin laughed. Harry! Merlin? I can't believe this. We'll leave you alone to catch up. Sirius decided, and Remus nodded, but Harry stopped them. Thank you. Sirius gave him one of his rare soft smiles. You're welcome, pup. Harry, is that really you? Merlin then asked. Oh, it feels like it's been forever. It has been forever for you, Harry said, turning to the man. I missed you. I've searched Hogwarts for your portrait, but I didn't find one. It's okay. I'm just glad I finally get to talk to you. Merlin said, I have to say, I was kind of jealous hearing the founder's portrait talk about you. So it's true. There's a place with all your portraits together? Yeah, it's hidden pretty well. I'm not sure where exactly, but it looks like a closed-off space. Are all your portraits connected? Mostly, yeah. I know everything that happens to my other portraits. Weird, but impressive magic. You can tell it's not a spell, but just Lady Magic deciding this is the best way for it to work. That sounds pretty cool. Actually, it is, if not slightly weird. Your consciousness gets moved into a painting, but you're also still dead? Oh, and you suddenly live in like hundreds of places at the same time. Weird. I can imagine, Harry said. I'm glad, though, that I can still talk to you guys this way. Believe me, we wouldn't have let go of you this easily if we knew you wouldn't be able to talk to us like this. Harry laughed. I can imagine. They need me here, though. The world really is fucked up, but no one besides Voldemort realizes. Hell, I wouldn't have realized had I not spent 10 years in the past. It is quite impressive that Voldemort noticed, even without your knowledge from the past. Yeah, but he also lived in a war. All he saw was the worst part of people. And if nothing else, he's a smart man. That he is. Now, if I'm right, you have that hole you'll think tomorrow. You should get some rest. Harry stared at the man and groaned. Fine. And there's the 11-year-old boy in you. Harry glared at Merlin. I don't like you. Good night. Good night. Merlin chuckled. The next day, Harry stood up pretty late, just because he could. He ate breakfast and went back upstairs again, just to get ready for the party. He decided it would probably be okay to show up there early. He had to speak with Draco, see if the boy was okay again. Oh, and small detail, he had to get the ritual stuff ready. He took a quick shower and then put on his house black robes, now with small snakes all over the cuffs. The snakes moved back and forth a bit, but not enough to scare people. Pads, Mooney! Harry shouted, and he heard Mooney's voice from Sirius' room. We're almost done. I fucking knew it. Harry muttered, then changed his train of thought, not wanting to think further about Remus and Sirius, his godfathers. He scrunched his nose up in disgust. They are not mating, master. No need to worry. Ebony said from his place on Harry's bed. Harry laughed, approaching the snake. Why are you actually nice? Felt like it, Ebony said. It's funny to see you confused. You don't get confused a lot, but you do when I say something that's even a bit nice, as you like to call it. There's the Ebony I know. Harry rolled his eyes. Thank you for letting me know they're not, though. You're welcome, master. Harry stroked Ebony's scales and then stood up. I'll be back somewhere tomorrow. Okay, Ebony said. Don't forget to feed me once you're back. Have I ever forgotten you? Harry asked the snake. No, you haven't. Not yet, at least. I'll see you later, Harry said, and Ebony rolled up into a ball on his bed. Sirius and Remus were waiting for Harry downstairs. They fled to Malfoy Manor together and got greeted by Narcissa Malfoy. Sirius, she almost shouted in such an un-Malfoy-like way it surprised all of them. Sirius opened his arms and Narcissa immediately hugged him. Sissy, it's been a while. It sure has been. Here, let me lead you guys to my husband and son, she said, still smiling. Then she turned, and the Dark Lord, who is still weakening every day. She said, though not quite happy like before. Tomorrow is the day he will be back to his full power. Don't worry too much, Harry said, and Narcissa nodded. Her husband had told her that Harry would stay at their house for a while to help their lord. I am glad we don't have you against us, Harry, she said, before opening the door to a drawing room with Lucius and Draco in it. The Dark Lord was nowhere to be seen. I am too, Harry admitted. Then he turned to Draco and Lucius. Hello, Harry. Lucius Malfoy inclined his head. I do hope you found a good ritual, and that you won't spend all your magic tonight. It would be unfortunate since tomorrow's plans are big. Don't worry, Mr. Malfoy. I've got more than enough magic. Harry smirked, then Draco spoke up. Harry, can we talk, please? Harry looked at Remus and Sirius, who nodded, then turned back and shrugged. Sure, why not? Draco nodded and motioned for Harry to follow him. Harry did. Draco led him to what Harry suspected was his bedroom. I'm sorry for not believing you, Draco sighed, the other day, and Harry had expected anything but that. He literally gaped for a full minute before he finally responded, "It's okay. I mean, it's not something I would just believe if I was in your place." "Yeah, but Blaze gave me hell about it. Told me I was a shit friend. He told me this was the reason you don't open up, and it just made me realize that he was right. I mean, I wouldn't open up if I knew it would cause problems. I should have known Blaze would do that," Harry sighed. "Don't worry too much about it, I understand. I mean, I've always known it would cause problems the moment I decide to tell anyone. It really is true, isn't it? Yeah, I missed them, but this time, well, this is where, or I suppose when I should be. So much makes sense now. I suppose it does." And just like that, everything was semi-normal again, even if it felt a bit more awkward than before. At least Harry didn't have to worry about an angry Draco all night. As much as I'd like to sit here till the other guests arrive, maybe I should start preparing for the ritual. And I need to talk to Voldemort. Where is he? He's in his room. Draco said he isn't doing well. He's getting weak. Yeah, Mrs. Malfoy, your mother, she told me. Here, follow me. I'll lead you to his rooms. Harry walked behind Draco, but then Draco suddenly stopped in front of a door. Harry looked at him and he said, "I'm not going in there with you. I don't have a death wish. No one, and I mean no one, enters the Dark Lord's room. Even if he's weak. No one except me, that is," Harry muttered. He nodded at Draco and opened the door. He could hear Draco sigh behind him before he closed the door. "Voldemort?" Harry said. The sick-looking Quirrell was currently sitting on a chair before a fireplace. "Of course it's you. Nobody else would be such a fool to come in without even knocking. You look bad." Harry noted and Voldemort snorted. "Way to start a conversation. Will you survive until tomorrow, or am I going to have to do this tonight?" Harry asked, sounding genuinely worried. It surprised Voldemort. "I will be fine," the man said, though he sounded hesitant. "If anything were to go wrong, it would just be Quirrell who died, not the soul piece." "Ah, but I liked Quirrell," Harry said. Voldemort blinked. "You haven't met Quirrell. I mean, technically no, but it wasn't always 100% you." Harry said, "Anyways, that's not important. I have an issue. Don't tell me Dash. No. You'll still get your body. The problem is it's technically impossible to call back all soul pieces besides the one inside of me. So I decided to give you 50% of your soul back. Hopefully enough to get you at least kind of your strength back. Sanity back," Harry added in his mind, but knew that this insane version was still quick to anger. "And then I can get the other pieces later." "That is fine," Voldemort decided, and Harry sighed in relief. "Okay, I'll come get you tomorrow. When I'm ready, try to get some rest. We need your strength, or at least what is left of it." Voldemort nodded, and Harry left to find Sirius and Remus, so they could prepare the rune circle together. Draco was welcoming guests, and since none of their classmates was here yet, Harry was stuck talking with purebloods who were all trying to get a glimpse of Heir Black. And while political power was handy for the future, he really didn't want to deal with it right now. Yet, that didn't stop Lord Avery from coming up to him. "Heir Black, what a surprise," he said. Harry looked at him, and the man looked almost embarrassed. "Sorry, how rude of me. I'm Lord Avery. Pleasure to meet you." Harry inclined his head. "I've heard some interesting things about you," the man said. "I wish you luck with your little mission this break. I never expected a first year to have a goal like that." Harry looked around them. The man obviously knew what he was doing. He knew most people here were dark wizards, but even the Bones family was here. How could the man be this careless? Looking at the man's left arm, he quickly noticed a tattoo. The man followed his eyes. "Smart kid. I'm serious. I wish you luck." Harry looked up again. "Thank you. It is indeed going to be hard, but I'll do anything in my power to make sure I don't mess this up." The man nodded, satisfied, and then said, "I won't keep your attention any longer. I see some of your friends have arrived. It was nice meeting you." Harry nodded, before turning around to see Pansy and Tracy stand there. When they noticed he was looking, Pansy waved and led her parents over to him, Tracy following them. "Harry, meet my parents," Pansy said before turning back to her parents. "Mom, Dad, meet first-year genius, Harry Black." "Pleasure to meet you, Lady Lord Parkinson." Harry bowed his head forward. "Such a gentleman." Lady Parkinson giggled. "The pleasure is all ours, Heir Black. We've heard a lot about you. Only positive things, I hope?" He shot Pansy a look, and Pansy shrugged, smirking. "Of course. So you're the... How do they call you? First-year genius?" Lord Parkinson asked. Harry shrugged. "Either that or just genius. Can I ask you how you got that nickname?" I don't remember anyone calling someone a genius in our time. Well, magic comes easy to me. Especially wandless and wordless magic. People just decided that must make me a genius. Harry said. Pansy shook her head. Stop pretending it's not impressive. Harry literally didn't have a single challenge this whole year. He does everything first try, and when he does it on purpose. Also, he alone is the reason Slytherin has a very big lead with house points. That does sound impressive. Heir Black. Mrs. Parkinson said, and Harry shrugged. I suppose so. Harry! Blaise shouted, and Harry turned around and saw Blaise and his mom walk towards him. He groaned, making the Parkinsons and Tracy laugh. I'm never getting a break, he whispered, before introducing himself to Blaise's mom. About 2 hours later, Harry finally let himself rest. He sat down next to his classmates. All of them had been sitting at a table for the past 2 hours, watching amused as Harry had to introduce himself to every lord or lady here. I'm never doing this again, he decided. I'm not a social person. When are people going to understand that? His friends laughed, and Tracy said, You did fine. I feel like I met every pure blood ever plus their whole family. Most of them talked to me like they were trying to convince themselves that they were better than me, rather than convincing me that they're better than me. Harry snorted. It was weird. They probably just think it's weird you're the most powerful person here. Blaise said, and Harry nodded. If only Voldemort was here, maybe he'd be more powerful. You're the only person I have heard say the words, if only Voldemort was here, while talking about a social event. Draco said, and Harry shrugged. Am I wrong, though? That silenced him. How long do I have till I have to do the whole ritual thing? Harry asked. It starts at midnight. So about an hour? Draco said, and Harry nodded. Okay. Thank God I have some time. Harry sat down on the middle of the rune circle. The rest of the people all had a specific place to stand, based on magical power. Ego, Harry Sirius Black, invoca matrem magicum ut sols reniscentis celebrant. He felt his magic slowly pouring out of his body, and he heard some people gasp. Solum omnes excipimus. Lunam reversuri expectans. Luna nobis potestatum. Sol nos adminit nos, soli non esse. Harry explained in fluent Latin. Even the moon seemed to light up in their magic. Homines divinitatis auscultantes invitamus ut nos anc noctem magicum vocamus. Ac nocte tuum auxilium poscimus. Ad auxilium nostrum magic, o canonos metipsos defendamus et in futuro bello nossa adjuvent. Harry said. People were staring at awe to the grayish-purple cloud Harry's magic was forming. Rogo te mater, Udinos cures, Menebimus in causat tua vera, Prodigans te illus, Custodians te abiscati occident. Harry put a small poured a bit of his magic into the runes. He saw some people doing the same, making the whole circle light up in different colors. Oblationem nostrum suscipa e adiuva nos in fia quomen onis perfecisti. Harry finished and then sighed. He heard multiple people gasp around him and looked up from his place in the rune circle. Everyone had a small orb, which seemed to be created from magic, in their hand. An obvious sign from Mother Magic saying, I accept your offer and will continue to look after you, as long as you try and protect me from those who try to kill me. That never happened before. Narcissa said, looking at her orb with an amazed look. I feel like Heir Black once again proved just why he is called a powerful genius by everyone who knows him. He heard a lot of agreements. What ritual did you use? He heard someone ask, and he answered tiredly. I made this one, just to help Mother Magic. He heard a lot of people discuss what just happened, and he took that moment to tell his friends he was going to sleep and get away without too many people noticing. He was exhausted, and he had a big day tomorrow. Oh, Harry, where are you? Harry heard someone say. He had spent all morning in the library, just to keep his mind off the ritual he had to do later today. I'm here, he shouted. Hey, there's my favorite kid, Megan said, walking inside the library. You actually came? Harry sat up. Megan laughed. Of course I did. I'd be stupid not to. This is like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Harry nodded. That it is, because no one else is stupid enough to make multiple Horcruxes. Fucking Dark Lords. You nervous? Megan asked, while she sat down next to Harry. Kind of, I just don't want to fuck this up. You won't. I'm not sure. I mean, it's never been done before, has it? It's not the first thing you've done that's never been done before. Yeah, but this is different. The whole wizarding world depends on it. If I fuck this up, there is no Voldemort to make sure that Dumbledore doesn't ruin everything anymore. Because you can't do that? I mean, I could, but I'm too young. Harry sighed. Believe me, I wish I could. Normally, I'd agree. But you're you, Harry. If anyone could do it, it's you. Yes, Voldemort would help, but you could do it without him. You're right, I know you're right. But I'd hate the work, the power. Both Voldemort and Dumbledore love it. I wouldn't be a good leader. Stop saying things like that. You could literally do anything once you put your mind to it. I know, thank you. You're welcome. I mean, I officially adopted you as little brother now, so I'm going full big sister mode every time you say something like that. Harry laughed. Did you even greet Sirius before coming here? Oh shit, I gotta go. Harry laughed harder and Meghan ran. No, literally ran out of the room. Harry also stood up, but instead of going to Sirius, he went to find his friends, who were all like he expected in Draco's room. Hey, you feeling okay? Pansy asked, and Harry nodded. I'm okay. I still can't believe you're doing this. Theo said. Harry nodded. Same, to be honest. But sometime you have to just do something. Not think about the consequences too much. Yeah, that's fair. Harry fell into a chair. After he escaped yesterday evening, he made sure he drew the rune circle he would use today first. But this time with his blood. It was either that or giving Voldemort his blood with a potion, which honestly seemed even worse. He then went to sleep, even if it was kind of hard to sleep with all the background noise. A simple silencing charm solved that problem, and now that it was actually the day it would happen, it just felt weird. He had another 30 minutes until Sirius would get him, and he would get Voldemort to get started. Lucius was currently getting the Horcrux. I'm just glad I won't have to worry about this after today. Harry decided. It's been constantly on my mind ever since, well, the start of Hogwarts. So I'm just glad I won't have to think about that anymore. I don't know how you even manage to concentrate at school with this constantly in your mind. Pansy said, and Harry shook his head. I didn't. Luckily, I could already do all this shit. Do you need any help with anything? Blaise asked, and Harry shook his head. No, thank you. He knew Blaise was trying to feel how he felt right now, so he just let his magic out a bit, and Blaise smiled at him. He was okay. The rest of the time, waiting, Harry just sat there, listening to his friend. It was quite comforting, and his nerves got less and less until they were barely there. That was until he heard someone knock on Draco's door, and then the words, Harry, it's time. He never thought he would be this nervous, but he really didn't want to fuck anything up. Severus had made the potion for the resurrection and was currently standing in the room where it would happen, with the potion in his hand. Lucius was standing on the rune Harry placed him on, the Horcrux in hand. Meghan, on her rune, gave him a smile. Are we all ready? Harry asked. Everyone nodded. Okay, I'll get Voldemort. He left the room, letting Sirius and Remus in the process. He did knock on Voldemort's door this time, and the man opened the door. Quirrell's body really did not look even okay anymore. He looked like a walking corpse. You ready? Harry asked, and Voldemort nodded. Harry didn't say anything else. He just led Voldemort through the long corridors of Malfoy Manor until they finally arrived at the right room. Lay down in the middle of the rune circle. Harry commanded, hoping Voldemort wouldn't protest about laying on a floor. The man didn't seem to have the energy for it. Okay. Lucius placed the Horcrux next to Voldemort. Lucius followed his command without questions. Okay, now all of you listen to me. Sirius, Remus, and Meghan, please try to make sure he doesn't move too much. I don't care how. Just don't body bind him. Severus, give him the potion when I say so. Lucius, you have to assist me with your magic. Just give the circle a bit of your magic, but not too much when I say so. I myself can't step inside of the circle. It will try to get my Horcrux out too, so I'm trusting all of you with this. I, of course, use my magic to make it work and not magically exhaust all of you. He waited until everybody nodded and then started another long Latin ritual. Mater Magia, quiso adiuva nos ut corrigimus contritos anima mea. Hunc hominum integrum iterum, adiuva nos in corpus novum conficiendo, ad vivum dare ei alium casum. Now Severus. Severus nodded, and Harry saw him struggling to get to the man because of the magic moving around the body, but still he did it. He gave the man the potion. Adjuvanus, adjuvo eum, to ipsum sherfa. Harry said, and the magic around him began to move angrily. Yet somehow it seemed to work. Quirrell began to move weirdly. Harry nodded to Sirius, Remus, and Meghan. Omnia, quia agere de beas, adjuvanus. Harry tried. He didn't know how many times he asked Mother Magic for help anymore, but trying to convince a deity to help someone who messed with another deity is harder than it should be. Eno esta adiu feteri dire. Si dederis ye sanitatem. And finally Magic seemed convinced. Harry sighed. A blinding light appeared, and Harry looked at Lucius and nodded. Both him and Lucius sent small bits of magic through the circle. Let go off him, Harry shouted to the one still holding him. He honestly couldn't see who now. And they did let go of him, just on time. The body slowly began to float. We should leave. Harry decided, go. And everyone hurried out of the room. Except Harry. Ugh. Harry woke up. He didn't even know when it happened, but somewhere in the process he passed out. Funny, you were knocked out longer than I was. He heard a voice, though it sounded quite painful. Haha, good to know you're still annoying now. Harry sighed, but did look over at the man, and literally gasped. This was not how he imagined Tom Riddle to look like. The man was flawless, somehow. Even with his very messed up look from the harsh ritual. Even if his eyes were still scarily red. It's 'cause I still have Horcruxes. My eyes were the first thing to change. Tom, or Voldemort said. I could see you staring into them. No need to be embarrassed. Sorry, it's just weird. Voldemort just laughed, which startled Harry, and Harry just had to ask, how does it feel, having more than 50% of your soul again? I feel stupid. How didn't I notice what was happening earlier? He sighed. I suppose I'm surprised Mother Magic even decided to help me. It took a lot of asking. Harry laughed, and Voldemort shrugged. I almost gave up when I heard you ask her. Well, Harry sighed. You are the only hope for this fucked wizarding world, so I was about to do anything to get you sane again. I would say you yourself would have gotten pretty far. Voldemort said casually before saying, imagine what we could do if we worked together. This is it for part 1. If you want part 2, spam green hearts on comment section.